Hello everyone, welcome to this Salesforce course by Intellipaat. Jeff Bezos in one of his early interviews quoted that as a business, it's our everyday job to make the customer experience a little bit better. But how do companies try to achieve that in today's IT world? Well, the answer lies in something called as customer relationship management. And when you hear CRM, you'll come across the term Salesforce. Salesforce is a CRM service provider that generated $33 billion in revenue in 2023 and is currently being used by 150,000 companies. Considering the growth of Salesforce, Salesforce development is one of the safest career choices moving ahead in 2024. With our free Salesforce developer course, we are going to help you get started with the Salesforce. But before we do that, let us try and comprehend what exactly Salesforce is. Imagine running a t-shirt business. A loyal customer, Roy, frequently buys product from your end. He also attended your in-store event recently and has subscribed to your newsletters for product updates. He also raised one ticket about the product that was never delivered to him. And you also have Roy's browsing habit data on your website. As a business, if you know all this data about Roy and other customers, then you have Customer 360 data, which you can use to make better decisions about marketing, sales, operations, and technical changes. Salesforce as a CRM helps you achieve all that and puts customers at the center of your business. That's why Salesforce is incredible. Having said that, let me now take you guys through the agenda for this Salesforce full course. We'll start this course by getting to know more about Salesforce. Then we'll cover Salesforce Classic vs Lightning, Salesforce as a cloud platform, account setup in Salesforce, creating users account, custom objects and tabs in Salesforce itself. Once done with these basics, we'll do the hands-on exploration of multiple tools available on Salesforce platform. Finally, we will cover Salesforce interview questions that are most commonly asked in interviews by MNCs and startups. Now, before we start, hit both the subscribe button and bell icon for never missing out on any update from Intellipaat YouTube channel.
Cloud computing technologies has exploded in popularity in recent years. Salesforce is one such technology that has had a significant impact on the computer world. Let us see how it all began. Customer relationship management (CRM) solutions used to be housed on a company's own server before Salesforce. Can you imagine how much money and effort it required for business to develop their own CRM systems? It used to take months, if not years, to set up, and the cost might easily reach millions of dollars. They were difficult to use even when they were set up. What is a reasonable answer to this problem? I'm sure you guessed it right. Creating affordable CRM software and delivering it as a service totally online. Salesforce has founded on this principle. Salesforce began as a software as a service company and has since evolved to become the world's fifth largest software company. So let's see, what is Salesforce? Salesforce is a cloud-based software as a service provider, which means it maintains an online application that customers can use. It is based on a subscription-based pay-as-you-go business model. Now let's check, how does Salesforce work? Customer 360 is the world's number one CRM enabling digital processes for the new way of working by simplifying communications and information exchange between customers, teams, and partners. It provides tools that brings all teams together around a single shared view of client data on an integrated platform, including marketing, sales, commerce, service, and IT. How? Companies can fix customer issues faster because they have a holistic perspective of each consumer. It also reduces communication redundancy and enables highly tailored interactions. Now let's check, what are the different certifications for Salesforce. There are various certifications for getting certified in Salesforce, like Salesforce Administrator, Salesforce App Builder, Salesforce Developer, Salesforce Platform Developer. So let's check, what are the different benefits of Salesforce. Number 1, Salesforce allows you to go from idea to app in the shortest amount of time. Salesforce customers generally say that it's unique for 3 major reasons: fast, easy, and effective. Because Salesforce is hosted in the cloud, your staff may access it from any computer with an internet connection. Salesforce is also cost effective, especially when you consider its extensive feature set. Salesforce is suitable for both startups and small businesses. Now let's see the salary prospects of a Salesforce professional in India. An entry-level Salesforce developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to make an average total salary of Rs 3 lakh per annum, while an experienced Salesforce developer with 10 to 19 years of experience gets an average total salary of 14 lakh per annum. In the US, an entry-level Salesforce developer with less than 1 year of experience can expect to make an average total compensation of $65,000, while an experienced Salesforce developer with around 10 to 19 years of experience gets an average total salary of $116,000.
And now we will talk about two different UI. UI means user interface, how Salesforce used to look like and how Salesforce is appearing right now. So the previously Salesforce user interface was called Salesforce Classic. And now the current interface which we are using, that is called Salesforce Lightning. There's a huge difference in how it used to look and how it is appearing now. And there are a lot of benefit what we were not getting in the previous UI, which we are getting in Salesforce Lightning. So I'll take you to my org, and in the org, let me take you to the previous layout. To going to the previous layout, okay, here you have to click on this teddy bear, and you have to go down and click on switch to Salesforce Classic. When you click on switch to Salesforce Classic, you will go back in the previous UI, which will look like this. These are your different objects where you are storing your data. This is your home page, how it will look like. Here you can see your calendar. If you have booked any appointment, if you have any task, all these will appear here on the home page. So you don't need to look into all the records that, okay, how many appointments I have, how many tasks I have, how many items I need to approve. Everything will be available on your home page. So by only sitting on one page, you will have all these things. So the chances of missing anything will be very less. Okay, but if you want to go to the current user interface, then click on switch to Lightning Experience. And when you go to Lightning Experience, if I open the home page, let me open the home page. These 9 dots are called App Launcher. Remember this thing, it is very, very useful. So if I type home, the home page of Salesforce will look like this. This is your dashboard where you can see all the different data which you are monitoring on a daily basis. And here you have an item to approve, your task and anything. And you can change this layout in a way you want. So it is not something which is fixed. You can change it as per your requirement. So that is the best part of Salesforce Lightning. And Lightning gives you a lot more capacity as compared to Classic, because a lot of things which were not possible in Classic can be possible in Lightning. Lightning is way faster than Classic. Yeah. So here are a few of the differences. Classic provide basic user interface, where Lightning provide enhanced user interface. The reporting capacity is higher in Lightning. You are able to create and manage leads, and here in the Lightning, you work on a component-based model that on one page you can add multiple components, and these are reusable components. So one component can be used on multiple places. The security is higher in Lightning as compared to Classic. So in nutshell, you can understand that Lightning is way better than Classic, and that's the reason now everybody is using Salesforce Lightning. There are hardly 1 or maybe 0.5% users who are using Classic, which will be retired in some time. That this is cloud or on-premise master database solution. And this is your Salesforce application where you have standard and custom object. Now in any functionality, if I say standard and custom, that means if you purchase Salesforce, there are few things which Salesforce will give you by default. So anything which comes with your application as a default, that is called standard. Anything which you will design on top of it, or if you create anything top of the standard thing, that is called custom. And I will tell you how to identify that later on. Okay. With this particular architecture, you can integrate data from any system on a real-time basis. How? We will discuss it later. Now, when you set up your Salesforce org, there are few important things which you have to set up at the very starting of the function. Like before start making process, before start automating anything, before start designing anything, there are few elements which you have to set up, and those are essential elements when you are dealing with Salesforce. And the first thing in that is your company information. Because when you purchase a Salesforce, you purchase Salesforce for a business. So you need to update all that business related data, all that business related information in your Salesforce org, because these informations will be utilized in different features, which we will discuss in the later classes. So let me take you to the company information. This is your front end of Salesforce. And let me help you with the navigation part. This is your logo. This is your app launcher. App launcher will help you to open apps or objects. I'll show you. These are all apps and these are all objects. So if you want to access any object or any app, you have to click here. Or if the objects are listed in this first line, then you can click and open it from here as well. This is your global search box where you can search anything using keyword. Suppose if I have to search a company with a name called Burlington, I can type this thing. And if I know that, okay, this data will be available in account object, I can directly select account. If I don't know where that record will be, then I can keep it all. I will simply search type the keyword and hit enter. It will bring in all those. It will search based on this keyword and it will bring in records from all the objects which has that word. So this way, with the help of this global search, you can search anything in Salesforce. Now here you can see I got the company and I open it. So this is how your record will be your information about any particular customer. So this is how the record will look like in Salesforce Lightning. Okay. Now going back to the right side, you can add anything favorites. Like suppose if you are reading a book, and what do? If you have to leave for some time, you bookmark it, or there is something which is favorite to you. You always go there and do something, then you mark it as favorite. In the same way, in Salesforce also, you can mark something as your favorite. Suppose I like this page, or maybe I am always working with this customer, so I have to go to this page very frequently. So what I will do, I'll go to this page and I'll click on this button. This is marked as your favorite. Now, suppose even if I'm on a home page and if I have to come to that page directly without clicking multiple places, I can go here, I can click on this one and it will directly take me to this page. So this will make your life easy when it comes to going back to something which we are accessing frequently. Okay. Now this is your plus icon. This is called global action. there are certain actions which you want to perform from any page on the website. So you can add that action in the global action, and from here, you can create these records. Without going on that object, you can simply create a record from here only. This is your help section. This is your setup section. And this is something which is useful for you. Right now, we are in the front end of Salesforce, which is used by the business user who are like finance people, marketing people, sales people, operation people. They are the one who work on the front end of Salesforce. But people like us, like Salesforce admin, Salesforce developer, technician, architect, we work on back end of Salesforce to design these things for the business user. And how to go to the back end? You can go to setup, you can click on setup, and that will take you to the back end of Salesforce, which is this page. And here in the left-hand side, you have all the features and functionality. And we will understand a lot of these features and functionality in our classes. Now, going back to this one, this is your notification. If any notification is coming to you, you will see here. This is for your personal information. You can set up your profile related detail by clicking on settings. When you click on setting, it will take you to your personal information. You have a lot of things which you can set up here. Your login history is here. If you want to change your password, okay. If you want to change your language, time zone, if you want to set up your security token, okay. If you want to set up your signature, all these things can be possible for your personal thing. Now I'll go back. Along with that, if you are done with your work, you can log out from here. This is something which I'll discuss later. This is for switching to the previous Salesforce Classic mode. Okay. And if you want to add username or something, you can click it here. So for now, this is your user interface. Now we'll go to the backend. Now we know that we have a Salesforce org. And the first thing what we need to do is fill up details about the business for which you have purchased this software. Okay. So first we'll go to the backend. And this is your quick search to find any functionality. I'll go here and I'll type company information. I'll click on the company information. In the right-hand side, you will see a page which has multiple fields, and every field requires a separate information about your business. Like what is the name of your company? Who is the primary contact? What is the address? What is the fiscal year? How many of you know what is fiscal year? Guys, please put down your hand and raise your hand if you know what is fiscal year. First, everybody put down your hand. Somebody starts their year from April and ends in March. Somebody starts in January. Some may start from October, September, depending on what kind of model they will follow. So whatever your business fiscal year start month will be, you will select that here. Then next is activate multi-currency. Multi-currency will only be activated in scenario when your company deal in more than one currency. And how it is possible? Suppose I'm running a company and my company is a multinational company. When I say multinational company, which means that I am selling my product not only in one country, but more than one country I'm selling my product. And every country has their own currency. And I have one Salesforce org, but in the same org, I have to manage all type of currency for all the countries. Because I may have employee in India, I may have employee in Singapore, I may have employee in China, US, or Netherlands. So people who are working from their own country, they know their currency. So by enabling multi-currency, you can allow them to work in their own currency. So there will be possibility that your head office currency is INR, and the person who is working on in your company, he live in Netherlands, so his currency will be euro, because he is comfortable with euro, you are comfortable with INR. But at the end of the day, you are working with multiple currency, and once you enable multi-currency, you cannot disable it. Then newsletter, these are not something beneficial. Then phone number, fax number, locale means in which locale you are, what language you are using, what is your time zone, currency. Okay, these are all information which are related to your business. Now here you can see some of the governor limits. Use data space, use file space. So I have used only this much of space in terms of data, in terms of file. Now data means all the record which you are creating in the objects. Files are the soft files like PNG file, CSV file, doc file. So Salesforce has divided your storage into two categories. One, which is your data space. Second, which is your file space. So if you are uploading any soft file in your Salesforce org, that will use your file space. If you are creating any data in Salesforce, that will be used under data space. If you want to see more detail about it, I am opening it in a separate page. You can see the detail, more granular level details about the storage. You have a proper storage usage page which talks about how much data is allocated to you, how much you have used, what percentage you have used out of this limit. For data, for file, and there's a big object storage, that's a different type of object, which will also be counted as a separate limit. And underneath, you will get details about which object has how many records, which contributes to how much storage space, and what is the percentage. So here you can see more granular level details that, okay, I have 10 objects. So which objects has how many records and how much space they are consuming. So that way you can decide that if you want to release some space, then which object you need to go to and delete data. And if you go down, you will see the file storage breakup as well, that which type of files are more, and who is the top user of data storage and who is the top user of file storage. Okay, so you will get all these micro level details so that you can easily understand that who creates more data, who create less data, who upload more files, who upload less files. Now going back to the same page, here you can see what is your API limit, what is your streaming API limit for last 24 hours. This is your org ID. This is something important. When we work in a multi-tenant architecture, one server is used by multiple tenants, multiple customers, and every customer, when they buy the license, they get a unique ID, and their entire data, their entire implementation is being identified with the help of this ID. This is called Salesforce org ID. This is the edition which you have purchased, and this is the server name. Instance means the server name where you have the Salesforce org, where you have the, from where you are accessing this application. That is your instance. This is keep on changing, and Salesforce has multiple server. It is not only in one country, but they have server in multiple countries. And the reason why they are creating your org in your region, server in your region, so that you get faster access of data. If I'm requesting data from US, the travel time will be higher and it may impact my performance. If I request data from Delhi to Calcutta, a server in the Calcutta, then my response time will be higher. Hence, my performance of the software is better. If you want to make any change, you can click on the edit button and you can make the changes in these. If you don't want to use Salesforce org, you can simply click on deactivate button and your Salesforce org will be closed. Now, along with this organization details, we can also see more details on this company information page. Here you on the top, you can see how many different types of licenses you have, how many of them are active, inactive, how many of them you have used, how many of them are still left out. And we have multiple type of licenses. So now along with this, you can see there are multiple types of licenses, user licenses, permission set licenses, feature licenses. Okay, so here you can see that there are 2-3 ways how software company works. First, they will give you license so that you will have access to a particular application. But in that application, they have multiple different features. What they do, that they will give you a core application access with the help of user license. But they have some advanced feature. And if you need access of those advanced feature, they will ask you to purchase those advanced feature by paying extra money to them. And those advanced features will appear under permission set license and feature licenses. Like, I'll give you an example. Suppose if you taken a Salesforce org, and in that Salesforce org, if you want to do marketing things, if you want to access campaign object, in that case, you need to have a feature license for marketing user. If you don't have marketing user license, you will not be able to access campaign object, which is used for marketing purpose. If you want to create article for your product so that you can display it to your customers, you need to have a knowledge user license. If you don't have, you will not be able to create articles in Salesforce. So there are multiple features for which you need to purchase these licenses. In the developer org, these licenses are given us free of cost. And the reason why they are giving these free of cost, so that people who are creating developer org, they can test all the Salesforce functionality. And once they like those functionality, they will suggest their client that, okay, why don't you buy this license? This will give you this functionality, and that way your business will work smoothly. So it's just like Microsoft. They give you something free, and after giving you free, when you have a habit of it, you have to pay for it. In the same way, Salesforce give you license for all the features, 1 or 2 license in developer org, so that anybody who is learning Salesforce, they get to know about that feature and they can propose those features and licenses to their client so that Salesforce will earn out of it. Any confusion? This is your usage-based entitlement that, okay, API request limit per month. The governor limit thing, which I told you, you can see that few of the limits are explained here. That what is your API request limit per month? What is your B2B commerce order place? Okay. Then maximum flow interview with the UI per month. So here you can see some of the limits, which will be explained here, but you will not see all of them. If you want, you can go to this go to list, and that will give you more details. So now, along with the company, once you're done with the company information, okay, you need to also fill up the business hours. That what is your working hours? Okay, here you can see that for new business, you can click here. I have already created one. So I have given Sunday to Saturday, all 24 hours. This is my default working hours, and I need to make it active. Once I make it active, then only these business hours will be considered when we deal with the support. Because when you are supporting any company, okay, they calculate the SLA, service level agreement. If anybody who is from BPO or from any service industry, they know what is SLA, service level agreement, that if any client open a ticket for you, you need to answer that ticket in a stipulated time frame, and that time frame will calculate based on your working hours. If you are only working 8 hours in a day, then your SLA will be calculated only in those hours. The hours when you are not working, the SLA will not be calculated for those. So this is very important to fill up the business hours. Okay, then along with the business hours, you need to also mention your holidays, that when your companies are have an off. So here you can mention holiday. Click on new, the way I have created a new year holiday, that on this particular date, my company is on off, so will not be working. So don't consider this day while calculating the service level agreement. Okay. Along with this, we can also set up fiscal year. In fiscal year, we can select the month. There are companies who are following standard fiscal year, but there are some companies who do not follow fiscal year. They have their own different type of fiscal year. So in that case, they can go with a custom fiscal year. And in custom fiscal year, you can decide the number of weeks, the number of months in a given month or so, and number of days as well. But I'll tell you one thing, that 99% of the company use standard fiscal year. And once you enable custom fiscal year, you cannot go back to standard fiscal year. So that's the limitation. So now we understand that we have to set up company information, business hours, holidays, fiscal year. Let me check if I left out anything. You have already seen the storage, where you can see the storage. The fiscal year part we have already covered. Business hour and holidays we are also covered. Language, you can also set up language. Okay, so language can be of two types. Okay, one is your company language, and second is your language for the person who are using it. As I mentioned, that we can work for a business who is multinational company. And if you are working for a multinational company, you have employees in all over the world. So your company language can be English, which can be set up on the company information. Okay. And you can also translate all the things from English to French and to other languages which are supported by Salesforce using translator. So you have translate, where you can translate your language from English to some other language. Right now it is not enabled, but you can do that. And the same way you can override the language, that okay, if you want the field name to be appear in English or in French, you can do that part as well, if you can see this. So all these things can be done. Okay, for language for the company, you can go to company information, and here you can set the language. But if I am working from India, my company head office in India, my company language is English. But if somebody who is living in Europe working for my company, then in that case, the user account which I create for that particular employee, I can go to their account and I can set their language as different. Like if they are in Europe, we can set them French. We can set them German. Okay. If they are in China, we can set them Chinese. So depending on what language is your core language, you can set that, so that when you as a Chinese person, if you go in Salesforce org, you will see everything in Chinese. But if I go in the same org, I can see them in English. So that way, you don't need to learn English. I don't need to learn Chinese. You can work in your local language, and your head office can see all the data in their language. So language is also that you have to set up at the time of company creation and at the time when you are creating a user in Salesforce. Okay. And along with this, these are the translation which we have talked about. Currency. In the currency, when you are talking about the currency, there's a concept called exchange rate, conversion rate, and dated exchange rate. Now, what happens? Suppose if you're working in multi-currency, and if you have a customer who is in Europe and you are working, your company is operating from India. Now, what happens that when you are selling any product to them, they will pay you in dollar. So at that point of time, conversion rate means that $1 equivalent to 82 rupees. So when you are doing a business and when you're dealing with a US client, you need to know that, okay, there is a conversion between the currency and based on the conversion, you get the amount. So when you are giving them any amount on a particular deal, you need to ensure that what kind of currency they are dealing in. An exchange rate is something which change every day. Right now, the US dollar is 82 rupees. 82 Indian rupees is equal to 1 US dollar. If you talk about euro, 90 euro or maybe 100 euro equivalent, no, sorry, 90 rupees or 100 rupees equivalent to 1 euro. So that is called exchange rate. Now the last is dated exchange rate. Now what happens that sometimes when you are dealing with your European client so frequently that they cannot track the exchange rate on a daily basis. And there may be possibility that either you or your client will be in loss. And how? I'll tell you. Suppose if your client came to you to purchase any particular product from you, and on that particular date, the exchange rate is 90:1, which means 90 rupees equal to 1 euro. Now, by the time the deal is completed, the exchange rate is 80 is equal to 1, which means 80 Indian rupees equal to 1 euro. In that case, what will happen? That one person will be in benefit and the other person will be in loss. So in order to avoid such kind of issue, what they do, as they are doing business very frequently, they decide exchange rate that, okay, 1 euro is equal to 90 rupees is the exchange rate which we will be calculating for all the transactions which will happen for next 3 months. So that way they don't check what is the real exchange rate for that day. They will go with the agreed exchange rate for that particular period of time. So in that case, both the country knows that how much they are paying, how much they are receiving. So none of them will be in loss in that case. But if you follow daily exchange rate, you may be in loss, you may be in profit sometime. It means you're not paying attention to whatever I am displaying, whatever I'm explaining, guys. Please pay attention. It is very, very important. Every line, every word, whatever I am talking and speaking in this training is important for you. And every word, every line has a meaning. I'll once again tell you that if you go to this backend thing and type company information, in the company information page, if you go down, you can see the license, their status, their total number, remaining number, and all those things. So before creating a user, if you have to assign Salesforce license, you need to go and check, are the license available or not? If they're not available, you cannot create a user. If they are available, you can create them. So make sure that you have answer to all these questions. And once you have the answer of all these questions, then only go ahead and create users. And you know how to go into the backend. Click here, click on setup. You will come back to the backend part. Okay, here in the quick find, you need to type user. Under users, you will have an option called users again. When you click on it, you will get this right-hand side screen. There you will find a lot of buttons, new user, reset password, add multiple users. So if you have to add one user, click here. If you want to add multiple user, click here. So I'm clicking on new user. Okay. And that will bring in a new form for me. It's a form where you have to fill in the values. And the ones which are in red, these are important ones. These are required ones, and you have to fill that, except this field. Even if you don't fill the value, it will capture non-specified. So even if you don't select any value, that's fine with it. So suppose if I need to create a user, okay, suppose I need to create Aman Verma. I am typing Aman Verma. Even if you don't type first name, you have to type the last name because that's a required field. Now here I am taking aman.verma@gmail.com. Now you can see that as soon as I type the email address, the username will automatically pop up in the form of the exact email address. So always your username will be in the email format. It should not, it can be, it cannot be similar to the email. You can add anything here, 1, 2, 3, it's up to you. And you can also change the nickname if you want. So once you have all these details, okay, you can push the title, company, department, division, and in the right hand side, which is very important part of this, here you have to select the license, that what kind of a license you need to assign it to this person. Now, before assigning any license, you need to understand what is the scope of that person, what all features, what all functionality, which all areas he or she need access of. In that case, you can define the license, and under every license, there are multiple profiles. So suppose license is a bigger fish. Okay, it gives you 100 feature. But out of that 100 feature, not everybody require 100 feature. Some person require 10 features, some 20, some maybe 30. So those kind of a bifurcation further happens at the profile level. You can assign a profile based on the kind of work, based on the kind of access that person requires. Now, this active checkbox is what? Unless you mark any user as active, it will not consume any license. So in order to make anybody available in Salesforce, you need to make it active. Now, there are a lot of other checkboxes. Now, if you remember the company information page, which we have discussed, in the company information page, we had a section called feature license. Do you remember, guys?
Yes.
Feature license. Okay. And I told you the important functionalities. Okay. Sudarshan, just hold on. Let me complete and then I'll answer. I'll check your question. So these all checkbox are your feature license. If you need any specific features to be included or to be accessible to this user along with the normal access, you need to check these. If the license are available, the feature license are available, they will get that access. If they are not, then it will throw you an error message that the license are not available. Here, one key point I would like to add, that there is a feature called marketing users. And this marketing user is associated with one of the object, which is related to the marketing side, that is called campaign. So if you check this box, then only this person can access the campaign object, which is part of marketing. Suppose there are 10 people in the same profile, 5 of them can access campaign object and rest 5 of them are not able to access campaign object. So in that kind of situation, go to those users who are not able to access campaign object and check whether the marketing user checkbox is checked for them or not. Even if they have same profile, if this checkbox is not checked, they will not be able to access campaign object. Likewise, knowledge users, if you want to create articles, if you want to create a blog in your Salesforce, you need to have a knowledge user license. If you need to access the service part of the Salesforce, you need to check this service cloud user. Likewise, there are a lot of checkboxes. Okay. Now here, This is for content. If you need to generate content, if you need to access content. So these are the check boxes which you need to check. And here at the bottom side, if you can see, what is your phone number, extension, fax, mobile, what is your email encoding. These are custom fields which I have created. It's not standard, so you can avoid them. Now again, this mailing address, here you can type your mailing address. Then this is a single sign-on federation ID. Now single sign-on is, I'll explain you what is single sign-on. I hope some of you have observed in your organization that sometimes what happens that you have been given one ID, and using that one single ID, you can access all the applications which are available in that company, which means for every application, you don't need a separate credential, separate username and password. You don't need that. You will only get one email ID and a password, or one username and a password, and that is applicable to all the software, all the applications which you are using in the company. If that kind of setup is there in your company, that is called single sign-on. What happens in single sign-on? That there is a identity application. Identity application is the application who authenticates you. Suppose if you go to the bank, what they say, do your KYC, know your customer. Okay, so KYC is your identity. And once you do your KYC at one place, the same KYC can be used by other people as well, other organization as well. So here, in the case of single sign-on, what happens that suppose my company used 20 application. So I created one application as identity provider where all my details are there. Suppose Salesforce is your identity provider and I need to log in into a different application called Gmail. Now, when I type my credentials of Salesforce in Gmail, what Gmail will do, Gmail will go to Salesforce, check whether this person is genuine or not. Should I allow him access for Gmail or not? So when you set up the identity provider, that identity provider will verify your identity that yes, you are a genuine person. So Gmail will allow you to access that application. So in this case, what happens that the end user does not require to maintain multiple credentials of different application. With one single credential, they can access all the application. Now, if you want to set up that kind of access, that kind of login into Salesforce for this user, you need to have a federation ID. And this federation ID will be listed somewhere in some application, which will be treated as identity provider. So when you enter this federation ID, it will go to that application, verify your identity, and then allow you to log in into the application. So that is called single sign-on. It is little complicated. It's not mandatory to understand it right now, but as it is coming on the screen, so I'm just explaining so that you'll have an idea about it. Then the next section is
Yeah, I have
guys.
one question.
Wait, hold on. I'll answer all the questions. Let me complete this part first. Okay, the next thing is locale setting, where we will define what is your time zone, locale, language. Okay, and then here, who will be your manager, who will be your delegate approval if required. Okay, then this last checkbox, generate new password and notify user immediately. Always ensure that when you're creating a user, always check this checkbox. If you don't check this checkbox, when you create a user, the end employee for whom you are creating the user will not get an email that, okay, your account is created in Salesforce. So go and verify your account, set your password and start using it. This is very, very important. And there are a lot of questions related to that that will be asked in your interviews, in your exams. That suppose you created a user for me and I don't know whether the user has been created or not. I did not receive any email. So why that email is not gone to that person? There are a couple of reasons for that. The first reason is their email ID may be incorrect. The second reason is while creation of the user, you did not check this box. The third reason would be that the email is there, but not in the inbox, maybe in the spam, maybe in the trash. So go and check that as well. The fourth reason why the email is not been delivered, because some email provider, they block certain domains. So if your Salesforce domain is blocked on that service provider who is providing the email service to you, then that email will not come to you. So in that case, there are workarounds, which I'll suggest you that you can change the email address in the user, verify the account, and then again change the email address back to the old one. So in that case, the customer, the user will have access to Salesforce, and at the same time, they can enjoy the same email address. So once you're done with this thing, once you fill up the entire form, you click on save. Okay. And the user will be created, an email will be sent out to the end person, and they will verify it, and then they will set the password. That's one simple process. Now, suppose a user is created, okay, and somehow that user forget his password. Now, what will happen? Imagine that user is created right now. I'm not creating, I'm in your account because I don't have license. Sorry about that. So suppose I have created this user, Rakesh. Now, Rakesh says to the admin that I forgot my password. I don't remember it. So in that kind of case, click on reset password button. As soon as you click on reset password button, again, an email will be sent out to that person. And in that email, there'll be a link. They click on the link, they type their security answers, and they can change their password. That's one way of resetting the password as an admin for the employee. But as an employee, if you want to change your own password, then there's another thing what you can do. You can go here, click on settings, and here you have a change my password option. Type your current password, new password, confirm password, security question, answer it, and then click on save. This is one way if you want to reset your own password. And if you have to reset password for someone else as an admin, then go to home, go to users, open that user, and reset the password. That's one way. Second, you can check that from the list and reset password. That's also one of the way to reset the password. Okay, that is one part of the user management. The second part, which I would like to explain here, in addition with the user management, that suppose I want when there's a user, when there's a credential, there's a password also. Okay, and when you want to set up a policy, a password policy for everyone, what exactly you have to do? There are two ways we can set the password policy, one for the organization, one for the person. That can be possible that the organization has a different policy, and that one specific person or one specific profile will have a different password policies. How do we set the password policies? Okay, for setting up the password policies, we can go here, we can type password, and here you can see password policies. You can define within how many days the password will expire, how many password histories can be remembered, what is the minimum length, what is the complexity, and all those things. So this is when you set up the password policy here, it will be for the entire organization. But in case if you want to set up password policy, which is different than the organization password policy, then the second way of setting up a password policy is to go on to the profile of the user and set the password policy there. How do we do that? We go to user, go here. This is the profile. I'll click on it. And when you go on the profile, if you go at the down, you can see there's a password policy option. If you click on it, it will again give you the similar kind of structure. Okay, here you can edit and you can set the password policy. This password policy is applicable for only those users who are assigned with this profile. And as I mentioned, that your organization password policy and your profile policy for a specific profile can be different. Now, if you remember in the beginning, I was talking about freezing. Suppose if I created a user and that person left the company, or it may be possible that you put down your paper and the company is negotiating to retain you. Until between that particular period, company does not want you to access Salesforce. There may be some security threat. So in that case, you can go to user and you can click on freeze button. So that way, this person cannot access Salesforce unless you unfreeze it. But when you're freezing a customer or freezing a user, the license is still consumed. But imagine if that customer, if that employee left the company, is no longer part of the company, no negotiation is going on. In that case, don't freeze it. Simply go edit and uncheck this active box. The moment you uncheck this active box, you will free one license and that license can be utilized by someone else. If you're freezing a user, the license is still occupied. So when somebody will ask you what is the difference between freezing a user and deactivating a user, the simple answer, and this is a very important question, which is very commonly asked in both the time, in the certification, in the interview, that what is the difference between freezing and deactivation? The simple answer is when you freeze a user, your license consumption is still there for that user. But when you deactivate a user, the license gets free and it can be utilized for someone else. That's the difference between freezing and deactivation. Now, another important question, once you create a user in Salesforce, you can deactivate that user, you can freeze that user, but you cannot delete that user record because user is again an object. And in Salesforce, this is also one of the very important questions, that in Salesforce, can we delete a user? And the answer is no. You cannot delete a user. You can create a user, you can freeze a user, you can deactivate a user, but you cannot delete a user record in Salesforce. And there's a big reason why Salesforce does not allow you to do that, which I'll explain you when we talk about how to create an object. So now you can ask your questions one by one. But before asking any question, I'm like, I hope whatever I explained you, how to create a user is clear to you. It is not yet completed, but I'm just breaking this part into two so that I can answer a few preliminary questions. So yeah, Bhagya, you had question. Tell me, what is your question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask, what is email encoding?
Email encoding is the kind of a format which is being followed.
Like
Sir,
to set up a,
I'm sorry.
like what do we use that format for? To write an
See,
email or
see, when you are writing anything, for everything there's a standard which is being designed. That okay, if I'm writing an email, there has to be some username in the beginning, then there has to be an @ sign, then there has to be a domain name. It should end with .com, .org or something like that. So when you
okay.
set up a structure, that is called the encoding part. When you go to the user, if you go here on the top, you can see there are multiple related objects like permissions set. Permission sets are something like when you assign a profile, you give them some access. But if you assign them, if they need more access, then you can create a permission set, and you can assign it to the user so that they will get more access. Now, suppose if I need to know that, okay, how many times this guy is logging into Salesforce. Okay, how many times is successful, how many times he is failing. So in this case, I can go to login history, and that will tell you all the things. Now here in my case, you see this Rakesh guy, I have two licenses. One is my Rakesh, and this is the second Rakesh. So I have never logged in with this Rakesh, so there's no login history. But here you can see 6 months login history. And here you can see all these related items, how many permissions are assigned, how many permissions set assignments are active, permission set group. We'll discuss about all these things in coming classes, so don't worry about it. I'm just telling you that when you go to the user page, you get to know a lot of things. Okay, so always see what all options are available and try to explore your knowledge on that. Okay, so let's go back to the PPT thing. So we understood how to create a user, how to send email. Okay, there are 3 segmentation: localization, security, and licensing. So by saying this is your licensing part. This is your localization part. And what was the third one? Security. Security is this one, license and profile. Okay, so as I mentioned, before creating the user, do ask all the questions. So in that case, you will always create and assign the right thing to the right person. Okay, and security is very, very important, guys, so take it very seriously. So now we understood the user part. Let me see if there's and the security, it says that if you assign a role or a profile and all those things, these are feature license. We have already talked about it. The access, read, write, delete, insert, and update. Insert should not be there. Write is already there. So there are 4 types of permission on any object which we are providing, that either you can read the records, either you can create a records, you can delete a record, and update and records. So I'll explain in the security part that what these means in detail, but practically these are the kind of DMLs. Okay, if anybody knows what is DML, data manipulation languages. Okay, so read, write, delete, and update. These are coming under security. Then personal, local, language, time zone, currency, we have all set while creating the user, all of these things. I hope you all remember. You know how to reset password, how to set policies, how to see history, how to deactivate users. So I think that's already been covered. Okay. Chatter is basically, I know that all of you have used a lot of social media. Okay, like you use WhatsApp, you use Insta, you use LinkedIn, and all those things. So what exactly those things are? These things are used for collaboration. Okay, collaboration within the team, outside the team, within the organization, on a particular topic, on a common topic. So what do we do? Like, let's take an example of WhatsApp. You need to talk to somebody, you can connect him on the WhatsApp, and you can start sending and receiving messages to them. If you need to talk to more than 1 people at the same time, you form a group and you start sharing information on that. If you have to specifically send a message for a particular person, what do? You have to mention that person so that that person gets notification that, okay, this message is specific to you. All these features, suppose if you want to highlight any particular thing by making a hashtag. Okay, so all those things which you are using in your social media in Salesforce, Chatter is same as those social media messaging tools. You can talk to person directly. You can form a group. You can talk to your organization. You can mention somebody. And the best part is that it is a separate entity, as well as it is part of every record as well in the objects. It's up to you whether you want to add that part or not. But if you want that, okay, let's suppose if there is one big client, and on that client you need support from multiple people. So what do? There are two things which you can do. One, you can give access of that record to all the users. And on the chatter part of that record, you can start talking with all those people. Or you can create your own team. And then you can start talking with each other on that particular part. I can see there are a lot of chats coming in. And here you can see chatter. So in the chatter, what I follow, whatever you follow, you will get it. Here, you can post, you can type any post and send it to everybody. You can run a poll, you can run a question. Okay, there's a follow button. If you want to follow somebody so that whatever they do, you will get a notification. Click on a follow button. Okay, if somebody is sending message to you at mentioning you, then go to me. To me means that you are at mention in that email. See, at mention Rakesh. So this message is dedicatedly for me out of any group. Okay, and here you can sort your messages based on latest post, based on most recent activity. You can search with the keyword in this entire activity feed list. Okay, and here you can see, you can, as I'm the admin, I can edit, delete, and I can bookmark certain messages as well. Whatever you bookmark, there's a category here separately bookmark. So all the bookmarks will come here. Company highlights, if there's a message broadcast for everybody, you can see here in the company. My draft, if you are drafting something, if you need to create your own group, okay, click on the plus icon. And here you can type the group name, anything, okay, like gossip. Okay, you want to do gossip with your friends. Okay, you can type your description, information if you want, group email if you want to create it, who is the owner. Okay, disable archiving, access level. Access level is very important. There are two types of access level, public and private. Public means anybody can join this group. Private means that they have to request and the admin will approve it. Then only you can join that group. Allow customer. So as this is a CRM, so sometimes you want to discuss certain things in a group with your customers also. Okay, and it is very much not feasible when you have to interact with your customers on a minute to minute basis or hour to hour basis. You are sending too many communication to him and you are receiving too many communication from him. So sending all those communication over the email will be very chaotic and time consuming. So you can open a group, allow your customer, okay, and then that way the customers can also join this group and talk to you. And then broadcast only. Suppose if you are running a group for a company where you want to only you are the only one who can type anything in that group. Okay, just information kind of a group. So company policy, if I have to cascade, I can create a broadcast only group so that I as an admin, I can put in comments in that or any kind of post. No one else can do anything in that. So it's up to you what kind of a group you want to create. Okay, and I'll make it a public group. I don't want to allow customers. It is not broadcast only. Save and next. You can upload any picture if you want. I don't want to upload any picture. Next, if you want to add people, you can add people. Define member or manager. Member will only participate. Manager will change the group. Done. So your group, your gossip group is created now, and you can start your conversation in this group. You can type anything.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a Salesforce certification course which will enable you to learn tech stack for both administrator and app builder. Through this course, you'll learn the Salesforce workflow, process builder, Apex, Java Swing, app development, and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth with the Salesforce tech stack.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary function of Salesforce as a customer relationship management CRM platform? Your options are A. Email marketing, B. Project management, C. Social media analyst, D. Sales and customer management. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's get back to our session.
Hi, everyone. Welcome in the gossip group. Okay. Kind of a message you can, or if you want to mention somebody, welcome to the gossip group to some person at mention and that username. So that
Sir,
way, so here you can attach any file as well and then share. So that way you can post, you can like that, you can comment on it, you can share it. Okay. And the person who is writing it, he can edit, delete, and bookmark it as well. So you can classify it based on unread post, all questions, and all those things. You can refresh it as well. You can add member anytime from here. Okay. And then you can see the group details over here. When you go to the engagement part, it will tell you how much engagement you have in this group and who are the current member, last 12 months graph. So this is kind of an analytical part of your group that shows your engagement and all those things. Okay, here you can upload the file. You can add records if you want to share with your team or with your group. Okay, so all these things can be done. You can open a poll or a question, whatever you want, you can do that.
sir, I have a question. So you directly mark the customers, right? So the customers, they like since you did not tick mark the allow customers, do they still have access to view the
No.
messages we write? No.
No, nothing. They don't have anything.
Okay, I see.
But what is the significance of this one, Rakesh? Since in the organization now we have Skype and Teams.
Let me tell you one thing, that when you talk about Skype, Team, and all those things, those are separate application for that specific kind of a work. If you're already paying for Salesforce such a huge amount, why do you want to pay extra for some other application? Why not use this part of Salesforce and take maximum ROI of your investment?
No, got it. So it means if the company is using Salesforce, right? So mostly they prefer to have a conversation using the Salesforce itself, right? Is that the correct statement?
Yeah, basically what happens that all the people who are created as a user in Salesforce, if they have to communicate, they can utilize this feature of Salesforce instead of buying a separate application. It is for Salesforce users only and the customers.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Yeah, just a silly question. How do we provide access of chatter to a user?
You can add member.
Okay. So there's no other access that we need to provide.
If it is a
on the
public, they can
licensing or anything?
see if it is a public, yeah, there is a licensing part as well, which we will talk about. Okay, that's a separate thing. But first, understand what chatter is and what can be possible in the chatter part.
Okay.
We'll talk about the
You already
licensing.
covered that.
Guys, whoever has raised their hands, please put down your hand if you don't have any question, because that again gives me a wrong idea. Okay. People are going and coming. Guys, please keep your network strong so that you can be in the class without any miss. In that case, you can give them chatter license. In chatter, there are multiple type of licenses based on what level of access you need. Some people only require access to read some data. Some people require only access to collaborate with other person. Some people require collaboration. Along with that, they need access of one or two objects. So based on that, we assign the license to the user. Remember, I told you that when you create a user, it is very, very important to understand what is the role of that person in Salesforce. And based on that, you will assign the license. If that person is only required to share the expertise, suppose if I am working in a company who is providing certification to all the products, like Bureau Veritas. Bureau Veritas is a company who is checking the authenticity of all the product. Now, in that case, in Salesforce, I don't need the industry expert to see all the data. I need them only to be available so that in case if I have any question which is specific to that industry, I don't understand the term. I don't belong to hospitality, but there's a term which is being asked by one of my customer, then I will add that person as a chatter only user in Salesforce, so that in case if I have to ask question, I can quickly go to chatter and I can ask him that, okay, what is this term all about? See, you all know that chatter, you can create feed, post, group, like, bookmark, you can add a file, you can make topic. We'll talk about business objects and people and profile later on. First, let me go to the licensing part for you. Here is the chatter licensing part. And if you see, we have chatter free, chatter external, and chatter only plus licenses. Now, the way we have a Salesforce license, in the same way we have a chatter license. And I have given you one example. Suppose if I need a person only to take suggestion pertaining to certain industry. So in that case, I can assign any one of these licenses, depending on what level of access he or she required. Suppose if I go with chatter free, this is available in these editions: group edition, professional edition, performance edition, unlimited edition, and all these things. And what this user can do, this is a Salesforce license, and this person can only, this person cannot access the Salesforce license. He can only access chatter, which means the example in which I need a person to get the expertise of the industry, I'll give them chatter free. It is less costly. If I need more access, like you can see the tab visibility, the user having Salesforce chatter free license cannot see tabs like Salesforce user. Now, what is tab? Again, here is a question. When you create an object in Salesforce, in order to make that object visible to the end user, the business user, you have to create a tab. And with the help of tab, that object is visible to the business user, because they are not accessible in the end side of the Salesforce, backend side of the Salesforce. They only see this part. If you do not make a tab for account object, the business user will not see it on this front end part. So tab is like this. These are all tabs, and these tabs are representing the tables, representing the objects. So what it is saying here, that person who has a chatter free license, he or she will not be able to see these tabs. Chatter-free license can be upgraded to standard Salesforce license, but vice versa is not possible, which means that you can upgrade from chatter-free to a Salesforce license, but you cannot downgrade from Salesforce license to chatter-free license. Okay. And what this person can access, he can access feed, people, file, profile, and group. These are the only part which he can access if he has chatter-free license. If you have chatter external, again, these are the additions where this license is available. And user outside the company's email domain, they need chatter external license. External users, maybe customers. Okay. And what kind of access they will get? External users do not have access to the tab visibility, access to Salesforce object and data. They cannot see the tabs in Salesforce. They have a limited access and can view user profile, but cannot edit them, which means they can see the users, the profile. Profile means what kind of access is given to a particular user, but they cannot make any changes in that. And the last one is chatter only. Again, these are the additions, and users who are not having Salesforce license, users who need access of Salesforce object. Now, remember, in chatter free and chatter external, they cannot access Salesforce object. They cannot access tab of those objects. But if you want to give access of one or two Salesforce object access to these chatter user along with a conversation, then chatter plus only is the license for them. And with this license, they can have accessibility to standard chatter people, profile, group, file page, and they can access, the user can see account and contacts. So they can access dashboard and report. They can add data to the group, modify custom objects, and they can apply workflow and track activities. So these are some of the additional access given to this chatter only plus license. So as I mentioned before, that there are multiple types of licenses available in Salesforce. Every license will have their own set of features and functionality which is accessible under that. And the reason why Salesforce has so many different type of chatter licenses and other type of licenses, so that based on the kind of work they are doing and their usage in Salesforce, we can assign them that respective license. And as the price of every license is different, so we need to ensure while purchasing the license that do we only need licenses which are expensive, or do we have people who can be assigned a lower type of license which will be less expensive. And you as an admin need to help the business to reduce the cost on this front, to make them understand that, okay, if this person can have a license which will cost you $5 a month and do his job, then why are you assigning him a license which will cost you $200 or $300 per month? Because the business does not know it. You should know it. So once you go back, go to the licenses article, go to the edition licenses, read about them. Okay. Just give me 1 second, guys. Let me have a glass of water. Just give me 1 second. So guys, you as an admin, you need to always ensure that your company is investing in the right type of licenses, right number of licenses, and a right type of additions. And this is only and only possible if you read about all these things in detail. Do you have any questions concerning to chatter, guys? Because it is very much similar to what you do in your daily life on the social media. So chatter is similar to that. Chatter as a separate entity, I showed you how it works. But if I talk about chatter on the record, if I go to any record, if I go to related, in the related, let me see if the chatter is being added or not. I don't think the chatter is being added here. Let's go to opportunity and let's see if it is added. You can add and remove things, guys. So 1 second, I'm finding an object where I can show you the chatter. Here you can see. Fill of this object record. This is a feed. In the feed, you can post, email, poll. So here, using the chatter, you can collaborate about this record with other people in the company. So there are two ways. One, you can go into the common entity of chatter and do all kind of collaboration there. The second is you can go to specific record and do collaboration on that specific record. Imagine I'll give you one situation that you're trying to sell a particular product to a person or a company, and there are too many back and forth email are sending. You are sending an email, they are replying. Again, you are sending, again, they are replying. Now, you being a salesman, you have 100 such clients. And in that case, all the clients are sending back and forth email. Now, when you are when you are making a conversation on the email, it is very hard to maintain and to understand what you have discussed with which client. So when you are using Salesforce, we always advise our customers to use the chatter functionality on the record itself. Suppose if you're dealing with 100 customers, whatever conversation you need to do with that customer, do it on the chatter with that customer, or do it with your team members on that particular record. Because when you do that thing on the record itself, you don't need to remember those things. Anytime if you want to see what conversation you had with that particular, what conversation you had with your team members on that particular case, you can simply go to that case, look into the chatter, and you can see all the entire conversation. So it will not mess up like the way it mess up in the email. And in fraction of minutes, you can easily get to know that, okay, what all conversation you had about this client. So always try to educate your business that these are the features and how you can utilize this feature to get maximum benefit out of it. Because when the business purchase Salesforce, they see the features and the functionalities which are currently available at the time of purchase, and Salesforce has given demonstration about those features to them. But neither Salesforce or nor the client can can see all the features. So you being an admin, you need to explore all the features which are there at that time, as well as the features which are coming in the next releases. And you need to see that what is the benefit of that feature in the business, how it will help the business to improve the productivity. You need to tell them that, okay, as we are doing this activity, why don't we use this particular feature which will help in this way? So it is very, very easy for the business to handle a particular process with a less effort, with less extra investment, because they are already invested in Salesforce. So if a feature can do the task which they are doing in a separate application by paying extra, if you reduce the cost, your boss will be happy and you will increase the adoption of that application, Salesforce application. Any other questions, guys? No? So now if you don't have any question, let me explain you one small part. If you remember, we left out this part, which is calling as business object, people and profile. People are the users, so don't get confused with this. Profile is the one which we are assigning, and profile is the one which determines that what all things that person can access. Okay, that is why we give a profile at the time of user creation. So that profile will tell you that, okay, you can access 5 objects, 4 features, 10 tabs, and all those things. So profile is one record which describes your access level in the Salesforce org. Now, when it comes to business object, whenever you purchase Salesforce, every business requires some basic information. Like every business has a customer, every business has a prospect, every business support their customer. Okay, so there are few objects or there are few tables which are required for all type of business, no matter which industry they are in, no matter whether they are sales, whether they are support, whether they are marketing, whether they are hospitals, whether they are manufacturers, no matter which industry they are in. But there are few objects which are required for everyone. And those objects are called business objects. And the name of those objects are account, opportunity, case, and campaign. Account is the object where we maintain data for our customers, for our vendors, for our partners, or our suppliers. All these type of people and their information we kept on account. And on the account, you can simply create a field with the called account type. So that when you're creating a record, you select a type. What kind of record, what kind of account record it is. If it is a customer, select customer. If it is a vendor, select vendor. If it is a partner, select a partner. If it is a supplier, select supplier. So at any point of time, you can easily run a report and see that, okay, how many customers I have, how many partners I have, how many suppliers I have, how many vendors I have. So this one object keep information of all these people. Now, the second object is opportunity. Whenever you are interacting with your customer, and if your salesman thinks that, okay, this customer is interested, they are talking about money, they are talking about services. So when the salesperson thinks that, okay, this customer is interested, they create an opportunity record. And on the opportunity record, they mention the product which they are planning to sell to the customer or customer has shown interest in. They display the amount. What is the total amount of this sales? What is the expected amount? What is the timing by which this deal can be closed? Okay. What is the quotation we are sending it to them? What is the price we are applying to them? All these things will happen on the opportunity. So no matter whether you are selling your service, whether you are selling your product, opportunity is something which you require in your business. Third is your case. Suppose if you sold something, whether you sold your service, whether you sold your product, you provide after sales support to your customer. And when I say providing after sales support, which means you sold your product to your customer and they suppose I sold refrigerator to my customer and they complain that your refrigerator is not working properly, it is sparking, or they may give you some suggestion that why don't you make double door fridge? Why don't you add something so that I can take the ice without opening the gate of the refrigerator? So any kind of a complaint, information, suggestion, all these things which we are receiving from the customer, that creates a record in case. And this case is connected to account. So at any point of time, if I need to see that, okay, I sold 10 product to this customer, then whether this customer is happy or not. So what you will do, you will see that whether there's any complaint, there's any case record with a complaint type is available for this customer or not. If there is no complaint, which means the customer is happy. If we need to check that what else we can do to enhance our business, okay, in that case, you can go and check in your case that, okay, what all case records we have where customer has suggested something, they have given some idea. So that's how the case object can be used. The last one is your campaign object. Campaign object is for marketing. Suppose if we have to do Facebook marketing, Instagram marketing, email marketing, if we have to do roadshow, if we have to do bannering, any kind of marketing which you do, that all marketing stuff will be dragged in campaign object. You create a record, and by creating a record, it will check that, okay, suppose if you are running an email marketing, you added 400 contacts which are already there in your Salesforce, that, okay, these are my target audience. Now, out of 400, how many of them shown interest in your product? To how many customers you sold the product? Okay, so all these data will be available in the campaign object, so that at the end of the campaign, because when you create a campaign, you decide this is an investment I have done in this campaign. This is what I'm expecting as a revenue from this campaign. So at the end date, suppose if the campaign is running for 1 month, then after 1 month, by going into the campaign record, I can easily check that, okay, I invested 10,000 rupees. I expected 50,000 from this campaign. Then on that record, it will tell you how much you have sold by running this campaign. So in this way, the company can easily take the ROI of that particular campaign. And if they are running multiple campaigns, with the kind of response they receive on various campaigns, they get to know what campaign they should continue, what campaign they should shut down, because that is not working, that is not returning any revenue. In the right hand side, you can see how many leads we have generated, how many of them we have converted, how many of customers responded, how many opportunities we have created, how many opportunities we have won, what is the total value of the opportunity, and out of total value, how much we have already acquired, how many already won. So this number will tell you that your expected was this and this was you get. So whether this campaign was successful or it's a loss.
Okay, yeah, got it. Thanks.
So we will see how many different types of data type available while creating a field. Fields are just like a column in your table. So first of all, when you understand that this is one account object and you have multiple fields, whenever you create a new object, any custom object, there are few default fields which will be automatically added as soon as you create a new custom object, and those fields are called audit fields, and they are created by, last modified by owner. Okay, these are some of the fields which will automatically added when you create a new custom object. Now let's go to the object manager once again, and how do you create a new object? So for that, you can click on create and click on custom object. That's one way. Second, you go to home, create custom object. These are two places from where you can create it. There are other places as well from where you can create custom object. I can show you one more. When you go to schema builder, Here you can drag and drop and you can create an object. So there are multiple places from where you can create an object. Normally, I prefer to go to Object Manager, click on Create and create on Custom Object. That's one way. There is one more option called Custom Object from Spreadsheet. Suppose you have a spreadsheet where you have data and you have a column heading and you want to create a new object with the help of that spreadsheet. And at the same time, you want that spreadsheet data to be inserted in that object. So in that case, you will follow this option. So today we will learn custom object. This is something which you need to try it yourself. I'll teach you this custom object. So we'll go to custom object, and this is a form which will appear when you are creating a custom object. So in the insurance industry,
Sorry, sir.
what
Sure.
exactly
Uh,
what exactly you are, because the purpose of creating an object is to store some data. And which type of data? The kind of data which cannot be stored in standard objects.
Employee ID.
Customer
Employee
name.
ID is just a value. Okay.
your name.
Understand one thing, that when we purchase Salesforce, we have a standard object. So we have account, contact, opportunity, case, campaign, and all those things. So you can store
Order.
data in those objects as well. But the custom objects will be created in a scenario where you want to store a data, and that data cannot be stored in any of the standard objects. It is a completely different entity altogether. So I have created a student custom object. I can show you that, but I want a new name from a new industry. That okay, from this industry, this is kind of a unique information about something which we want to store in custom object.
We can use college, university, that too will work, right?
Suppose if you want to hold the details of universities, okay, and you think that in the standard object you cannot hold that value. So in that case, you can go ahead and create a custom object like universities, university, and the plural name will be
University.
So now when we given the name, we need to describe that what is the purpose of this custom object. And guys, remember one thing, it is very, very important that you fill the description for object, for fields, anything which you create or develop. You will find a description box everywhere. And it is important for you to enter the description that what is the purpose of this object. Because right now, while creation, you know the use case, you know why you are creating it, what is the purpose of it. But 3 years, 5 years down the line, you may forget it, that why you have created this object. This object is essential maybe right now, maybe 2 years, 3 years down the line, there is no utilization of this data. So at that point of time, how do you get to know that what is the purpose of this object? So data archiving is also one of the activity which an admin has to do. Something which is not useful, remove it from the system. University information can be stored in the account object as well. Okay, because account, see, if you are into education side, so in your education side, you can use university values to store data in account object as well. You don't need a separate object for that. So that's the reason I told you that till the time you can store and you can use your standard object, you should not create a new one. You need to only create a new one in scenarios wherein you don't have any other option. No standard object can address your requirement, then only you can go to custom one. But right now, just for the example, I am creating this university object. to explain you what information you need to fill in and what box will give you what kind of features and functionalities. So I am adding a description that this object will hold information about all the university with which we have a tie-up. Okay. Now, going back here, this is one field which you can create before, like you can define before creation of the object. Suppose if I'm creating any, if I'm storing any data, okay, for every record, having a unique value is very important. And if you have to type in the text format, typing a unique value all the time will be difficult, and sometimes we don't track it and we end up duplicating the value. So the best thing would be that you can create a automatic number for every record so that that number will be unique value for every record. So here I will create a field called university number. Every university, I'll give a unique number to that university for my understanding. And instead of making this field as text, I can make it auto number. Now, while creating an object, this is the only field which you can create. And this is only holding two type of value. Either it will hold text or it will hold auto number. When you select auto number, it will automatically generate a number for every record. You don't need to give any number. It will automatically generate a unique number for all your record, which you will store in this object. So right now I'm making it auto number and I am making it UNO dash. I want a format like this for every auto number and it should start with number 1. Now it will, the first record will be 0000001, then 2, then 3. It will automatically give you a unique number to every record. You don't need to do anything. And this is the number. This is a format which this auto number field has to follow. Is it clear? So first record will be UNO dash whatever number of zeros we have here, and then at the end 1, then 2, then 3 and 4. So that way every record will have a unique number. Now coming back to the optional feature. Optional features are very important and you need to understand every option carefully. First is allow reports. Allow reports means that whatever data you are storing in this table or in this object, if at any point of time, if you want to filter out the data and if you want to create a report from that data, if you want to do that, then for that object, you have to always check this thing, allow reports, so that you can create reports on this object data any given point of time based on your requirement. Next is allow activity. Now, when I say activity, which means that suppose if you are creating a university record, so with that university, you may make a call to them. You may send an email to them. You may fix up an appointment with that university. So if you are creating an object where on every record, you are making some transaction with that entity. So those transactions needs to be recorded for every record separately. Those activity has to be recorded. And I have given you a few examples. The activity could be that you are making a call, you are sending an email, you are sending an SMS, you are fixing up an appointment. So whatever activity you are doing, in order to record those activity, you need to click on this allow activity so that every record you have this option to record activity pertaining to that specific record. Now, the third option is track history, field history. As I mentioned in the very beginning to answer Sravan's question, that if you are creating an object and your records in that particular record, there are certain values which are very important and you don't want everybody to change it. Rather, you want to audit that change. What kind of audit? You want to know that who made the changes, when the changes has been done, what was the old value, what is the new value. If you want to do that kind of a tracking on some of the fields in your object, then you have to select track field history. And I'll tell you that on any object, you can track maximum 20 fields, not more than that. Allow in chatter group, which means, do you allow the records of these objects to be added in the chatter group? Say yes. Now, the next section is object classification, which is completely for development. For now, I am checking all these because we need to allow sharing. Sharing means I can share my record of this object with someone else. Allow bulk API access, streaming API access. Bulk API access and streaming API access means that suppose if I'm connecting my Salesforce with a third-party application or some other application, and if I need to share the data of this object with that other system, then we need to enable the bulk API and streaming API so that whenever they request any information from this object, that can be sent back to them. If these are not checked, you cannot send that information back to them. Next is deployment status. Deployment status means that suppose if you are creating an object, you have not finalized it, that okay, is it ready for the business users or not? So if you are in a construction phase, if you are in a phase where you are developing that object, you are not yet completed, then you can make it in development. If you are done with your object creation, you can select deployed, because unless you make it deployed, it will not be accessible for the business users. The next option is search status. If you remember, guys, we type a keyword in the global search and we search for a particular record from all the objects. If you don't want your object data to be available for any kind of searching via global search, then you leave it unchecked. But if you want that the way we can search records based on a keyword on other objects, these objects, the data of this object can also be searchable. So in that case, you can click allow search. Add notes and attachment related list to default page layout. Now, what is notes and attachment? Imagine that you have an application which is used in hospital and you have an object called patient data. Now, for every patient, you may see various reports are coming, various prescriptions are coming, and there are other types of medical document which may come. And if you are maintaining your patient data in Salesforce in a particular object, then you need a functionality where you can attach their reports, their prescription, and other medical paper, a soft copy of that paper in that record, so that at any point of time, if you are opening that customer record, you will see all their documents and you can easily recall that, okay, what you have talked about with this patient last time and all those things. So if you need that kind of functionality, you can select this. And the last one is launch new custom tab wizard after saving the custom object. Now, as I mentioned in the previous class, that if you are creating an object and if you're not creating any tab for that object will not be visible for the business user. So in order to make any particular object visible to the business user, you have to create a tab for that. So if you want to run that wizard of tab creation, as soon as you click on save, you can check this box and you can click on save. Now, when you click on save, it will take you to the tab wizard. And in the tab wizard, we have selected the object. We will select a diagram depending on whatever diagram we want. Click on next. Now, there are two options. Apply one tab visibility to all profile. Now, tab should be visible to all profile in the same way, or different profile will have different tab visibility. There are three options for the visibility of tab: default on, default off, and tab hidden. And I'll show you what is the difference between default on, off, and tab hidden. If you are making it default on, which means that on the top line, you will see that tab. And if the number of tabs are too many, under more, you will see that tab. If you make it default on, it will visible here. If you make it default off, then the tab will be there. But in order to go to that tab, you need to click on App Launcher. And in App Launcher, you need to find the tab here. Suppose you don't see any tab here with the name called, okay, there are so many tabs here. But if you want to search for a tab which is default off, then you need to go to View All. And here are the tabs. You can see there are a lot of tabs and they are not visible on the top line. So these are called default off. And the ones which appear here is default on. And the third option is tab hidden, which means the tab will not be visible to anyone. Clear? Any confusion in default on, off, and tab hidden?
Yes.
Okay.
In
Now,
what kind of business scenario?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, can I complete?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was asking, in what kind of business scenario will we required to keep the tab hidden? I mean, if it's not visible anywhere.
See, there are certain scenarios wherein you want to store data that is not useful for the business users, but it is useful for admins and developer to do some automation based on the value we store about a particular entity. Suppose if you are talking about some customized calculation where we need some data, where we get some data, say let me take an example. Suppose you have a master application where you have the percentage of density of your product, and while selecting the product and while calculating the price, you want that density to be considered. And you have created a separate table where you have different density table, different density level, and based on the density level, the pricing will be decreased or increased by certain percentage. So I have created a table in the background for that to store the data, and that is not visible to the business user because they have no concern about it. It is a business requirement that business user should not see that calculation, that table, but the calculation of the money should happen based on the density. So at that point of time, that table can be tab hidden so that the table will. In the previous screen, we have described the accessibility of the tab or the visibility of the tab for the profiles, but now we will decide whether this tab will be visible for a particular application or not, because we are creating applications for different departments. Some department may require it, some department may not. So whichever department requires and accessing a particular app, you can make them check. And if they are not requiring this tab, you can uncheck. So by accessing that app, you cannot see that tab. And once we've done it, click on save. And now, as we have created the university object, it looks like similar. You have all the left-hand side option. Right hand side, you will see all these. And when you go to field and relation, you can see that university number is something which you have created by, last modified by, and owner ID. These are automatically appear for you, and they are connected to user. So that's the reason the user is also not being deleted, because once the user owning a particular record, if you delete them, the ownership will go away. So you don't know who was the owner of it. Okay, and when you are requesting any data, then these index field will be used to access that data quickly. Suppose you have an index field wherein half of the field, like alphabetically arranged or numerically arranged. Suppose if you have 10,000 record with the index field number and they have serial number 1 to 1000. And while accessing your data, if you are using that index field, that okay, I need data which is having a value called 925. So in this case, what will happen in the background, that the searcher will directly remove all the data. Okay, like it is suppose 1,000 records, and it will break half. It will make a half of the records. 500 records, it will not search. It will go in the next 500. Again, in the next 500, it will see that the number is 900. Again, it will divide into two parts. So basically, the searching is easy on index field.
Yeah,
So
got it.
to make, yeah.
But I had to have a question, right? When we were looking for all the objects, for some of the object index was not checked, and for some of the object it was checked, right? So where basically we use or we tick mark this one, whether this should have the index or not.
There are certain default fields which are automatically indexed. If you want to make any field index, you can request Salesforce and that can be done.
Okay.
Because when you are marking any field and index, the storation, the way the data is stored for that object is completely different. So when you read about the architectural, backend architecture, how the data is stored and saved, then you will understand that when you're marking any field index, that means they are creating a separate table in the background. And they are arranging the data based on that index value. So if you are searching for some data by writing some query and clauses, then it decides that which index table it should go to get the faster data. So that is a background thing. So with every account record, you are communicating, correct? If you have an account record, you will communicate with that account. You send email, you call them up and all those things. Yes, no, anything?
Yeah.
So when you are communicating with the records which you have in the object, in that case, you can make activity allowed. I'll show you one example. If you go to opportunity, and if I go opportunity here, structure. So here you can see that you can create a task, you can make a call, you can set up an appointment, and you can send an email. So when you are interacting with the record, when your data in the object is such that you are interacting with that data, it is kind of a human or maybe a person which is sitting in the other side with whom you will be interacting, like the example we have universities. So you have to interact with the university. Your data is such that you will have multiple communication between that record and you, between your university and your business. So in that case, whenever there is a conversation or a transaction between both the records and the business, then allow activity is essential. Now, when you talk about tracking, so I'll show you. Now, here you can see this is one field where I can see the stage is need analysis, amount is this, probability is this. Wait, sorry. Where is this? Where? 1 minute, I will try and get the example for you. So like you have account history, you have a zero record. And suppose if I'm changing it to, I'm not sure whether this field is being tracked or not, but if it is tracked, it will show you the change. Let me check. No, this field is not tracked. Let me check which fields are tracked. 1 second. I'll go to account, field and history, set history tracking. And in the history tracking, you can see the industry is tracked. Industry is the only field which is tracked. So what I'll do, I'll go here, go to the detail. And where's the industry? This one. I'll change April to banking. Save. So now you can see that the field is tracked. And as soon as I made the change in that, it captures the change. So if there are certain important fields in a particular object where you want to track the changes, in that case, you need to make track field history enable so that you can see under the history of that object that when the change is being done by whom, original value, new value. Otherwise, if anybody will make any change in your record, you won't be able to identify who made the change, when and what. As soon as you complete that object creation, a new object in the background will be created and the object name will be whatever the name of the object, like your object name is university. So there's an object in the background which will automatically created university history, because whenever you make any change after selecting the fields, if you're making any change in that field, in that history object in the background, a record will be created and that history object data will be displayed as this one. Because Salesforce, as I told you in the first class, everything is a record in Salesforce. So if you're checking track field history, then at that point of time in the background for that particular object, a new object will be created, which will be the object name and space and history. So that will create record whenever the change will happen. And that will reflect like this. If you add this related list on the field history, same goes with activity. That if you are checking the activity, then for activity also there's a separate object created for you, because all the things which are displayed on the page, they are somewhere stored in the object, and as they are stored in the object in the form of a record, that's the only way Salesforce can make it visible for you on any layout. Okay, there are multiple types of field which you can create, which will hold a different type of data.
Yeah.
Now, when we talk about relation, what is the relation? That you are related with your father, you are related with your sister, you are related with other relatives. In the same way, when we have to set up a relation between two objects, that okay, contact is related to account, case is related to account, opportunity is related to account. So when you have to create a relation, then you create two type of field, lookup and master detail. So right now, created by, which means the person, last modified by, that is again a person, owner is again a person. Now person will be who? The one who has the account in Salesforce, the one who is created as a user in Salesforce. So in these three fields, we will take user value. Suppose if you are coming here, suppose here, Rakesh Agarwal is what? A user. So if I have to change the owner, I'll click here, and where it will search? It will search in the user file, in the user object. So I'm changing the owner, suppose like this. In the same way, the person who will create a record, that is again a user.
This is
A person
this is what I want to know, that if you have created the that object, why the name is not showing over there? It's showing user. Maybe someone is the user.
user is an object.
Okay.
And we are setting up a relation with university and user, because whichever records you are creating in any object, that record has to have an owner. That record has been created by somebody. So who is that somebody? That somebody information is there in the user object. I am simply connecting it with university. Is it clear?
When we go inside, then we'll get to know that who's the owner.
I'll show you one minute. Hold on. Suppose if I go to university, let me create one more field so that you will get an idea. These are the data types. So I am creating a field. So now when we create a record in this,
you have created with the university name. Okay.
Owner, as I am logged in into Salesforce, who is the logged in person? I, Rakesh Agarwal. So when I click on new on any object, I become the owner by default, and in the created by and last modified by, my name will appear because I am the one who's creating it. Now, if you go to any record, if you don't set up a relation between that object and user, how can a name will be listed on that? How do you get to know that who created this record? So it's a relation field. Lookup bracket user means that we are looking for a user record.
Okay.
And suppose
who the user is, and the user is one.
So if you need data from a different table, you need to add a relationship. So I have created a record, and you can see that the auto number already assigned a number created by who created it, because I am logged in, Rakesh Agarwal, and I am clicking on new and creating it. So that's the reason my name is listed under created by. Rakesh Agarwal is what? A user record.
User.
Same owner. So these are holding the name of the person who's creating and modifying it, and who is the actual owner of the record. So that's the reason this data will be available in a separate object. So the default relation will be established. It is just a field. I have created university object to store data about all the university, and what all data, what all properties we will store: university name, address, phone number, fax, and all those things. So in order to hold that data, I need to create field. For now, I'm deleting this record. So suppose now you understand how to create a custom object, how to create a tab for it. Now, in that object, whatever properties, whatever values you want to store. Yes, guys, question. Read about Salesforce. They learn about all those things. Very good, guys. Keep going on. Keep coming your questions. I'll answer the questions if I'll be at a stage where we can answer it and it will be beneficial for all. If the topic is about to cover, I may stop you for some time, and then once the topic is covered, then you can once again ask the question. So if there's any topic which I left, you can let me know, and I can add that topic as well for your benefit. Okay, guys. So now, as we understand what is object creation and how to create it, and from where all we can create it, okay. Now we'll understand how to create a field, which is very, very easy, and just focus on few of the pointers. So when you need to create a field, you go to that object, you go to field and relationship, click on new. When you click on new, suppose you have to store the what telephone number of the university. So these are the data types which are available for you to create a record. And you can see that these three are relational fields. This is auto number field. This is a formula field. And this is a roll-up summary. Roll-up summary is only applicable in case of master detail. Just to give you a hint. And for every data type, you can see the description is already there. So you don't need to even ask me what is this data type will do, what kind of value the field will hold. It is already explained here. So when you are completing this class, go back and read these one by one. You can easily get, they are self-explanatory though. Okay. So right now we have what? Checkbox, which means that out of 5 value, you want 1 value. Okay. True, false, something like that. Currency, you know all, to store amount or field which will talk about currency, money. Date and date time is self-explanatory. Email, you know it. Geolocation is holding the location, your altitude and latitude. Number is self-explanatory. Percent, you know. Phone number, you know. Pick list and multi-pick list is, pick list will give you a list of values from which you can select one value at a time. And in case of multi-pick list, out of the entire list, you can select more than one value at a time. Text, you all know, it is holding alphabet. For the text, we have various versions and the limitations are also here. This will for 255 characters. This will be for 1,31,072 characters. This will also hold characters and images and other things as well. And this is for encryption. If you want to store some data in like star format, you can use text encrypted. You know time, what is time, and you know URL, what URL will do. So all these fields are self-explanatory. So right now I am creating a phone number field to store university contact details or a university mobile number. So university mobile number. Now here you can see the API name is automatically appear and all the spaces are removed with underscore. If you don't want underscore, you can remove underscore and you can keep it like this. So it's up to you guys what API name you want. Okay. And here you can type the description. Go in the description, this field store university mobile number. Now, help test is very important. Suppose if you are creating a field and for the front-end users, if you want to help them understand what kind of value they should enter in this. So you can type this thing in the help text. Like I can type enter mobile number. Now what will happen as I have entered this text in the help text, this I type of icon will appear. And here you can see enter a label to be used on displays, page layouts, reports, and list view. So what it does, it explains the value, whatever you are filling in this field, where all it will appear. So it's a kind of a help given to you. In the same way, when you're creating a field and if you want this I type of icon with this type of description, then you can type it. So that way it is helpful for the end users, for the business users. Now required checkbox means if you check this box, whenever you create any record, either you are creating from the user interface, either you are pushing your data from backend, or either you are pushing data from any other mechanism. If you do not fill the value of this field, the record cannot be saved. So if you want to make the field required, you can check it. If you don't want to make the field required, you can leave it blank. The next option is auto add to custom report type. As report type capacity is enabled in this object. So for every object, when you select allow report, in that case, a report type will be created for that object, which we will discuss in the reporting chapter in detail. And if a report type for an object is created, anytime when you're creating a new field, you want that field to be automatically added in that report type, so that when you are creating the field will be available to be added in the reports. Now, the next option is default value. Suppose if you want that whenever you create a new record, okay, no matter if you are entering the mobile number or not, you want a default value to be appear automatically. Suppose if I want, whenever the mobile number field appears, these 9 numbers of zeros will automatically appear in that field. I can change it while creation of the record, but if I don't enter it, these default value will always there in the record. I'll show you an example, don't worry. So once you fill up this form, click on next. Boom. What is this? Invalid data. Formula results in data type number incompatible expected data 4. Okay. So this will not accept. Okay, and let's do one thing. I'll show you that part in a different field. Don't worry. So once you fill up the form, then you define that, okay, whether this field is visible to a particular profile or not. Now in Salesforce, you have a security at all the levels. When you're defining the object, you define whether the object is visible to a particular profile or not. Now, even if the object is visible to a profile, if you don't want to display a particular field to that profile, you can check or uncheck the field. If you want to make it visible, you can check the boxes. If you don't want to make it visible for some profile, you can simply leave it unchecked. Now, there's another option called read only. Sometimes you want that value to be visible, but you don't want that profile people to edit that value of that field. So in that case, you can select visible and you can select read only. So in that case, what will happen? Anybody who is in this profile, they can see this field, but they cannot change value of this field. Okay. Now we'll move next. Do you need this field on the page layout? Should it be visible to the business user when they are creating a record? If your answer is yes, you can check it so that the field will be visible for users to enter a value. And then click on save. If you want to create multiple fields, you can click on save and new so that the field creation wizard will once again start. So I'm clicking on save. Okay. Now I'm creating a new field, which is a number field. And this is university area code. This is a unique code which is given to all the university. So I am creating this field, and this time I'm giving values, something like this. Now again, here you can see in the number field, the checkboxes are multiple. Required, you all know what is required. Unique means that if you are entering any value in this field, the same value cannot be entered in any other record in this object. It should be unique across all the record in this object. External ID, I'll explain you when we talk about data management. AI prediction, which means this field stores AI prediction scores. AI means artificial intelligence. When artificial intelligence will happen, do you want to write a score or do you want to prioritize the record? If yes, you can check this box. And the remaining two options, you know it very well. And in the number field, you can define the length. If you have a decimal value, the complete length is 18. If you want a decimal value, then you can you can reduce the number like 16 to, if you need 2 decimal value. If there is no decimal value required, you can simply make it 18. If you want a value which should not be more than 5, then you can make a length as 5. Next. Again, we are defining the profile level visibility of the field. Next. On the page layout, do we need this? Yes, no. And then click on save. Now, if I go here, and if I create a record, you can see the record is appearing like this. And in the university area code, number 0 is appearing as a default value. Okay. Now, suppose if I want mirrored university. Now here you can see the help text is appearing, enter mobile number. So I'm entering the mobile number as my number. And if you want to change this code, though the default value is appearing, but if you want to change it, I can change it to 20089. And I can save it. Now the record is created, auto number is assigned 2. Why? Because we have created one record and deleted it. But Salesforce will keep track of it. So that's the reason it is giving 2. And rest everything, you know it very well. Now, if you need to make a call or do any activity, you can do it from here. And in the related, you can see notes and attachment where you can upload files and store it. Got it? Now, this is the layout, page layout for that object. Yes. Tell me. Going on universities. Opening this record. And this field is appearing here. So there are multiple things which you can do on a page layout, and we'll discuss it today as well. Don't worry. Okay. So till now, I would suggest everyone, all of you, to create an object and create different types of field and try to store data so that you will get an idea that how it works. Now, if we understand how to create an object, how to create a field, suppose if you delete any field, it will appear in deleted field. Now, how to set the history, as we talked about history tracking. So for that, you can click on, go to the object, go to field and relationship, go to set history tracking. And I want to track the university code and name. Now, once I enable it, I can go to the page layout, because if you can see in the related, I don't see the history. It's only notes and attachment. So for that, I can go to university and I can add that object in the related list. So in the left hand side, if you want to add any field, button, action, and if you are relating this object with some other object, and if you want to see that data, go to related and drag and drop the university history here. Save it. Yes. Once you do it, it will appear in the related tab. University history. Now we have tracked 2 fields, university name and university code. So now I am going to change the code as 200 instead of 200, 21189. Save. A new entry will be done. This value is changed from this to this at this time, this date. Understood, guys, how to track the history? How many fields we can track on? So guys, we understood how to create a custom object, how to create a field. Now, the way you are creating a field in the custom object, in the same way, if you have to create a field in the standard object, you can simply go to that standard object and you can go to field and relation. And by clicking on new, you can create a new field under any standard object as well. There's no difference at all. Okay. Is it clear to everyone?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
So now let's come back to this PPT thing. So object is kind of a table which stores the data about a particular information. And the hierarchy will be standard object, custom object. And in every object, be it standard or custom, we have a field. The fields are all standard and custom. Standard, which is given, custom, which we create. Close relation and or loosely coupled and tightly coupled relationship. Now, when I say loosely coupled means that a child record can exist without a parent. And when I say tightly coupled means the child cannot exist without a parent. The example is that a child cannot be without a parent. Every child has their parent, father and mother. That is called master detail. When we talk about tightly coupled relation, that relationship in Salesforce called master detail, that every child should have a parent. Without parent, the child cannot exist. And in case of master detail, the owner of the record will always be the master. Suppose if I have two records, two objects, wherein they are related with each other. One is master and other one is detail or the child. So the field, the relationship field will be created on the child object because a child need an association with a parent. It will not be other way around. So suppose if I am on a case object, a case cannot exist without an account because I am only supporting to people who are either my customer, partner, vendor, supplier. I do not address question or I do not provide support to anyone else through our support channel. I'm not talking about the prospect, but suppose if I need to give post-sales support, I will only give that support to my customer. I will not give support to anyone else. So a case is a child and an account is a parent. And a case record cannot exist without an account. You cannot create a case where there is no account tag. I'm just giving an example. So in this kind of relationship is called master detail relationship. Now, the second relationship, which is a loosely coupled relation, wherein a child can exist without a parent. An example of that is account and contact. A contact can exist without an account. Normally what happens? Account is a company and all the contact associated with that account are the employee of that company. Suppose if I am selling, I'm into B2B business. I am selling a product to Reliance company. But that does not mean that I'm selling directly to Mukesh Ambani. No. Somebody from the Reliance company is talking to me for that purchase. And that person is an employee of Reliance. So I will store information of that employee as a contact under account. But there are some freelancers as well. They are not associated with any particular company.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a Salesforce certification course which will enable you to learn tech stack for both administrator and app builder. Through this course, you'll learn the Salesforce workflow, process builder, Apex, Java Swing, app development, and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth with the Salesforce tech stack.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the role of the role hierarchy in Salesforce? Your options are A. Managing user profiles, B. Controlling access to records, C. Creating custom objects, and option D. Designing page layouts. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move back to our session.
So in that case, a contact can be created without an account. So that relation is called lookup relation. And the concept of master detail is called one-to-many. Okay, and there's another relation type, many-to-many. Now, when we say many-to-many means, suppose I am into an education industry and I'm running a institute. And in that institute, one student, there are two entities. One is student entity and the second entity is course. So one student can enroll in multiple courses and one course can be enrolled by multiple students. So when both the entities can have multiple child records, then that kind of a relation is called many-to-many relation. And in order to establish many-to-many relation, you have to create a middle object in between two objects. Suppose here I am storing the data of student in a student object and I'm storing the data, I'm storing the details of all the courses which I'm offering in a separate custom object. Now I need to set up a many-to-many relation. In that case, I will create a new object which is in between student and courses, which is enrollment. And that enrollment object will be connected with student and courses via master detail relationship. And whenever we create any many-to-many relation and the object, the middle object which we are creating, that middle object is called junction object. Though it is a normal custom object, but conceptually, we call it a junction object. And junction objects are those type of custom objects where you have more than one master detail field or a master detail relationship. Normally, every or any custom object where you have to build a tightly relation of that object with another object, we create a master detail relationship and they have only one master detail field. But in case when you apply the many-to-many relationship theory and you create a middle object between two objects and that object having two master detail, wherein one field is connected with student and the other master detail field is connected with course, then that relationship is called many-to-many and the middle object is called junction object. So how to identify a junction object? Any custom object which has two master detail fields, that object is called junction object. Though it is look like a normal custom object, but theoretically, it is a junction object. And the other type of relation which I talked about, loosely coupled relation. in loosely coupled relation, I've already given you the example of account and contact, where a contact can exist without an account. And in order to create a loosely coupled relation, you have to create a field again on the child object, and that relationship will be called lookup relation. So when you create a field, you will see there are two types of relation, rather three, but first we'll understand those two types. One is master detail and one is lookup. So the master detail is the tightly coupled relation and lookup is a loosely coupled relation. There are multiple relations which are created based on these two, but these are the primary relation which Salesforce allows us. People create self-relationship, hierarchical relationship, but ultimately in order to establish any theoretical relation, we have to either use master detail or lookup relationship. Is it clear? Guys,
Yes.
is it clear? Or is it confusing? What happened, guys?
Yeah, it's clear.
Completes. It's clear? Very good. So now we'll see how to create this relation. Suppose I want to connect the university with account. And I want that, okay, every university should be connected to an account, though practically does not make any sense. But just to display you how to create a relationship field, I am taking this example. So right now, first I'll go to the child object where I have to establish the relation. So I'll go to university. Now in this relationship, account is the parent and university is the child object. So I'll go to the child object where I have to establish a relation. I'll go to field and relationship. I'll click on new and I can click on master detail. Next, I will select who will be our parent. Account will be our parent. So we'll select the object name, which will be treated as a parent object. Then next, again, the same thing. Description, help desk. Now allow reparenting. This checkbox is used in case of master detail, because suppose if you create a relation between account and university, account being the parent and university being the child. So whoever owns or whoever is the owner of the account record, that will by default become the owner of university record, which is connected with that account. Now, in case if you want that, okay, right now, X person is the owner of the record. And if you want a capacity to change the owner. So in that case, you need to check this box, allow reparenting. Child record can be represented to other parent record after they created, which means when you create a university record, whichever account you will select, the owner of that account will by default become the owner of the child. So there is no ownership field on the child record. Now, sharing setting. Now what happens that there are two things. One, read only and read write. First talk about read write. Allow users with at least read write access to the master record to create, edit, delete related detailed record. So suppose if you have a read write access on the master, should you get the capacity to create, edit and delete your child record? Now, when you say child or the detailed records, both are same. So what kind of access do you want to grant on your university records if the parent of the university will have a read access or read and write both access? So you will define that. I will keep it read write for now, and I'm allowing reparenting. You are aware of this part. Now, let's talk about the lookup filter. Lookup filter means that when you are selecting the parent on any university record, if you want that only active accounts will be appearing in the field. When you are creating the university record, you don't want any inactive account. Suppose you want to avoid the appearance of inactive account. In that case, you can click on show filter, and here you can apply the filter. That okay, if the account and active equals to yes, I will only get those accounts while creating a university record where the account active field is true. Yes. You want it to be required, you can select required. If you want to make it optional, that okay, active record will be visible, but that does not mean that inactive record cannot. It will display both. So in that case, you can make it optional. If you want this filter to be active, then you need to check this box so that anytime when you create a university record, only active accounts will be visible. If you don't want any filter criteria, you can disable it. You can uncheck this thing and this filter will not apply. All type of account will be visible. For now, I am keeping it like this. Yes. Again, it's a master detail. So whenever you create a master detail field, there are a couple of things which you need to understand. When you create a master, whoever is the owner of the master, that same person by default becomes the owner of the child record. When you create a master detail field on a child object, that field become required on the page layout. You have to fill that value while creating a child record. Otherwise, you cannot save the record. Whatever security applies on the master record, that same security will by default apply on the child record as well. And whenever you create a master detail, the record which are created as a child record, those records will be visible on the parent record under related list. And only in case of master detail, you can create roll-up summary field on parent side, not on the child side, on the parent side. And roll-up summary field can give you 4 capacity. You can count, you can summarize, you can find the maximum or the minimum. These are the 4 functions which you can apply on the child record of any parent. Suppose if you are creating multiple university under an account and you need to know how many universities are listed under one account. So you create a roll-up summary field on the account object and you can select the method as count. What to count? The number of child university record to be counted and display the number. If you want to see that if you have a field on the university that revenue collected. So if you want to see that how much revenue we have totally collected for all the university under one particular account. So you can, in the roll-up summary field on an account, you can use a sum field and you can calculate, you can aggregate the amount field or the revenue field and display the total revenue on the account record. So this kind of features is available in case of master detail relationship. Okay, these are very important points and common points which is being asked in the exams very frequently. Okay. Now, next, page layout, it is automatically added, so you cannot change it. Okay. Do you want to display it as a related list? Yes, no. Normally it is yes. Save. Cannot create master detail because it already has a records. Now, understand guys, if you already have records on a particular object and if you are trying to create master detail, you cannot do that because by rule, every record in that object should have a master value. Now, as we have not created the relationship in the beginning, and now we realize after creating a record that, okay, we can set up a relation like this. So in this case, you have two choices. First, you delete the record in that object, all the records, and then create a master detail. The second would be you create a lookup first, fill the value in the lookup field on all the existing record, and then convert that lookup field into master detail. So I will try the first option. I'll go to universities. I can see there's only one record. I'll delete this. And now I'll go back, save. Now the relationship is created. Master detail with which object? Account object. That's one way. Now, second way would be, let me delete this. When I delete any field, that does not delete permanently. It goes in recycle bin and it stays in recycle bin for 15 days. If you want, you can restore the field. If you want, you can delete. And if you do not do anything after 15 days, it will automatically be removed from Salesforce. So how to see and where to see the deleted field? Go to deleted field. This is the field. Undelete or erase. I want to erase it. I'm erasing it permanently. Now I'll once again go to university and I'll create a dummy record. Just a test to show you the second part. Some numbers are here and the code is say 2006. Save. Now I'll again go and create a master detail relationship, which is not allowed for me. So I'll create a lookup first. Lookup relation. Next. With account. Next. I'll make it as it is, everything. Next. Visible. Next. Save. Now I have created a lookup. Lookup is created because in lookup field, there is no mandate that you have to have a value in this field for all the records. But now in our case, as we already have a record in university, so you cannot directly create a master detail. So I've created a lookup. I go in this record. As we only have one record and I'm selecting any record in this. I have selected the value in this field and now I'll go to this relationship field, change field type, and I'm changing it to master detail. Allow reparenting, save. So now this field is converted from lookup to master detail. Why? Because all the existing record has value in this field. So I hope it is clear to all of you. If anyone has any question, please raise it now.
Rakesh, how many master detail relationships can we make?
2, maximum 2. You are assigning a profile to that user. And what that profile is one of the feature of security which restrict or which describe that a person can access which all features. So in security, we need to specify that, okay, who can see what? Not everybody required to see everything. Okay. And based on the requirement of that user, you need to provide access. And in security, there are multiple things which are coming. In security, you have role, profile, permission set, sharing setting, manual sharing, apex sharing. Okay. There are a lot of security related features which are available in Salesforce. And based on your requirement, you need to decide which feature to be used and when and where. Guys, when you purchase your house or when you live in a house, in your house you have door, you have locks. In fact, inside the house, if you have multiple rooms, in every room you have a door, you have a locking system. Okay. The same way, why do you have a locking system? So that if somebody is allowed to get into a house, that does not mean that that person can access every room. No. So in the profile, we define that, okay, you are now created as a user in Salesforce, which means you got the key to get into the house. But that does not mean that you can use all the resources in the house. You can get into every room. Sorry, somebody has question. Okay, so what I was saying that in the profile, what we define that you got a key to get into the house does not mean that you have access to all the rooms, all the assets which we have, or you are entitled to use anything and everything. So we bifurcate in the profile that, okay, if you are getting into the house, you have access to one room. You can only use sofa. You cannot use water filter. You cannot use the kitchen. So
Rakesh,
yeah,
yeah. Does Salesforce have a profile by default who have the access to all of the rooms in the house?
yes,
Uh,
that is called system admin. System admin is the one who has access to the entire house because he is the one who is managing the org. And if the access is not given to him, he cannot manage it.
Does he manage the access level of all the members? Like he can access that room only, or he?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. He is the one who is the superhero in your org. He has access to everything and he can manage anything. So you, once you hire as a Salesforce admin, you get a system admin rights. That means you are the Superman. Clear? So now the security is needed so that our house is protected. Our rooms are protected. Our amenities are protected, and it should not be misused by someone else. It should not be harmed by someone else. It should not be acquired by someone else. So the way we are concerned about these things and we are applying security at your home, in the same way in Salesforce, your company has valuable data. So by security, you're restricting people to only access data which is meaningful for them. Suppose if you talk about finance department, they are only concerned about their employee, their salary, and all that thing. They are not concerned about how much a company is making sales, how much a particular person is or how many prospects a particular sales guy is dealing with. They have no interest in that. So when you are designing your Salesforce for the finance team, whatever access, whatever fields they need to be visible, you will only make those fields visible to them, not all of them. Suppose if on an opportunity, there's an amount paid. Okay. You don't want that amount field to be visible to everyone because the one who is working on the opportunity and his manager is only required to access that. So don't give access to that field to everyone. Now, again, this will be decided based on a profile level. Okay. So security is very important in order to maintain the integrity of the data, in order to avoid any misuse of data, in order to avoid any kind of a destruction of your data, and it should not be sold to third party, to your competitor, so that they can utilize this and they can harm your company revenue or your company image. So security is very, very important for everybody, and the same thing applies to your applications as well. Securities are required for them as well. Now, when we talk about object level security, okay, there are three types of security: object level, field level, and record level. When we say object level, means that do you have access to the entire object or not? And an object, you have access like create, edit, read, delete. These are your object level access. And field level is whether the field is visible to you or not, whether the field is editable for you or not. So that is your field level visibility. In the same way, record level visibility is whether you have a read only access of a record, whether you have a read write both the access of the record, or whether you don't have access to the record. So in the same way, you can apply these type of security using various features in Salesforce. Now, when we say object level security, the object level security can be defined through profile, through permission set. And on the sharing setting also, you define the basic object level access. Now, when it comes to field level security, that can be given through profile, through permission. You can also set field level security on the page layout. You can also set field level security when you are creating the record, creating the field. Now, when it comes to record level security will be defined when you're setting up a relationship, and the record level security can also be defined via role, via hierarchy. Okay, so there are a lot of features and functionalities which are allowing you to give these type of security. Okay, just hold on for a minute. Sorry to put your call on hold. So now we'll understand the object level security. As I mentioned, that object level preventing a user from seeing, creating, editing, and deleting any particular object, and it is defined through profile and permission set. And it also defines the tab settings and object settings, that what kind of access you have for the tabs and object. And in the profile, you can easily do that. The same thing can be done through permission set. And the kind of access insert is not allowed. It's a wrong value. Read, write, delete, and update. These are the 4 options you have. I can show you here. So suppose if you go to any profile, I'm opening custom profile will have this checkbox, and standard one does not have any checkbox. So opening any one of them, and in the profile, there are sections like app and system. Under app, you go to object setting. And for any particular object, if you want to change the access type, you can go to that object. Like suppose I'm going to university object. So where is university? I can find it. So here on the university, you don't have any access at the object level in this profile. So I'll click here. And after clicking on it, I'll get this page. I can click on edit. Now see what all access I can grant from here. I can grant the tab access, on, off, hidden. I can grant the page layout access. And I can grant the object level permission. Read, create, edit, and delete. And there are two more options, view all and modify all. These options are applicable. Suppose right now, if you are giving read, create, edit, and delete rights on a particular profile for this object. Now, when you are giving any permission on an object for a particular profile, that means that if I'm assigning that profile to anyone, that person can create their own record, they can edit their own record, they can delete their own record, and they can create their own record. So when a profile grants you access about a particular object, that means they are granting access for creation, for editing, for deletion, and for reading to your own record, the record which you are owning as a owner of that record in that object. But in that case, you cannot see records which are created by someone else in the same object. Now, if your company wants that whoever is in this particular profile, they are not only entitled to create their own record, create record, edit and delete record, but they should also be able to see records in this object which are created by someone else, or the records which are owned by someone else. So if you want to only give them read rights for this profile, you can select view all. And if you want that, not only you can see others record on this object, but you should also be given a permission to edit the records which are not created by you in this object. So in that case, you can give modify all. That means that no matter who created a record in this object, you can see all the records and you can make changes in any of the records. Now, once you define the object level permission, you can scroll down and you can see the permissions related to field. You can define the field level permission, and there are two permissions per field: read access, edit access. Read access means you can only read the value in the field. Edit access means you can make change in that value as well. So once you define it, you can click on save. So right now, let's give this access, save. So now you understood how you can give access for a particular object via profile. The same thing can be done through permission set as well. And when permission set is used, suppose if you assign a profile to a particular person, and through profile you have given certain level of access to that user, but now that user require additional access more than the profile. So in that case, you can create a permission set and you can assign that permission set to that person so that he will get access whatever is mentioned in the profile, and along with that he will also get access of the features and the records and the objects which are granted through permission set. So if you go to any permission set, and if via permission set, if you have to give certain access on an object, so you can go to the custom permission, again go to object setting and give access in the same way, the way you are giving access through profile. There is no change. Okay, so it's clear. Now we know how to give object level access and from where we can give object level access and what all type of object level access can be granted to any user. Now, next thing, you can see that when there is a need to assign different type of access for the object to the user, you can use object level security. One object, one user can only view it, but the other user can create, edit, and delete. So when you assign different profile with different permission set, this kind of structure can be possible. And here it is mentioned that this permission can be granted through profile and permission set, which we have already checked. So there are multiple types of profile. And you know all these permission. Now, when you go to the profile, there are multiple types of permissions you can grant. Let's go back to the profile. So in a profile, it's not only that you can provide object level access, but you provide other level of access, that which all apps you can access, which all classes you can access, which all Visual Force pages you can access, which all flows you can access. And there are other permissions as well, that what will be your login hours, which means that if your company wants that, okay, whoever has this profile, they cannot log in after 5 o'clock in the evening. Or if they want that, okay, that person can only work from office, not from anywhere else. So whatever the password policy you can set for this. So there are plenty of things which you can set on a profile for a particular user. Now, when we compare profile and permission, anything but not everything which you grant through a profile can be granted through a permission set. There's a normal question which is asked in your interviews and in your exam, that what are the permissions which can be granted through a profile, but the same permission cannot be granted through permission set. So there are few of the permissions which can be granted through a profile, but that cannot be granted through permission set. And those are login IP range, session setting, password policies, default experience, IP range. And I will show you that. Let me open a little page. And here I have opened the profile. In this one, I will open permission set. Here you can see in the system category, we have only two options, system permission and service provider. However, if you go to profile, we have additional thing, login hours, login IP range, session setting, password policy, and default experience. So these are few of the permissions which can be granted through a profile, but these permissions cannot be granted through a permission set. Please keep a note of this question. It's very important. Again, the way we have a standard object and a custom object, in the same way we have a standard profile and a custom profile. Standard profiles are the one which is already created by Salesforce, and custom profiles are the one which you will create. And while creating a custom profile, you can clone any existing standard profile and then you can make changes in it, because in a standard profile, you don't get too much option to change. There is very limited change which you can do in standard profile. However, in custom profile, you can make any kind of change. And how to create a custom profile, I will show you. So if you go to profile, then click on new profile. You can select a profile from where you want to clone this profile. Suppose I'm taking system admin, and this, I'm naming this profile as sys Or let's name it as sys delegate. Okay, and I name it. So now I have created a new profile with a name called sys delegate, and now I can make changes in any of the section without any problem. And I can assign this profile to any new user. When a profile is created, and if you want to see that to how many people this profile is being assigned, so you can click on assign users and you can see the list of users who has this particular profile. In the quick find, we'll go to profile. And if you go to any of the profile, I think I have already shown you this thing last time as well, that if you go to any of the custom profile, standard profile will give you very limited possibility to change anything. So if you go to object setting, in the object setting, you will see the list of all the objects which are there. So imagine if you go to any of the object, let's say we'll go to object called students. Now, if you go to any of the object, you will see there are plenty of options available there. First, you can provide tab level access. Second, you will provide page layout access. Okay. Once again, I'm repeating, page layout assignment can also be done through profile, and I will show on the permission set as well. So page layout assignment, object level permission, and this is called field level permission, read access and edit access. So if both are checked, that means that you can read as well as you can edit. If you have only read, which means you can only see the value, you cannot make changes. If you have both, you can see it and edit it as well. So that's how I can provide field level access. That's one place. Second place is I can go to permission sets, and from permission set, I can open setting, and if I go to student object, so tab setting, record type setting, object permission, and this is field level permissions. All these things can be granted through this. These are two ways. Third, when you create any new field on any of the object, I'll show an example. Suppose if I'm creating a field, any field, I'm just naming it as my personal number. Okay, this is a phone number. The moment I click on next, your field access, whether this is visible to this profile or not. Only visible means you can read and edit. If you mark read also, that means it is only available for reading purpose, not to edit. This is third place. Third place, and then now fourth place is you can go to the page layout. And on the page layout, suppose if you don't want to showcase any field, you can remove it from the layout. So these are the ways where we can do some changes in terms of field. And if I talk about field on the page layout level, you can also make it read only and required. So if you make it read only, and then only you can read the value. If you make it required, which means you have to fill the value. Now, when we say required means that when you are creating any record from the user interface, then only this field is required. And there are multiple ways you can make a field required. First, when you're creating it, you have a required option, you can make it required. And that is called database required, which means that whether you're creating a record from the user interface or you are pushing the data from the backend, the value of that field is required all the time. You cannot skip it, else the record will not save. If you're making any field required from the page layout, that means that when you are creating a record in the object from the layout, from the page layout, then only this field is required. And the third way how you can make a field required, that is through validation rule. Validation rule will make conditional requirements. Suppose if you are selecting any opportunity as close one, and on that record you have not filled in the amount, which is as per the business process incorrect. Because if you are closing any opportunity as close one, that means you know the product, you know the amount. And if you are not filling that value, that means you are not supplying the right data in Salesforce. So by writing a validation rule, we can imply that field as required. So these are the three ways we can make a field required in Salesforce. Please write down this question because you will be asked that how and with what all methods we can make a field required. So this is the
Can you
answer.
repeat?
See, the question is that how you can make a field required. So there are three ways you can make a field required. First, when you are creating a field, there's a required option. Check that, and that field become required. That is called database required, which means no matter from which method you are creating a record, this field value should be there. Second, on the page layout, if you are making a field required on the page layout, that means if you are creating a data using the page layout, then you have to enter this value. Third, you can make a field required using validation rule. That will be your conditional required. That okay, if you are marking an opportunity as close one, you have to fill the amount field. Otherwise, it will not allow you to save the record. So that is called conditional required. So these are the three ways you can make a field required. So now we understood that how we can make a field security. Now, whenever you create any field, you can still see the security of that field. If you go to any field, set field level security, and then it will take you to the same place where you used to go in the wizard while creating field on the profile level access. And here you can change it as per your requirement. This is one place. Suppose if you want to see that what is field visibility in terms of page layout. So you can go to this, select the field, and here you can see what kind of field access you have on the page layout. Okay, one more thing I would like to tell you that suppose if you want to know that, okay, I have a field, but I don't know where all this field is used. Is it used in page layout, report? Is it called in some kind of a programming class or not? So if you want to know that about this class, you have a button called where is this used? And this will tell you that where all this field is being called up or referenced. So that way it is easy for you to get to know that, okay, where all this field is used. Because at the time when we need to remove certain fields, we need to first check that are they used in some of the critical implementation? What is the impact if we delete this? So in these kind of situation, you have to go to the field, click on the button, and you get to know it. Now, so we understood what is object level and what all we can do and from where all we can provide object level access. In the same way, we can go for a record level access. Now, record means the actual data. Suppose this is one of the record. Now, record level permissions can be granted through role. Now, how role is important? Because when you're assigning a role, okay, suppose you are a manager and there are 5 people reporting to you. So your designation, your role in Salesforce is manager. And under you, there are 4 people who are reporting to you. So when this kind of situation is there, your data, who is reporting to the manager, their data is visible to their manager, and the manager's data will be visible to his senior. So in the hierarchy, whoever is in the lower hierarchy, whoever you are reporting to, that reporting to person can see your records, whatever you are creating. That is one way of record sharing. Second way of record sharing is by designing a sharing rule. How do you design a sharing rule? And before understanding the sharing rule, understand the global record access definition. This is called sharing setting. Here you can see we have an organization-wide default. Organization-wide default means this is a common way, common permissions on a particular object, the way the record will be visible to people. This can be changed. So there are 2 categories, internal access and external access. Now, when I say internal access and external access means that people who are user in Salesforce, what kind of access they have, and people who are accessing Salesforce website. Suppose if you created a community, so on the community, whichever users are logged into the community, but they are not part of Salesforce user, those are called external users. And the third one is grant access using hierarchy. Now, there is a very common question which is asked very frequently, that I am your manager, but I cannot see your data for a specific object. Suppose, take an example, case object. Suppose I am your manager, you are creating records in the case object, but being a manager, as you are reporting to me, so I should be able to access your data. But for the case object, I'm not able to see your data. And the reason why it is not happening, because the grant access using hierarchy, this checkbox is unchecked. So if this box is unchecked, then as per the rule hierarchy, your manager will not be able to see your data, which you are creating in that object. Is it clear to everyone? It's a very important question. Please remember this thing, that when a role hierarchy grant any access, and the access can only be granted if this checkbox is checked. If you uncheck this box, then that access will not be granted to your manager, who is higher in the hierarchy. Now, in case of OWD, org by default, you have a name of objects and you have a permission. So there are plenty of options here. Private means that whichever record you are creating in that specific object, you can only see that record. If it is public, then in public we have a read, write. So when we say public read only, that means that you can see records which are created by you as well as records which are created by others. Public read write means that you can create and change records of yours as well as other people who are creating records in that object. Now, when you see control by parent always come on the child object, because as I mentioned that whatever the security we apply on the master, that will automatically apply to the child object in case of master detail. So in role in org by default, those child objects will automatically marked as controlled by parent. Now we have multiple options here. For calendar, we have a hide detail, add event. So you can play with this part and see that how it works. Now, after this default record sharing, if you go down here, you can see the sharing rule is created for all the objects. Now, suppose if your org-wide default for any object is private, which means that you can only see records which are created by you. If your colleague is creating a record in the same object, you will not be able to access it. Now, in that kind of situation, you want to share your record, or your company wants that, okay, whichever records you are creating, plus the records which are created by others should be visible to you if that qualifies to a particular criteria. So in that case, what we do, we create a sharing rule. The sharing rule, what it does, it simply checks the condition, and whichever records are qualifying with that condition, it will give access to the person whom you have mentioned. So if I open this one, here you can see I have given a criteria that if the city on the lead object is Delhi, then all those records should be accessible to a group called Sec1. So I have created a group of 5 people, and I'm giving them access to all the leads which are from Delhi city. And what kind of access I have given? I have given read-write access, which means that they can see those records, they can make change in that records. So there are plenty of ways you can create your sharing rule. And while creating a sharing rule, you have 3 choices. So let me give you an example. Suppose if we talk about customer sharing rule. So we have option that owned by, which means suppose if the owner of the record is a particular group or a person in a particular role, then those can be shared with another group of people or people in some particular role or role and subordinates. So you can do this and you can define the access level, read only and read write. Both options are here. I can show you. Read only and read write, and click on save. Once you do it, a sharing rule will be created. And once the sharing rule will be created, you will get access of the records based on the sharing rule. So this is another way of sharing your records. So what all methods we have understand? First, we can share the records with the help of role. Second, we can share the records with the help of OWD. Third, we can share the records using sharing rule. Fourth option is we can manually share the records. Suppose if the object is private, suppose here you can see that there are a lot of objects which are private. And suppose if you are going on a leave and you want to share a particular record with your friend. So in that case, you have an option called manual sharing. Let me check. Patient is the private option, which means only your own records. So I'll go to patients. And if I need to share any particular record, in that case, I'll open the record and I'll go here and I'll click on sharing. When I click on sharing, I can select the name of the user, any person, and I can select what kind of access I'm giving, read only or read write. So that way you can give access of this particular record to that person. And this kind of sharing is called manual sharing. There's again a new kind of sharing, which is called Apex sharing, but that you will learn in your development classes. Okay. So now here you can see you understood the field level sharing. Then in the record level sharing, you can share the records. Okay. Record level security helps user to access few object record, but not all of them. And every record is owned by a user, and a user has full access to that record. So here you can see that the way we have a view, edit, and all those things. Public read only, private, public read write. So I have already talked about this. Then OWD, organization by default, role hierarchy, manual sharing, and sharing rule. These are the ways through which you can share your records. So there are 3 levels of security: object level, field level, and record level. So in OWD, we have 3 choices, and this is default. Or by default, do not set the access level for a child record of master detail, because whatever security applies to the master, that same security applies to the child record. In case of role hierarchy, as we know, that grant access using role hierarchy should be checked. Otherwise, access will not be given. In case of manual access, I showed you that you can go to the record, click on sharing, and then give required access to the person. And for the sharing rule, you can do sharing based on the owner, or you can do sharing based on the criteria. Pointer remembers a record level security used to grant more access, not to restrict access. So you can say org-wide as most restrictive, and a record creator cannot change, but the owner of the record can change it. A record owner can be shared using Apex managed sharing, which you will learn in the development classes.
Suppose in the OWD, if my internal default settings as for an object is set to public read write, and grant using role hierarchy is unchecked. So the person who is above in my role hierarchy will still be able to view my records because it's public read write, or
Yes.
no?
Very good question. If it is a public read write, which means it is visible to all. So whether it is role hierarchy, granting or not granting, but everybody can see everything. But I'll
Everybody
tell
can
you one
edit.
thing. Yeah, but I'll tell you one thing, that org-wide is just for the default setting. Ultimately, whatever is given on your profile, that is the main thing. In your profile, suppose if the org-wide is public read write, and in your profile, you don't have access to that object, in that case, you will not be able to see any data. So in the security field, profile always wins. Whatever your profile will give you access, you will get access according to that.
But sir,
Org-wide is a generic. Org-wide is a generic that only applies in case if you have access to that object. Suppose if you don't have access to a particular object, and if the OWD says public read write, you won't get access. So first and the foremost thing, in order to apply any OWD on any object, you have to have that level of access on your profile. If your profile is not granting access, even if OWD says that, you won't get that access.
Okay.
I'll give
So
you
it's
2-3
basically-
examples. Suppose if your
Yeah.
profile does not have access to an object, and if the OWD is public read write, you will not be able to see any record. Second, if your profile says only read on that object, then even if the OWD is public read write, you will only read that value, read the records. You will not be able to make changes. If your profile says read, write both, then with OWD, you get access to other records. Try to understand one thing. Your profile will give you access to your record. Any access which is given on a profile, that is pertaining to your creation in that object. It is not for other records or the records which are created by someone else. OWD talks about that if it is a private, which means you can create your own records. But if it is public, which means that along with your record, you have access to other records as well. It will be a bit confusing, but I'll tell you one thing, that in all the cases, your profile security will win. Whatever your profile allows, you only have access to that. If
But
your
sir,
profile gives you all the liberty, then only you can enjoy the OWD.
So does that mean, suppose on the profile level for an object, if I have view all checked for myself, and on the org-wide setting for that object, I have it is basically set up to private. Since I have view all enabled for me, I still would be able to see all the records for that object, even though it's a private OWD setting.
Yes, you're right.
Oh, okay. So profile basically supersedes any of the OWD
everything.
setting.
Yes. Profile is the
And
boss.
does that also mean that permission set supersedes all the profile level settings?
It is not
as well on the
superseding.
object
It
level?
is adding. No. Human. Permission set is adding your power. It is not superseding your profile.
Okay.
It is adding value along with the profile. Suppose if your profile says that on an object you have a read permission, and by permission set, if you are granting edit as well, that means that you are adding up more permission. And the reason why we are going for permission set, because we are not granting that permission to everybody in the same profile. No, we are not doing that. We need only specific to this guy.
Okay.
In the same profile, there may be 10 people, but they have only basic access. If I want this guy to have edit access, then I can give him additional access by permission set. The permission set is user specific. This is called scoping rule. So suppose if you have given OWD, then sharing. After sharing, you realize that with these two combinations, they get something extra, which they are not supposed to. So in that case, you can apply scoping rule. And with this scoping rule, whatever records which are visible till here, it will be again filtered by this scoping rule. And then after filtering, whatever records will remain, that will go as a visibility to user. So basically, it's a filtering layer in the security after sharing rule. Suppose if with the help of OWD, I have given public read write. And in sharing rule, public read only. And with sharing rule, we are giving more access. Now, later on, we realize that this person has got a lot of record access, which he or she is not supposed to. So in that case, we can apply a criteria here that, okay, this guy should only have this type of access, or this profile should have only this type of access. So suppose from here, these two permissions, we are getting access of 1,000 records. With this filtering, we are only able to see 100 records. So at the end, we have access to only 100 records, not 1,000 records. So there's a filtering option which is applied here. Okay. And SOSL is again a query language. The difference is that suppose if you're writing a query, okay, like select ID, name from account. Okay. So what is this entire thing? That is called SOCL. Okay. And then suppose there is a situation when you only know a keyword and you don't know that in which object that record exists with that keyword. So in that case, we use SOCL. Okay. So who all knows SQL?
Yeah. Okay. Is it something like in SQL we do search based on the like and content something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can. In the where cloud, you can try like if the name field like SFDS, okay, percentage and all those things. It's a normal query language. If anybody has done anything in the database, they know what is SOCL. But it is a part of your development class, so don't worry. Once you go through the development class, they will teach you everything. I will teach you what is search, lookup, list view, and report. Search is global search, which we are doing here. Lookup, you know it. List view is something when you go to any record and you will see the data. This is called list view. All these are list view, which is basically filtering the data based on a query and displaying you the list of records which are available in the object. A report is similar to that, but I'll talk about it in later class.
So ad administrators, as administrators, will we be able to edit the list view? Like according to our demand,
Yes,
can we?
we can. I will show you. Suppose this is a list view. In the funnel, I can see the criteria. You can add a filter. Suppose I want all the opportunity where the stage is close one. So I'll go stage equals to what? Close one. Done. Save. And so you can clone any list view. Go to any list view, you can clone it. You can create your own. You can change the name. You can change the sharing setting. Sharing setting means that whether this list view is only visible to me Is it visible to all, or is it visible to some group of people? So whatever visibility you want, you can set that. If you want to add fields, if you want to edit filter, filter means these. If you want to add more fields over here, you can do that. If you want to remove it, if you want to delete it, you can delete it. If you want to create a fresh new list view, you can create from here. This is a standard profile, so I don't think it will allow me to make any changes in it. But what you can do in your org, you can assign a custom profile to one of the user, and you can remove access of a particular object. And then you can log in with that user and then check whether you can see that object or not. Even if you make the OWD as private, public, read only, and whatever you want. Whenever you are creating a sharing rule, as I told you at the time of creation class, that when you create an object, a share object, there are multiple objects which gets created automatically. So if your object setting is private, then there is a backend object which will be created that is called share object for that object. Suppose if it is an account, then account underscore share. Now in that object, what will happen? Suppose as per the sharing rule, a particular record has to be shared with 10 people. So it will create a record in that sharing object that, okay, give access to these 5 people based on the sharing rule. Now, suppose if you are changing anything in the OWD, previously it was previously it was private. Now you make it public read write. So the relevance of sharing rule is gone because now you are giving visibility of everything to everyone. So in that case, recalculation will remove those records because those are not required. Or suppose if you are giving read-only access previously through sharing rule, and now you are changing it to read-write. So when you change it to read-write, then all the entries which are there in sharing rule object, that has to be changed. So at that point of time, you have to click on recalculate so that the records which are created in the sharing table, that will be updated. And accordingly, the sharing will be given to the users. Now I have given the criteria that the user should be active, and in the record, the active field value should be true. Then only that record will be visible to you. Making it active at a user level, I am giving if the user object, on the user object, if user status is active is equal to true, which means the user who is accessing the Salesforce record of account object, that should be true, which means they should be active. And which record they can see, I am giving a criteria that I am saying that only show records where the account level is high. So basically what we are doing, we are giving boundary that, okay, don't display him all the records, only display him the records which are high level. Okay. And the person to whom you are displaying this record, that person should be active in Salesforce. So these are the two criteria I'm adding here. And I'm clicking on save. So next time when you access Salesforce, and if your account record, where the level of the account is low or medium, you will not be able to see those records because I am restricting it with this scope. Is it clear now or still you have doubts?
No, clear, Rakesh, clear.
Okay. If anyone needs more clarity, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll think that you understood this portion, correct?
Yeah, it's clear.
Cool. Cool. I'm deleting this because I don't want this scoping. Now, we'll go on a break for 15 minutes. And then we'll once again meet in 9:55. And then we'll start the next module, which is module 4, And that module 4 talks about the data part. We have only one permission set group and we have multiple permissions. So what we did, we created a permission set group and we added all the permissions. I have added what? 5 permissions. Now, I don't need to manually assign one by one. Instead of assigning permission set one by one, I can directly assign the group. And that will automatically give access to all those 5 permission sets. So it will be easy for the person who is working on it. So you can simply go to permission set group and you can add permissions if you want to more. Simply by checking it. So permission set group is clubbing of multiple permission, plus you can also mute some permission. Mute some permission means that there are certain permission which you want to revoke. Then with the muting permission set, you can mute certain permissions. Like here you can see that I want to mute a permission for an object access. Suppose account. I want to mute access of edit. Right now here you can see the edit access is there. It's a standard field. I cannot do anything in this. But if it is this one, I can mute. Read access. I can mute for the ones which are custom. Like here you can see the read clean status as a read access. I can mute the read access. So muting means that that person, even if he has access through any permission set, but still he is not able to see that field. Because with this permission set group, I have given some permission, but I can mute permissions as well.
Rakesh, another thing is for the access level, we discussed about 3 kinds of accesses: object level access, field level access, and record level access. And so among all these 3 are profile level, OWD level, all those things. Among all these things, you mentioned that like profile is the highest priority, highest access.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So in object permissions are there, field permissions are there. Which one is the highest priority?
Without object, can you access field?
No.
So which one is higher?
Object is higher, but the thing is object, field, and record. If in field level or in the object level it is edit and field level is a read, so then automatically the object is over from the field, right?
I'll tell you. When you say object is edit and field is read. Now, when you say object is edit means that the entire record which you create in that object, that is edit. But out of that entire record, the field where you are keeping read only, that field is read only. Rest all the fields will be editable for you.
Profile, no.
There is an option called user access policy. Automate and migrate your user assignment to manage package license permission set, and then now with this particular new feature, okay, you can define that, okay, I want a rule. What kind of rule? This is something to automate. Not supported and describe layout by UI type. I think there's some issue coming in. Right now it's in beta. This feature is in beta. Beta means that they are still developing this feature. But I'll tell you what is this feature all about. Basically, when you are, right now we are manually assigning those permission sets and permission set group and all those things. You can go to user management setting, and from here you can enable this. It is in beta. Beta means till the time it is in the development phase and testing phase, it is beta. Once it is GA, means generally available, then it will function completely. Okay. So check this thing, profile filtering, restrict profile cloning. So with this feature enabling, nobody can clone your profile. Okay, enhance permission set component view. So these are permissions. You enable, the functionality will be available and you can use it. Okay. Any other questions, guys? So now, as we all understand that now in the data management, which means we are talking about the records which we create in Salesforce. So now we need to understand that how we can play with these records. Okay. How to create, how to edit, how to update. Okay. Single record and multiple records. So if you have to create any record, you can directly go to any object, click on the new button, and you will get a page layout where you can enter the value and save the record. A record will be created. That is called single record creation. In any of the objects, you can do that. Go here, new account. So from the layout, you can create one record at a time. But suppose if you have a Excel sheet where you have 10,000 accounts, so you cannot enter them one by one. So how you can enter bulk account, how you can update bulk account, how you can edit bulk account, all those things we will cover in the data management part. So in data management, we will understand that how we can take a backup of your data, how we can export data, how we can mask, create, update, delete, and transfer data, what is data import wizard, and how to create a duplicate rule. Because when it comes to data, it is very, very crucial that your data should be correct. Okay, and being a Salesforce admin, it is your job to set up all such features and all such restrictions which will ensure that malicious data should not be entered by any business user in Salesforce. Now, understand one thing, that the reason why people purchase Salesforce, the reason they purchase Salesforce is that they can record all the transactions between business and the customer. And while entering the transaction, whatever information is critical for your business to do further analysis, if those information will not be entered by the business user, by the sales team, by the marketing team, okay, then there is no relevance of that data. Companies paying a lot of money for that data, for that CRM. And the reason why they are doing it, so that once I have all my data, then over a period of time, I can analyze that data and I can take better decision for my business that, okay, what should I sell? What should I not? Where should I do what? And what is working, what is not working? And all these answers will only come if your data is correct. And you know it very well that human has a tendency to avoid doing extra work. If I, being a salesperson, I think that I am getting salary to sell something. If I sold something for my company, my job is done. That is his perception. But from the company perspective, think that company wants that sales guy to make a sale. That is his primary job. But at the same time, we want, or the company wants, that the salesperson should enter all the required details in Salesforce as well. That what he sold, at what price he sold, what discount he gave, how many times he contacted to the customer, how many emails, how many calls, how many appointments he has done with the customer. Company wants all these things to be recorded perfectly in Salesforce. And why companies looking for that kind of information to be recorded? I'll give you example. Suppose if you add all the data, that how many times you make a call, how many times you send an email, how many times you go for an appointment, with your this activity data, company over a period of time see that, okay, if a sale is closed, then look into all the sales which we have done in the year, and then look at the activity that, okay, in order to complete a sales, in order to sell a product, how many times normally do we need to make a call to the customer? How many times do I need to send an email? How many times do we need to personally visit and do an appointment with the customer? So that way, over a period of time, company will gauge that, okay, in order to complete a sale, these activities are common. And that is based on that data, they will advise all salespeople that, okay, we have looked into the data and the trend says that if you are making calls to your prospective customer twice a week, then the probability of converting that sales is high. If you are sending them email or over the weekend, then your probability of looking at the email and responding by the customer is very high. So how this conclusion will come? When we study the data, and when that data will be relevant and give us all this information, when it is completely and accurately being filled by the person who is doing the sale. Now here, there's one more responsibility of a for a Salesforce admin, because every salesman, they avoid entering these information. So you need to design your process in such a way that they need to manually enter less number of fields, and the remaining field should automatically be filled based on the value which they are entering. So basically, you have to reduce the number of clicks for your sales team. The less number of clicks, the less number of data they need to enter, the probability of getting more and more data from the sales team will be high. Suppose I'll take you, I'm sure one of you might be in the sales team. May I know who is in the sales right now? Who is in the sales team right now? Okay. They want that sales team should focus more on the sales part rather than filling data in Salesforce. So they ask their Salesforce admin to design the process in such a way that if salesperson fills one data, you can fill remaining fields with the help of that, with the assumptions, with the predictions and all those things. So once you start designing processes, you will get to know how these things will be done. But the moral of the story is that you need to reduce the number of clicks, and you need to ensure that the data is also filled in all the fields what is required by the company. Like I have given you one example, that suppose if you are making a sales and you are doing that sales on opportunity, and after making a sales in the opportunity record, you are not filling the amount, that what was the amount of the sale, or maybe you have not selected the product which you have sold to your customer, or you have not created a code that what quotation you have sent to your customer. So in that case, what will happen? Your company is getting revenue, but they don't have any clue that which product is being sold, what price it has been sold, what was the initial price quoted to the customer, and how much discount customer has requested. Company does not have any such information like that. Now, if company does not have these information, they cannot predict any time that what is the kind of discount customers are requesting nowadays, which is the product which is most sold in Salesforce in your company. Because while making a sale, they are not adding the product name, what they are selling. If you go to your inventory, you can definitely see that which product is less, which product is high. But I don't want to go to inventory and physically check all those things. I want everything should be visible in Salesforce. And how is it possible? When you are ensuring that before closing any opportunity, they have to fill the product name, they have to fill the amount, they have to create a code. And that can be done through validation rule. You can make it mandatory that you have to fill the value. If you don't fill the value, you will not be allowed to save the records. So you being an admin, you have to ensure that all the data should be filled up. based on the time that, okay, if a sale is going through 5 different stages, then on every stage, company requires certain value. Suppose if you are at the negotiation stage, then at that stage, company wants that, okay, you can enter a field where you can mention that, okay, what is the expected discount? What is the percent of the expected discount from the customer end? Company wants that information. So you can write a validation that, okay, if you are selecting the stage as negotiation, then you have to fill the value that, okay, how much percentage the customer is asking for. So based on that, what company can do, company can decide that, okay, if the customers are looking for a price for a discount of 20%, let's do one thing. There are two things how a company can accommodate this request. First, they can increase the price by 20% and offer a 20% discount to the customer. So the customer will be happy and they can buy the product. That's one way of resolving this issue. The second way of resolving this issue is that suppose if I'm giving them some product which is suppose 1 kg, I'll price them 100 rupees, but they are seeking a discount of 20 rupees or 10 rupees. The second way I can do it is I can reduce the grammage of that product. Instead of giving them 500 gram, I can give them 450 gram and I can reduce the price. Or I can offer them 20% discount on the same price, but I've reduced the total product size or total product quantity. So, but the company can only take this decision when they have data. So data is very important, guys, because without data, your company is not going to get benefit, because whenever you see Salesforce advertisement or any CRM advertisement, they are keep telling that data is very important. And you all know that right now data analytics job is very, very popular in the market. Every company is reading data. And why they are reading data? So that they can understand the customer, they can understand the trend, what is happening, what is not happening, what works, what does not work. So data is very, very important. Ensure that you have the right data being filled up by the people. So once you ensure that the data is there, then you need to understand that if you have to perform certain mass activity, how will you do that? So let me see what it says. And data could be your employee data, client data, customer data, everything you, organization data, all the information is data, like the task, what you're doing, the activities, your salary, your lead, your account, your group, everything is data. That is what it is trying to explain in this. So we'll focus on this. Insert means creation of new data. Update means updating the existing data. Upsert, as I explained you last time, that if you have a small chunk of data that you want to create and a small chunk of data which you want to update. So in that case, we can create a combined file and run upsert. Delete, you all know, if we have to delete the existing data. Export means taking out data from Salesforce. Export all means taking out all the data, including the data which is there in recycle bin. Okay, and then last is hard delete. Hard delete means, now I have one question, guys. When we delete anything in Salesforce, this is something which will be automatically tagged when you are deleting any field. So this is the change which happens when you are restoring any field. Okay, so you can go and you can remove this underscore del. Okay, save. So now you understand that when you are deleting any record and restoring it, nothing happens. But if you're deleting any field and if you're restoring it, the API name of that field include underscore del. Okay. So coming back to our point, what is hard delete? So when we delete anything, it goes to recycle bin. What if I don't want it to send it to recycle bin? I want them that, okay, if I delete something, remove it from the system altogether. Don't keep it for 15 days. I don't want it. So in that case, we will go for hard delete. So now, these are the operations which we will see how it can be performed. Okay. So I will first give you an exposure how to export Salesforce data. So you go to data export. There are two choices, export now and schedule export. Now, I'll tell you one more thing, that whenever you are using any application, it is a best practice to always keep a backup of your data, because you never know when the application goes down. You never know when the application got corrupted. So it is always advisable as a best practice to always keep a data, okay, a backup data, so that you can restore them any point of time without any problem. Okay. So export now is a real-time export, and schedule export is used to schedule an export of data, which will happen, which will export the data on a regular basis. So I'll click on export now. Here, do you want to include image, document, and attachment in the export? Do you want Salesforce files, CRM content, and all these things? If you want, check this. And include all data is checked, which means all the objects are by default included in the backup if you select this. But if you don't want all the objects, you want to be specific, then you can simply check that object where you need a backup. And then you click on start export. The moment you click on start export, this request will go in Salesforce queue. And once you are in the front of the queue, then your data will be exported. And once it is exported, you will get an email and you will get a download button in Salesforce to download your data and keep it in your system. So this is called real-time export. Now, on the other hand, if you want to go for a schedule export, then you can go to schedule export. Everything remains the same. Here, you are just providing the frequency, that with what frequency on a regular basis, the scheduling, the backup can be done, or the export can be done. So here you can define the start date, end date, timing, and here you can define on a day, first day of the month, okay, on first Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So depending on what frequency you want, you can define it here, and the bottom part remains the same. There is no change in that. So is it
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a Salesforce certification course which will enable you to learn tech stack for both administrator and app builder. Through this course, you'll learn the Salesforce workflow, process builder, Apex, Java Swing, app development, and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth with the Salesforce tech stack.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary function of database index? Your options are A, store large values of data, B, ensure data integrity, option C, speed up data retrieval, and option D, manage data security. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move back to our session.
clear to all of you that if you want that, okay, your data to be exported every day, if you want your data to be exported now, in both the cases, you can use this data export feature, or you can schedule your export so that a regular export can be done. So now I'll go to student, 17 records are there. I'm clicking on save and run, and it's done. the data is exported. The reason why I exported the data because I don't want to create the data manually. I'm a bit lazy, so I'm trying it. So now here you can see record ID is the record unique ID for Salesforce. I don't need this field. I'm deleting it because I'll push the data once again. So it will create a new record ID. Okay. And then in the record type, I'll keep it as it is. Student number is auto number field, so I'm removing it. I don't need that. And for the account, I'm keeping the account ID so that I can connect these student with a particular account because there's a relation between account and student. So suppose I have created this data, okay, and let me add here a few new things, like Priya@gmail.com, Prasuna@gmail.com, something like that. I'm removing the hyperlinks. And now my data is ready. I want to push this data into Salesforce. Okay. And I'll make sure it is a CSV format. So I'm once again storing it as CSV. CSV format. And then I'm selecting the location. Student data. My Excel is ready. I need to import the data. So I'll go to custom object. I'll go to student. Add new record, update existing record, add new and update existing. So this is insert, this is update, this is upsert. These are new records for me. Okay. And let me do one thing. One second. I think it's good to delete this data so that it is easy for you guys to see. So right now I'll do one thing. I'll remove some of the data here. I'll delete some of them. Or let me teach you one more thing. Okay, let's do one thing. Mass delete record. Account lead contact. Okay, it's not giving me the custom object, so that's again a problem. So what we can do, there's another way how we can delete the data. Let me show you that as well, so that you will get to know. Now again we are storing, exporting the data, but this time see what I'm doing. Student data. Next. And this time I only need the record ID. I don't need any other field because I need to delete the data. There are 14 records. And now I need to mass delete the data. So what I'll do, I downloaded this and now I can go to delete operation and then type student. I need to delete student record and I will upload the CSV which we have downloaded right now. Record ID to record ID is map. Next. Save and run. Yes. Do it. Now if you can go refresh. Your data is gone. They are deleted. Where I will go and check where they have gone. We'll go to app launcher. We'll go to recycle bin. I'll go here. You will see all the data coming here. If I need to delete all of them, I can select all of them, empty or delete. They all are permanently deleted from my system. I don't have anything. Okay, don't map it because it is coming from the entity discount. Leave it because these are student grade. I think these are coming from a different object. Let me check. 1 minute. So if we go to the student object structure, we will get to know why these are not mapping. So if I say student grade, it's a formula field. That's the reason it is not matching. No formula field, no cross object field will map. So here, account website. That's again a formula field. So all the fields which are formula field, those are the ones which are not mapping. Rest all of them are mapping. So you can leave it unmapped. The data will not go. It will automatically come via formula calculation. Next. 10 fields are mapped, 4 are not. That's fine. Start import. Okay. This is a job created for the data import. This is job ID submitted by timing, end timing, object, format, then in operation type. Okay. Number of record process, record failed, 1, status close. Okay. Now let's go here and go to student object. So your records are back. So now I hope you understand how you can import data using a CSV file, how you can delete data. And the next thing what we need to learn is how to update data. Now here you can see that the city here is Delhi for all of them. If I open any one of them, the city is Delhi. I don't like it. I want, so here is a dependency. I want the country to be US and I want the city to be Los Angeles. Okay, or Houston. So what I want, 1 second. I want US as a country and then did I spell correctly? Houston, Houston. Okay. So this is the thing which I want to update in all the records. Now, what we need to do in order to update any data, first of all, we need to export the current record IDs. When you are working with the data part, first of all, the 4 most important thing is that you should know the object where you are pushing your data. You should know the field. And when you know the field, then go to the Excel and check the field names are correct on the top or not. Whether they are formula field, then remove them from the list because formula field will be automatically calculated field. You don't need that. So any field which is something which is connected to something else, which is not supposed to be pushed, like I have removed all the date fields, last modified by, those are what? Audit fields. So they will be different for every new record. So you need to ensure that your data, what you're pushing, that is correct as per the format.
Yeah,
So that is what you have.
Yeah.
Got it?
Yeah, it was a
So now, what we are going to do, I am trying to help you understand how you can update your data. So I need to update student data, but in order to update data, you need to have a Salesforce record ID. So I'm going into the student and I'm bringing the record ID, city and country, because these are the three fields I'm only concerned about. And here you can see, I can write a query that, okay, I don't need all the data. I want data only which belongs to certain city. So you can write a query over here as well by selecting field and adding it. Okay. So for now, I need all the fields. So I'll just exported them. And this is the list. I got the list. And now what I'm going to do here is, in place of this, I'll mention US, and in place of that, I'll place, make sure when you are dealing with the pick list, your format, your value, your alphabets, everything will be same. Otherwise, it will not push your data. So I have updated this file. Now I'm going into import, and this time I'm not inserting, I'm updating. So I'll click on update. What exactly I'm updating? Student. Next, CSV file. Yes, I have one. Okay. Now here you can see the mapping is already been done. Record ID, city and country. Next, 16 records. Save and run, done. So now, all successful, no error. Go to students, all, and they're all updated. See? So now you know that how you can update data. Okay, how you can insert data. Upsert is something which I want you guys to try by your own. Use your gray cells, scratch it, read it, and then try it. Because if I spoon feed everything, you will not use your gray cells. So we understood certain things. We understood insert, update, delete, export, export all. Export all means, I'll show you. So when you say include all data, this will include your recycle bin data as well. That is called export all. If you be specific to the object, then it is normal export. Have you got the difference? Now, there is one more term called hard delete. Okay. So for hard delete, there is a permission which is required to perform hard delete. Okay. And I'll take you to the profile. I'm going to the system admin profile, and I will go to system permission. And there's a permission, I guess, that is called bulk API something. Bulk API, yeah. So here you can see bulk API hard delete. Delete record in the bulk API without storing them in recycle bin. So in case if you want to perform hard delete, you need to have this permission enabled for your profile, and then only using the bulk API, you can delete record, you can hard delete your record. And when you hard delete your record, it will not go to recycle bin. It will not stay for 15 days anywhere. It will directly be out from Salesforce and you cannot restore it. Again, this is standard, but Salesforce does keep your data in the backend somewhere. It may not be your recycle bin, but it is somewhere in their server. But if you want Salesforce to restore that data, they will charge you money. Okay. Without money, they will not restore it. So don't pay money. The best practice is take backup of your data on a daily basis. And the best way how to protect your data, and the way we are also designing for the companies, okay, because I have designed for almost more than 25 companies, okay, that do a full backup every week, once a week, and do incremental backup every day, which means that one day in a week, the entire data in Salesforce will be backed up. And on every consecutive day or every day, you will only take backup of the data which are newly created on that particular day or created from the last backup. So suppose if I have taken backup yesterday and there was like 10,000 records, and today when I go to the org, I can see that there's 1,000 extra records created. So in the incremental backup, we will only take backup of those 1,000 records, not all 10,000 records. So this way, anytime if you by chance delete any data, or if the data is like corrupt, somebody deleted some data incorrectly on a large volume of data and you want to restore it once in one go, so those backups can be helpful. Okay. There are multiple backup tools which are available in the market, like Own Backup, Seva, and plenty more. And if you want to check, you can always go to App Exchange .salesforce.com. Now, guys, there's one more request which I have for all of you, that Winter 24 pre-release org is available to be sign up. Though you already have developer org, but at any point of time, if you want to see the new features which are coming in your upcoming release, and I hope everybody is aware that Salesforce give 3 release in the entire year. First is spring release, second is summer release, and third is winter release. So currently Salesforce is giving winter 24 release, and before releasing the changes or the new features in your org, first they will deploy them in sandbox and then they deploy them on production. There's a gap when they deploy them in sandbox and when they deploy them in production. There's a gap of 15 to 20 days in between. And even before sandbox, I believe 1 month before, you can also subscribe for pre-release org, where before sandbox, 1 month before the sandbox, you can go in the org and you can play with the new features which are introduced in Winter 24 org. And in Winter 24, there is a new feature coming where, if you can see here, that this is all what? This is list of data, and this is called list view. And how do we create it? Some of the list views are already here, But if you want to create one more, suppose this is all record. I don't want to see all the records. I only want to see records where the student grade is C. I think C is for everyone. So that's yeah, where the student email is not blank. I only want to see data where the student email is not blank. And I need to create a list view with not all data, with specific data. So in that case, you can go to this, and you can clone it. I'm cloning the existing one and I am naming it as student with email. And here I want to display this list view to me only, which means I am the only one who can see it. The second option, all user can see the list view. Whatever filtered list view I have created, I want everybody to see it. And the third one is share list view with a group of users, which means that I want some set of people should be able to see it. For now, I am keeping it only for me or maybe for all. Save. So I have created a new list view, but that is a clone version of all list view. Now I am adding the criteria in the right hand side. Out of all students, add a criteria where student email not equal to blank. Once the criteria is done, you can add more criteria. You can add filter logics as well, and or not, that okay, these two should be true, this can be false, something like that. So for now, I'm just making it simple. Save. The moment I save it, the filter is applied and I can only see the records where the student email is filled up. I don't see any record where this field is not filled up. Okay, because the criteria is student email not equal to blank. So this is how you can create a list view. Okay, and if you want to change the field which is appearing here on the top, you can go again here. You can go to select field to display. You can remove or add a new field. Suppose if I want to remove, I can select it. I can click on this and it is gone. Suppose if I don't want date of joining, I can select it, remove. Suppose if I want to add some field, date of entitlement discount, I can select it and I can add it. So this will appear. If you want to make it on a top, you can do it like this, save. So you can change the field, whatever field you want to see. Okay, here you can see entitled discount is appearing, though it has not value. It does not have any value, but still I can see it. So you can create a new one, new list view, all from the scratch. You can clone the existing one. You can, if you want, you can change the name as well for this current list view. Sharing setting, you have 3 options. You can change it anytime for any list view. Edit list filter. This is a filter which you can change anytime, add and remove. Okay, then select field to display, which field you want to display. You can add it here. Then delete. You want to delete this particular list view, you can delete it, and then reset column width. If you want to change the width of the column, you can reset the width. Okay, because this one is too large. I don't want this. I can reduce this one. So this is how you can reset the size of the column. So I hope list view is clear to everybody. Guys, is list view clear to everybody? List view is nothing but on any given object, if you want to display data based on certain criteria, based on our requirement, we can create a list view. On one object, you can create multiple list views. Okay, and these are the options, these are the controls which you can do. You can create a new one from the scratch. You can clone the existing one. You can rename the name. You can change who can see this list view and who cannot. You can also change the filter that, okay, what type of record do you want to see? As well as you can also decide which column you want to see. And if you don't want the list view, you can delete them. And you can also change the size of the column in the list view. So these are the functionalities which are available in list view. And this is similar to all the objects. There is no differentiation in terms of object. Every object will have same list view, same set of controls. Kindly see them carefully and tell me if you have any doubt. Guys, list view, do you have any doubt? I am just filtering the data out of all the data on a particular object. Suppose if you are going on a case object and you have multiple types of cases created for your company. Some cases are complaints, some cases are information, some cases are feedback, and different types of cases are being dealt by different people. So in that case, instead of displaying them all the records, all the cases to them, we can create 3 different list view with the filter, and then we can give visibility of that list view to that specific set of people who are actually working on that data. So in that case, they don't need to filter down, they don't need to look into any extra data. They are only able to see the data which is meaningful for them, and they need to work on them. So in order, and whenever you being an admin work on any system, ensure that the end user should only see and get what they need to see and get. Don't show them extra thing, because if you show them extra thing, they will confuse, they will stop using Salesforce, and the adoption percentage of your Salesforce will go down. So increasing the adoption of your application is also one of the responsibility of Salesforce admin. So you need to be crisp, simple, clear, concise with the end user, because they are not technical. So if you are creating 10 list view, and if you are specific to display those list view to certain set of people, you can go to third option and you can create a group of people to whom you want to show. So you can group, either you can group people in public group, you can define the role that, okay, people in this role can only see this. So you can very well define, limit the visibility of your list view, so that only people who you want to see this list view, they will be the only one. Here you can see in this feature, you will get this top bar. Okay, where in the list view, what is the total number of contact and no activity, which means that this is the part. Total number of contact that meet the criteria, filter criteria of the list view. No activity means contacts with no activity completed, no completed activity, which means that you have never called the customer, never send an email or book an appointment. Okay, so that kind of data, it will give you as an exposure that, okay, that you have 10,000 contact, but 5,000 contact, you have never done any activity, which means you never tried to reach out to them to sell your product or service. So you need to do that. Okay, then idle, contact with past activity, but no completed activity in last 30 days, which means that you have not done any communication with that contact in last 30 days. Now, there is no pending activity for future, that comes under no upcoming. Overdue, which means that contact with activity that are overdue, which means that you are supposed to call that customer. There's an activity created, there's an appointment created, but you have not done that, which means you missed out contacting your customer. So you may missed out some sales. Then due today, there are certain activities which are pending. Go and do that. Contact with activity due in last 30 days. Suppose you booked an appointment for after next 15 days. So you will see. So this way, with this particular feature, you will get the exposure of your data, that on which data you need to work. The context where you have not spoken to, you have not reached out to them. Try to understand this situation. Suppose I have a list view, but I don't know in the list view how many records are such where I have not tried selling anything or contacted anything. Suppose if I am a support manager and my job is to get in touch with all the customers and ensure that they are happy, they are using our service without any problem. Now, when I create a list view, and if I can see the top bar on the top, that, okay, in the list view, I have 200 customers, but there are 50 customers are such which are idle. I did not contact them in last 30 days to check whether they are happy or not. So without looking into the data, I can see the inside of the data with this particular bar on the top. So this way, it will be super healthy or super helpful for everyone to work on the data and be updated real time, so that all the customers, all the contacts are in contact all the time, and either for making a sale or to ensure that they are happy. So this feature is introduced in winter 24, and in order to these things, we have to go to contact intelligence view option, and from there we need to enable it so that it will do the analytics on our list view and give you the exposure of this kind of data. Turn on contact intelligent view in contact intelligent view setup. This option will be visible only in the pre-release org for now, because in my org it is not been updated, but let me check. Just give me 1 minute. And if it is a paid feature, it may not be visible. That can be also possible. So for the contact role, the contact role, no, this feature is not available yet on my org, so I cannot show it, but once it is available, I can show it to you. So the reason why I bring in this point, because I want you guys to read, and this is not only for contact, on the lead also you have this option. So suppose lead is your prospect, and if you see this information on the prospect, it is super easy for you to work on it. So there are plenty of features which are introduced in winter 24. Go and check out them. So now guys, now you understood how to insert data, how to update data, how to delete data, how to export all, what feature is required to perform hard delete. Okay, how to export on a real time, and how to export, schedule your export so that you can do it on an interval basis. You also learned about list view, how to create a list view, and various actions and controls which are available with the list view. Among all these, you also understood how data import wizard works. So among all these features, do you think that you have a doubt or you have a confusion? These all features are something which you need to experiment. You need to try your hands in your developer org every day in order to gain confidence on these features. These are practical features. So please do try in your developer org in various ways. So if you have any questions, please let me know so that I can answer them before proceeding into the next topic. No one has any questions?
Is the Salesforce version available under the company information?
I'm sorry?
I'm asking, is the Salesforce version available inside the company information? Or,
Salesforce version, release version?
No, the version that my Salesforce org is currently on.
For that, I'll tell you the best process. Okay, don't get confused too much on this. So first, go and log out. Okay. And once you log out, when you click on login, you will see the logo of that release. Summer 23 logo was appear in the beginning. That means my org is on summer 23. Again, there's also another way how we can check it. We can go to trust.salesforce.com, and here you can go to company information. This is inactive, then contact, this is active, and this is active. So I'll go to this rule. I'll deactivate it. go to matching rule, and then deactivate. Oh, it is still not deactivating because it is used somewhere. Standard. This one is deactive. Then standard contact matching. Okay, this one is active. So here I should deactivate this one. Now I will go to matching rule and I can deactivate this one, and now it will be deactivated in some time. Okay. So I'm deactivating the standard contact matching rule and I'm defining a new rule by my own. For that, I can go to new rule. I will select the object contact. Next, then contact group rule. And then here I can give the criteria that if email is matching, exact matching, then consider it as duplicate. Along with email, take phone number, again exact matching. And if the mailing city is same, then make it duplicate. So here I have given 3 criteria. You can apply the filter logic as well, and means I need all the criteria to be matched, then only I'll consider it as a duplicate. Now here you can see there's a checkbox called match blank field. In some cases, what happens that if these 3 fields are blank in more than one record, should we consider blank value as matching? And answer is no, don't do that. And if you can read here in the tip, it will say, if you select this option for any field and that field is blank in both the records being compared, the field are considered matches for duplicacy, but we don't want this thing. So I am leaving it as it is. Or if mailing city and mailing country and mailing zip code, if these 2 are same or these 2 are same, I want to treat them as duplicate. So in this case, what I will do, 1 and 2, I will put them in a bracket. And instead of and, I can do or 3 and 4 and 5, which means if either the email and the phone is same, then also consider the contact as duplicate. If email and phone are not same, but their country and zip code is same, then also consider that record as duplicate. So this is how you can write the logic. And click on save. Now, once you write the matching rule, means the criteria based on which the duplicacy will be considered. Now you can activate this matching rule. Now your rule is activated in some time. Okay, it is active now. Now as your rule is available, you can go to duplicate rule, and now you will create a new duplicate rule for contact. I'll remove this one as well. For now, I don't want any other rules to be working at this point of time when we are running our own. So I'm deactivating all the existing one. Okay. And now I'll create a new duplicate rule on contact. Now, contact this rule. Now, here, record level security. Record level security means that there are situations where some of the records which you see, you have access to it. But in some cases, you may have some duplicate record where you don't have visibility. You don't have access to it. So in this case, what do you want? Do you want to enforce sharing rule when displaying the duplicate values, or bypass sharing rule, which means don't apply any sharing rule and display the record that, okay, these are the duplicate records. So we will apply sharing rule. So I'm selecting enforcing sharing rule. Now action. So there are two possibilities. There are two occasions when a record can be duplicate. The first possibility, when you are creating a new record, at that point of time, you can create a duplicate rule. The second possibility is when you are updating any existing record. At that point of time also, you can make some changes in these fields so that they become duplicate of some other record. So in those, both the conditions, what do you want? Do you want them to allow creation of duplicate in case of creation and edit, or you want to block them? So if you are blocking, these two options will be removed because you are not allowing them. So there is no point of showing alert. There's no point of adding that record in a report, which is called duplicate data. So here we will block it. We don't want to allow. When you are creating a new record. Now, what if when we are editing the existing record? At that point of time, should we allow or block? If you want to allow and simply show them an alert, you can check this box. Or if you want to add that record as a part of report, you can add it. And what kind of message you want to show? This one. So I am blocking it. I don't want any kind of allowing things. Okay. Now compare contact with contact. So duplicacy can be contact in their own records or in some other records as well. Which matching rule should I use to compare the duplicacy? So we have created contact dupe rule. So I want to use this matching rule, and this is the criteria. Now you define the matching rule criteria that, okay, if any two records or more than two records, if they are qualifying with the matching rule criteria, they should be considered as duplicate rule, be considered as duplicate record. But still, I want to give exception to some of the records not to be checked by the duplicate rule. Suppose if the CEO wants to create record, and they may be duplicate, they may not be duplicate, but CEO wants that, okay, their record should not be qualified under duplicate rule. So he will create as many duplicate as he can, but those records will not be considered to be checked by the duplicate rule. If you want to apply that kind of exception, normally what happens that if you are writing a duplicate rule, a one contact record should be compared with the second contact record. But we also have a situation wherein you want to compare contact record with some other object record based on this. You can do that as well. But that is something which is very exceptional. So now as we have completed a duplicate rule, I will activate it. Unless you activate any duplicate rule, it will not work. So make sure when you are creating a matching rule or a duplicate rule, it should be activated. Otherwise, you will think that it's not working and it will not work. So now as we have created a duplicate rule, let's test it. Okay. I'll go to the contacts. And now this is the record. On this record, I have an email and I don't have phone number. Let me put on my number. And I saved it. This is, you cannot save this record because a duplicate record already exists. To save, use a different information. See that one more record exists with the same phone number and email address. Now, if I change it to 6, save. So see how duplicate rules are working when we are editing a record. And now let's suppose if we want to create, I want to clone this record. So at the cloning time, what exactly I'm doing? I'm creating a new record which has the same value. Okay. So I'll click on save and you can see again the message appears that, okay, you are not allowed. Why? Because it is duplicate. So you have to cancel it. So this is how the duplicate rule works in Salesforce. Is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear to me. I have a question, right? Similarly, on this line, when we have a duplicate record, it will not allow us to create another duplicate record, right? But how about the case when we import from the external data, which we did we did it earlier, right? Using the CSV file.
We are trying to import record. Now here you can see match contact by name and email. And this is for uniqueness of the data. Okay, match account by name and site. So now trigger workflow rule process if you want to trigger on the new record which is being created, and assign account to campaign if you want. If they are qualifying the criteria, it can be assigned. So basically, if you can see here, these are two protective part. Okay.
Okay.
To safeguard your values. Okay. And you can simply select them and upload the file. And that will solve your purpose of duplicacy.
But in that case, right, the matching rule will be applicable or no?
See, in this case, if you are importing, it will be, and it will not import that data. You will get partial import data. The ones which are.
For example, if I don't select match count by none, I select match count account by none, but I'm trying to upload for the same object, right? The data. In that case, the matching rule will be applicable since we already have the matching rule, right? With the condition.
So let's do one thing, okay? To clarify your doubt, okay? Let's do one thing. We already have a contact, okay? And what I'll do, I'll export the contacts. Or let me contact, and I want for contact we need to first check how many fields are mandatory fields. So what we will do, we'll go to contact and we will see that while creating a new record, which all fields are mandatory so that we can fill that. So if you can see, the last name is mandatory because it has a star, and whatnot, nothing. So let me try this. If I put testing and if I click on save, the record is created, which means that only one value is required. But in our case, we need to have first name. We want first name. Then we want last name. Now we want email. And then we want phone. Check. If you have any doubt, you need to ensure that while creating the data, you should check it. code, have a phone field. Why the phone field is not appearing?
No, it's there, right?
It was down.
Down, yeah, it was there. Here, up, reference to user.
That is for the user. User means that whoever is the owner of that. That is for that. Let's search it like this. Element of P, not P, P. Boom, it's not.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the price. Let's do one thing. Let's take all these phone numbers. Okay. And then I want contact. Okay. Next. We have 47 records. I don't need all 47. I just need 2 records. Because I need to change the value. I take this record. Okay. Save it as.
Can we create a one valid and one duplicate so that we can see valid is going through and valid is getting either rejected or something?
Oh.
Yeah, sorry, why I'm asking because sometimes it happened, they reject the entire file. So just wanted to know whether it processed partially based on the correct data.
See, one success, one error.
Yeah.
And the error will tell you use one of these records. This is a message of duplicate rule.
Okay,
I'll
Yeah.
show you.
thanks.
Guys, I hope things are getting clear to you. And if you have any confusion, please feel free to ask. Clear?
Yeah, thanks.
Yes. Guys, make sure that you all should be available till end of the class, because otherwise you will miss content. And if you miss content or you miss the opportunity of asking question then and there. So don't do that. So guys, now we understood what is duplicate rule. Okay. How to create them. Now, the second part is that how do you actually get to know whether there is a duplicate or not? Okay. So let me do one thing. Let me deactivate this rule for now. And let me go and see the details. Okay. I am cloning this record. Save. Going back. There are two Sunil Mishra. Now, here you can see the records are getting created without any problem. Now, I am activating it. Refresh. Now, here you can see as soon as I activated the duplicate rule and went to the same record, the record gives me a message. It looks as if duplicate exists for this contact. It is automatically checked. And if you can see in the right hand side, I have added a component called duplicate component. And it is saying we found one potential duplicate for this contact. If you click here and open, it will open, sorry, not this way, but it will open the second record for you. See? So now you know that these two are duplicate. Okay. So what you can do, you want to merge them. So I am selecting both of them, hitting on next. Which one will be the primary? I will make this one as primary. Okay. Because it is created today, or I can make it this one as primary because this was created way back. Next. Confirm merge. Merge. So now what I did, though there was a duplicate, but I merged them. And by merging, I will make my data valid in the system. In the same way, the way you merge the account, if you apply the duplicate rule on some other object, you can add this component on your layout. Now I will teach you how to do that. So if I go to any account, okay, and if you can scroll down, I don't see any duplicate one. Let me try and clone it. Can we clone it? There is no option for cloning, unfortunately. And here I don't see any duplicate component. So I'll go to edit page. That will take me to the lightning page. And in the lightning page, we'll come here. Page layout is different. This lightning page is different. So don't get confused. Now here you can see that there are some other component as well, but there's a I. I means I have put in a condition that if the condition is true, then only that component will be visible. So here I will check where is the potential duplicate component. I can drag and drop it here and save. Go back. And there you go. You can see the duplicate component here. Now, what will happen at any point of time, if any record has any potential duplicate, this component will display you that duplicate. And the way we click and merge the contact record, in the same way, you can merge all those accounts which are found as duplicate. So now you understood that how to create a duplicate rule, how to activate them, how to implement them, how to test them, and if by any chance, if before the duplicate rule implemented, if there was a duplicate data which is being identified, which component do you need to add on your layout to identify it and get an option to merge it. So this is the component which you have to add, and you know how to do it now. Is it clear to everyone? So now we understand the concept of duplicate data. We understand how to match duplicate rule, how to run the duplicate rule, what are the duplicate record sets, what are the error, duplicate log error, how we can see the error and all those things. So you are all gone. Duplicate rule never run. These are the limitations when the duplicate rule does not run by default. Records are created using quick create. Quick create is a global action. If you create any record using global action, duplicate rule will not run. When you convert a lead into account contact and your organization does not have the use Apex lead convert permission, then duplicate rule will never run. Records are restored with the undelete button. So if you restore any data from recycle bin, then also the duplicate rule will not work. Records are added using exchange sync. Exchange sync means that if you are receiving records from Outlook, then your duplicate rule will not work. Records are manually merged. If you merge two records, then the duplicate rule will not work. Records are created by self-service user and rules indicating. So if you are creating records using community, that rule will not work. Sometimes if duplicate rules are set for an alert to show when potential duplicates are found, users are always blocked from saving records and do not see a list of possible duplicates. Forget about this line. Okay, so these are the conditions when the duplicate rule will not work. So always remember that there are some limitations, there are some conditions when the duplicate rule does not work. So if you see that there is a duplicate data, but still that's not working, then there could be possibility that one of these reasons are there. Okay. Now we need to understand some few more activities in terms of mass creation. You know how to mass create it. You know how to mass update, delete. Now we need to understand how to mass transfer record. So if you want to perform any mass activities, you can type here mass delete record, mass transfer record, mass update address, mass transfer approval request. So we'll go to mass delete first. So if you want to delete massive data, then only mass delete will work on these objects. So if you go here, you will add a criteria that, okay, which type of records you want to delete as a mass record. Okay, so suppose if I want that if active, where is active? If active is equal to I'm writing a criteria. If active is equal to yes, I want to filter out all the data. Now choose to delete account with close one opportunity. So if you want that if there is any opportunity which is marked as close one, whichever records I'm deleting of account, if there is any opportunity associated with that account and the status of that opportunity is close one, delete them. Second, choose to delete account with another owner opportunity. Suppose if the account is owned by me and the opportunities created under that account is owned by someone else, I want only those opportunities to be deleted. And the last option is permanent delete, which is hard delete. If you want to delete it permanently without sending it to recycle bin, you can do that. So these are the options. Now, how you can delete that? You can select the records and click on delete button. It will delete all those records. For the sample purpose, I will show you these two records, PB3 and PB4, and I will click on delete. My work is done. I'll go account. Out of all account, if I search for PB3, I will not find any. So this is how you can perform the mass deletion activity. And mass deletion only applies on account, lead, activity, contact, case, solution, product, and reports. It will not apply to any other object. Okay. Mass transfer record. When you say transfer, which means transfer of ownership. If you want to transfer ownership of account record from one person to another, you can select transfer from, transfer to, and then these are the check boxes. You want to transfer the open opportunity, close opportunity, open cases, close cases, and you have to give the filter criteria that which type of account where you want to transfer the ownership. So same, the way we are running the delete option, we can select the same thing here that, okay, if the, where is active? If active is equal to yes, I want to transfer their ownership from this to this. And then click on find. All the records are appearing here. I can select them, transfer, boom. Now, the moment I go here, I can see I will add the field active so that I can easily show you. And let me pull it up. So here you can see that active is, oops, my account, make it all account. And you can see the ones which has yes, it is owned by RAKE instead of RAGAR, which means the ownership of those records has been changed. So basically, when we talk about sales, sales is just to pitch in the product, explaining the details, and making a sale done. But marketing means that you need to do your branding. You need to establish your brand in the market. You need to bring in the footfall of your customer or prospective customers. Marketing is all about generating lead, because in marketing, we make visibility of our company that, okay, we are also existing in the market. We do this. We offer this. We are the potential solution for your problem. So when we talk about marketing and when we talk about sales, they both need to go hand in hand. If your marketing is strong, and if your sales is weak, your business will not run. If your sales is good and your marketing is not good, again, you have a problem. Take a hypothetical example that one company has a good marketing team. They send email flyers, they do webinars, they launch websites, they promote through social media, okay? They promote through bannering, they promote through various type of marketing effort. And when they do all these things, they generate very large number of leads. Leads are something what called prospect. So they generate lots of lead, and when they generate lots of lead, the data comes to Salesforce. But even if the data comes to Salesforce, our sales team is so weak that they are not able to convert those customers into an actual customer. They cannot convert from prospect to customer. In this case, your sales team is weak because they don't know how to make a sale. However, your marketing team is very strong because they are bringing a lot of footfall. Now, on the contrary side, that if your sales team is very good, even if the marketing team brings very less amount of leads, whatever leads they are bringing, the sales team is very good at selling and they convert them into actual customers. So here in Salesforce, when you're using Salesforce, how Salesforce can help you in this part. So the first thing, when it talks about marketing, because every company and they are built on marketing, because if your marketing is not good, you will not be able to grow in your business. So when we say marketing, which means collection of data, doing campaigning and all those things. So in Salesforce, we have a campaign object. In the campaign object, you can track your campaignings which you are performing, how they are performing, what is the ROI, what is the expense we have done in it. Everything is recorded and monitored in that campaign object. Okay. Now, when you prepare a website, when you prepare an ad, you need a form, a web form, where customers can fill in their data. And once they fill in the data, that data should be captured directly in Salesforce. Because no matter how much marketing you do, if
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a Salesforce certification course which will enable you to learn tech stack for both administrator and app builder. Through this course, you'll learn the Salesforce workflow, process builder, Apex, Java Swing, app development, and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth with the Salesforce tech stack.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the maximum number of steps allowed in a single approval process in Salesforce? Your options are A 5, option B 10, option C 15, and option D 20. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's get back to our session.
you are not able to capture that data, there is no point of that marketing. Let's give you one example. Suppose you went to some what you can say some webinar. Okay, you are doing some webinar, and on the webinar there are like 10,000 people came in that webinar. Even if 10,000 people came in your webinar, you did not collected their data. You don't know who all those 10,000 people, and their data is not available in Salesforce. Now, in this case, do you think that that effort of doing that webinar will result into any kind of a return? The answer is no. So we need to ensure in Salesforce that in these marketing activities, whatever the prospect data we are collecting, that should directly come in Salesforce. And for this, we have an option called Web to Lead. Web to Lead is an option through which you can create a form. You can create a form and you can give that coding, HTML coding of that form to your web developer, and they can beautify that particular form and put it into your website. So if anybody is visiting your website, they will go and fill up their form. Because if you are visiting a website and if you are interested in buying some product from the company, you need to send your data to them. And once you send your data to them, then only they will get in touch with you. Otherwise, how would they get to know that you are interested in their product? So as soon as somebody fill in the data in that form, that data will create a lead record in Salesforce. Now, when the lead record is created in Salesforce, the first thing, as a better customer service, what do you think we should do? As soon as you fill the data and it gets created in Salesforce, we should send an email to our customer who has filled up the data. Thank you for showing interest in our service. Somebody from our team will get in touch with you. You want this email to be sent out immediately to that customer so that they feel happy that, okay, the company recognize my data and they promise me to reach out to me in specific time period. So this is called auto response rule, wherein as soon as a new web to lead record is created, I have designed a template. I'm like, I said the very simple sentence on that, but you can make it a fancy one as well. And you can send the fancy email template. So we will learn how to create a template in Salesforce. And we will also learn how to create a web to lead form. Now, once the form is created, the data is captured, and an email is sent out to that customer. Okay, what next? Now, you inform the customer that, okay, somebody from my team will get in touch with you. But how? How people will get to know that there is a new lead or there is no new prospective data appear in our Salesforce? And suppose if I have a 10 people of sales team, how and which person should be responsible to answer that? So in this case, what we do, we use a new feature called lead assignment rule. In the lead assignment rule, we automate the process that as soon as any lead creates from the website, please assign this lead to this particular salesman. Now, the lead is being assigned by lead assignment rule. That is also one of the feature of Salesforce. But the record is assigned to that person, but that person, how that person will get to know that a lead is assigned to me? I need to reach out to the customers. I need to talk to them. I need to convert them. So in that case, again, we can use an email notification, which will be sent out to the owner of the record to whom we are assigning this record, so that they get to know that, okay, the new lead is assigned to me. I need to work on it. And as soon as he gets the message, he can go and he can work on that particular lead. So this is one process through which the customer will reach out to that customer, the sales guy will reach out to that customer. And once they reach out to that customer, what will happen? They will have a conversation that, okay, you shown interest, you filled up the form, tell me what else, what service you are interested in. Or if the form contains the service which they are interested in, then the salesman will tell all the benefits that, okay, we offer this is a benefit of this product, blah, 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 everything. And once they deliver, once they explain all the features of that service to that customer, the customer will say yes or no, or maybe he needs some time to think of it. So while having this conversation, the salesman get to know that, okay, whether this guy is confident to go with this or not, or we need to talk to him 2-3 times because he's saying that he's not confident. He's comparing the product with other products. So being a salesman, you can also show the comparison between different product, that, okay, our product has these benefits. So taking our product will be beneficial for you. Again, if the customer is again not taking the decision on a real-time basis, you can set up a meeting. You can create a task. You can create an appointment on that record. And again, you can call back your customers. And when you call back your customer, this time your customer says that, okay, send me the quotation, or yeah, the product looks good, but what if we add one more product, or what is the amount you will charge me? Will you give me any kind of discount or not? So when these kind of conversation starts happening, at that point of time, your salesman will convert that lead. And when you convert that lead, there are 3 records which will be created: account, contact, and opportunity. Account is the name, is the record which is created for the company with which we are dealing with. And in that company, whoever is the employee or the person who is working for the company you are conversing with, that person will be created as a contact, and the opportunity record will be created to continue your conversation regarding that particular sales with your customer. Because one customer can have multiple opportunity, because one customer may buy one product right now, maybe we can sell some other product later on as well. So whenever we sell anything to that customer, every time we go to that customer record and we create an opportunity record. Because on the opportunity record, once the opportunity is created, you add a product, that, okay, what product or what service you are selling. So on the opportunity record, you have a 360-degree view that what we are selling, what price we are selling, what discount we are offering. All those details will be available on the opportunity record. Okay, so on opportunity, the remaining conversation will continue, and then they will send a quotation that, okay, we are selling this product at this price, and we are offering you 5% discount. So finally, you need to pay this, and this is, we will give you some maintenance support for 1 year, and all those things will be there in the contract. So once the customer will sign the contract, you send an order, get the payment, and the deal is closed, won. So this is how the entire sales cycle will work in Salesforce. So do you see some connectivity in the entire process, that they are tied up with each other in a so synchronized way that one after other activity will happen without any gap and without so much of human intervention? Does anybody have any doubt in terms of understanding this entire cycle? Tell me, guys, if you have any doubt in terms of understanding this entire cycle.
Yeah.
We start from campaign, we got the prospect data. Once we have the prospect data, we respond them via automation rule, and then the salesperson will have a conversation and then convert the lead and then go till closer. So this is the entire cycle of sales in Salesforce. If you have any confusion, I can repeat the topic, I can repeat the clarification and the explanation. Or if you need to know some bit where you have confusion, I can explain that. Guys, I'm waiting for your question if you have any. No? Great. So here you can see it is talking about what is sales. The term sales refers to all activities that lead to selling a goods or a services. However, the marketing is a process of getting people interested in goods and services being sold using advertisement. The sales cycle is what I have told you, that it will start with the unknown data, then inquiry become prospect, then we get a sales lead, it converts to opportunity, then we make a deal, then we provide customer service. So unknown data, then we get to know the data, then we get to know the query, then we get to know the prospect, it becomes a prospect, and this entire cycle will happen for every customer in Salesforce. This is what is explained here in these theoretical part. And here you can see that automated marketing and sales system, where marketing do the acquisition, nurture, and landing pages. Landing pages are the website pages where they can read, learn about our product and services, and we automate the email follow-up. In the same way, in the sales, we have a sales page and we have a payment checkout system. All these systems are available in Salesforce. I don't think you need any explanation on what sales and what marketing is. Okay. The thing what you need to understand this part, that you do all the campaigning using advertisement, then you fill up a form and you qualify a lead. A lead is created. You check the lead if it is valid. At some point of time, the lead gets converted into account and opportunity, and there can be multiple opportunity along with the contact. And when the form is being filled up, an email will be sent out, and the purchase and the access service will be given once the deal is closed. So don't get confused with this theoretical part, because it is a bit confusing at times. But here we need to understand that how we get the leads. So we get the leads from web to lead. We get the leads from social media. We get the leads by referring. We get the leads by word of mouth. Is all these terms are clear, that when you do marketing on social media, you get the lead. When you provide some service to somebody and they are happy with your service, they refer other people to use your service. And some people, like the same type of people who are happy with your service, they talk about you and your service, wherein they are doing advertisement for you, that okay, go to that shop, they have a better price, they have a better service, they are handling the customer very politely, all those things. Web to lead is one of the features which we will learn and understand how web to lead will work. Social media, you all know what social media is. Referral, one person referring other, and word of mouth is talking about your good things to other people. And here you can see, when you fill the web to lead form, a lead record will be created. Then it sends an auto response to that lead via email. And then we define a score to that lead based on which we prioritize that whether it's a good lead or not. Then we have assignment rule, which will assign an owner to that lead. And once the owner is assigned, then the salesperson will call that customer and work on it. So these are theoretical part of this particular module, but we will understand the practical part. We will see how practically we create a web to lead form, how we create template, and how we send automatic notification, how we do lead scoring and assignment tool. We'll see all these terms in practical in our next class. We talked about a lot of features like how to collect data on the website, how to convert them as a lead, how to automate certain processes. So today we are going to learn a feature called web to lead. And in web to lead, what happens? We select certain fields and we create a HTML code for it. We give that HTML code to the web developer and they place that form with some beautification on the website. So if anybody will fill in data into that form, it will create a lead record in Salesforce. I'll show you how it works. So first of all, you have to enable web to lead, without which you cannot do it. And here we have default lead creator. So who will be the default lead creator? Here you have default response template if you want. And if you want to add captcha, you can add captcha. To generate that form, click on create web to lead form. And in the top, you have all the fields which you want to place. I have picked up these fields. If you want to select any more, you can select them and move them this side. Now, this will be the URL which will be used once they finish the form and they click on submit. There are two possibilities. First, company wants them to move to their homepage, their website, or if they are promoting something, they can redirect that form or that customer to that page so that they'll be well aware of it. In case if you want to add captcha, you can click here, else you can remove it. We don't need captcha. And here, as I don't have any website, so for now, I'll use google.com. Now what will happen that as soon as somebody will fill up the form and click on OK or finish, they will be redirected to google.com. You can redirect to any website. Click on generate. A code will be generated. This is an HTML code. So what we need to do, we need to copy this, click on finish. The form is created. You can give this code to your web developer and they will make some changes to appear this page little attractive. But for you guys, I am creating a web page with that code without any formatting, and I will show you how the record will be created in Salesforce once we enter a value in this. For this, I will take you to Notepad. So add. I'll copy this, go to this, click on save. Now on the desktop itself, I'll save it as web to lead form. Now, as I mentioned, that this will be your web page because we have a HTML code here. So for this, we will add .html and here we'll select all files. So I have given the name .html, selected the type, all files, click on save. Now, once you do it, you can close it and let me. Now here, this is the page which we have created, web to lead form. If I double click on it, a page will open like this. And here you can see all the fields which I have selected. Now let me add the details one by one. So once I enter all these values, I'll click on submit. It will take me to google.com, as you can see here. Now, if I go in the back end, and if I go to lead record or lead object, and if I refresh and go to all open, now here, let me arrange it in the date format. So on the top, you can see there is a record created with my name, my mobile number, my state, email address. So if you open this, and we go to the detail, all the details which I have filled in, they are appearing here. It is that easy that you can simply generate a form and you can give it to your web developer. They can fill up with form and they can capture the prospect information, because if somebody is going on your website and if they need to connect with you, or if they want to send you their details so that you can reach out to them, this is the best and the easiest way, where you don't need to perform any integration, no code, nothing you need to write. Simply generate a form, give it to them. Rest, the code will take care of it. Now, the way we are collecting the prospect data in the same way, right? Now here, we can also create a case in the same way. And how? For that, you need to do the same activity. But before going to do that, now the lead is created. And as the lead is created, I wanted a default email to be sent out to the creator. Now I have created it. I go here. You can see that I got an email. Thank you for showing your interest in our service. We are one of the best service providers in this space, and one of our representatives will get in touch with you shortly. So this email has automatically arrived to the person who filled up that form. And how that thing works, that is, if you go to auto lead auto response rule. Auto response rule will automatically send an email to the person who created that or who filled up that information. And if I go into this, you can see we have criteria. So suppose if the created date is not null, we will use this particular email template to be sent out. If the city, if this criteria will fulfill, the email will be sent out. If this criteria will not fulfill, it will check this criteria, because in the order it is second order. This is the first. So whichever query you want to get it checked first, you can place the order accordingly. Now, when the data comes from lead, suppose you have a field called service, and based on different service, you want to send them different email, a kind of a welcome email. So here in this auto response rule, you can define all the criteria and you can select the order. Now, if you can see here, first you place the order number, second you place the criteria, third you place that, okay, if you, as you are sending an email, so what is the name of the sender which will display, and the email address which will be used. And at the bottom, you can see the template, that what is the structure of that email. So all these things will be defined for every actions which you are entering. Now, when you create a lead auto response rule, here you can create multiple auto response rule, but at one point of time, you can only activate one rule, and under one notification rule, you have several sub rules, and based on the rules, the email will be sent out. Now, when we are sending an email, if you see that we are using a template, a format in which I want my email to be sent out. Now, imagine you are working with a company, and the company has to do their branding on the email so that the recipient will get to know that, yes, and it has a good impact. So if I go to this template, this is a very plain and simple template which we have created. And here you can see, hi, whoever is the person filling up the form, we are taking their name, and we are simply giving this 3 lines of text. Now the question is, how exactly you can create a template? Now, in order to create a template, you need to go here, Lightning email template, Classic email template, and you can see there are few predefined templates and there are few which are developed by me. So if you think that one of the template will satisfy your need, you can use that. If you think that none of them satisfy my need, then you can create a new one. And in order to create a new template, okay, you can click on new template. Now the template can be of 4 different types: text, HTML, custom, okay, and visual force. Now, if you want that, okay, my template should be plain and simple and it only need text, so you can go with this first one. But in case if you need something like glossy, so you need to go to HTML, and before creating an HTML template, you have to create letterhead. So here you can type classic letterhead. Now everybody knows what letterhead is. Every company has their letterhead. On the top, they have their own logo. At the bottom, they have something, and in the middle, you have a text. So click on next. Now, at this point of time, there is no template available. So let's create one. We will check available for use. Unless you check this box available for use, that letterhead will not be available for any template. Now we will name this letter as welcome letterhead. Okay, save it. Now you can see we have three sections. The top section, the body section, and the guys, please unmute yourself. Okay, so here, suppose if you want to edit the header property, you can click here and you can change the color. Suppose I want this color. If you need to edit your body color, just taking hypothetical colors just to give you a flavor that what all and how all we can do it. Okay. Preview will show you how this will look like. Though it looks very ugly, but just for the sake of knowledge, we are doing it. So we'll go to template. And this time, when you click on this, we'll go to HTML1. Available to use, you can select the folder where exactly you want to keep the template. Okay, and the template name is welcome lead. Right. Here you can see that we have layout. What kind of layout you want? So we need a formal layout. And what is the subject line? So subject line could be used the same one what we were using here. Thanks for showing your interest in our service. And here you can see the formatting controls are here. And from here you can pick up the object name and then the field. So when you're creating a template, and suppose if we are using that template for a particular record on an object, and we want that on whichever record we are sending an email, the value of the fields on that specific record can be merged in the email template. So that can be done through this one. So make sure that if you are using the template on a contact, on a lead, then only take values of that particular objects. So right now, if you can see here, this part is closed. And here we will type hi, and I need to take the name of the person. So I'll take last name. Okay, this is a value which we have to copy. And here we'll place it. Hi, Mr. This. And now I'll pick up the same content here. I don't want any change. I'll keep it as it is. Oops. Let me is it doing like this? Okay, let's write it. Thank you for showing your interest in we are the leading company in this space. One of eight will reach out to you shortly. Regards. Birla Institute. So I have created this. I don't need anything else. Now, in case we want to do some formatting, you can do that. Suppose I want to highlight as bold, and here I would like to highlight this particular part. This is how the entire email will look like. So it doesn't look good, but still, just bear with my designing. Once you've done it, click on next. Now, one more thing I would like to show, that when you are designing a template, okay, make sure that you preview it properly. Then next. And here again, you have another section. So why this section is appearing? Because when you're writing an HTML, when you're creating an HTML template, sometimes what happens that in some of the browser, the template does not appear properly. Now, in this case, if it is not appearing anything, it will look ugly. So as a backup, what we do, like we type that part and here we'll merge the lead field so that even if the HTML decoration does not appear, but if that does not appear, at least the text will appear so that it will not look bad. So this is a backup plan. Okay. If that beautiful HTML will not appear, then this will appear. Save. Now you've done your part. You created a fancy template. Okay. Now, if you go for auto response rule in the lead notification here, if I edit and I leave all the criteria as it is, but I'm changing the template. And what was the name of the template? Guys, what was the name of the template? Welcome lead template. I can click on save. So everything is same. I just created a new template and I change it. Now, in order to check that, what we can do, we can once again, open that form or a web page. And on the web page, we will type another value. Suppose Bharat Tripathi. Bharat TRI at gmail.com. But if we put in this email address, the fake one, it will not come to my email ID, and then we cannot see that how it looks like. So for now, I'll keep my email address, phone number, whatever you want. Company, we can make it a test company. And then we can have city as Delhi, state as Delhi. And now I'll click on submit. Now, the moment I do that, it is redirecting me to Google page because that's what we have set up. Now I'll go back and the new email has arrived. And if I click on this new email, here you can see that how it looks like. Background was yellow and I don't and the rest of the colors are else. This is just for an example purpose. Now, I hope you understood that how exactly we can create a form, a web form to collect the data, and how you are setting up the auto response and a welcome email. As we understood that how we are capturing the lead and how we are automatically responding to that lead via email, how we are acknowledging that. Now, once the lead is created in Salesforce, the third thing, the third activity, which is important, that you assign that lead to a specific gentleman or a salesperson in your company who can actively connect with the customer and who can help them or to convert their lead. So this particular feature is called lead assignment rule, where we define a set of rule that, okay, if the city is Delhi, assign it to Mohan. If the city is Mumbai, assign it to Dilip. If the city is Kolkata, assign it to Chatterjee. So now you need to ensure that all the leads which are getting created, they've been assigned to the dedicated person and there is no human intervention required in this. Now, as of now, you can see that everything is automated. You created a form is picking up the data, sending it to Salesforce. You set up the automation where the response, a welcome email or an acknowledgement is automatically being sent out. Now, the third thing is you need to assign them to the sales rep. That should automatically happen based on the criteria. So again, no human intervention is required. So how do you do that? For that, you will go to lead assignment rule. Now, if you go to lead assignment rule, I have already created one. You can create a new one, but whatever number of lead assignment rule you will create, one of them will be active at one time. You cannot activate more than one. Okay, only one rule can be activated at a time. And under one rule, you again have multiple criterias. Like the way we have an auto response rule, in the same way, we have a lead assignment rule, where in every rule, we define a criteria, and based on the criteria, who will be the owner of that lead, that is coming in this assign to part. And this email part will say that, okay, notify the person to whom you are assigning. Remember, I told you yesterday that suppose a case is assigned or a lead is assigned to salesperson, how do they get to know? Because they already have a lot of leads. And if a new lead is coming to them, they should be informed. So that is what we are going to address in this. So here, if I edit on the rule, it is same. Again, this order is very important. Whichever order the rule is, it will be checked on that lead record as per the order. So right now we are on order number 1. So this is the lead assignment criteria, which will be checked at number 1. What it is going to check, if the country is US, then assign that particular lead. Now a lead can be owned by multiple people. A lead can be owned by a user. A lead can be owned by a queue, and a lead can be owned by a partner user. Now I'll explain you all the three concepts. Now, if a lead is assigned to a user means any particular sales user. That is clear. Now, a lead can be assigned to a queue. What is queue? Queue is nothing but it is a collection of people. A collection of people who will be part of the queue. And when we are assigning a case to a queue, then out of anybody in that queue can pick up that case, assign it to themselves and work on it. So suppose for northern region, we have 4 people. For southern region, we have 4. For eastern and for Western, we have five people. Now, when a lead is created, and based on the reason, I assign that lead to a queue. Now, in that queue, there are multiple people who are member of that queue. So they will get an email that, okay, the lead is assigned in our queue. So one of them will go and pick that work. So in that case, we need to use queue and we need to type the name of the queue to whom we are assigning. And again, the email template, which we use to notify the owner that a lead is assigned to you. Now, if this part is clear, I have second and third rule as well. So if this rule will not qualify, it will come to this and then this. And as per the criteria and as per the assigned to person, the lead will be assigned to that person as a owner. Okay. Now let me explain you the queue. As I mentioned, queue is a collection of people. And here you can see I have created a lead queue. In the lead queue, I have given the name, selected the object that this queue is created for which object. And these are the members of the queue. Okay. Now, if you want that if any lead is assigned to this queue, send email to all members. So one email will be sent out to all the members of this queue so that they will aware that, okay, there is a lead assigned to it. Now, on which object we are doing? We are doing on a lead object. And which all are the members? These are the members of that. So queue and public group. Public group again is a group of users. Queue is again a group of users. But in public group, you cannot, no record can be owned by a public group, but a record can be owned by a queue. And a queue can be created for lead, for case, and for custom objects. I'll show you. Suppose if I click on new, and here you can see these are the objects on which you can create queue. Any object which is not part of this list, you will not be able to create queue for that particular object. Okay. So is it clear, guys, that what is queue and what is lead assignment rule and how it works? So if you can see the lead which is created, this is the one which was created. And you can see in the lead history that first it was created by Rakesh Agarwal. And then there's another action happened where the ownership is assigned based on assignment rule. First, the record was created by Rakesh Agarwal because I will be the default record creator on web to lead form. And then the next activity is owner is assigned based on assignment rule. And as per the assignment rule, I will be the owner. So there is no change. Rakesh to Rakesh, it remains the same. In any record, in any object, if you want to track the history that what changes are happening on which field and by whom at what time, then you need to track those fields under field history tracking. And you can track 20 fields on any object at a given point of time. That is the limitation. And once you enable the tracking, you need to go to the page layout. And on the page layout, you need to add this component history. Like here, you are adding it on a lead. So it is called as lead history. If it is account, it will be account history. If it is case, it is a case history and likewise. So in the history, you can see all those changes on all those fields, which you mark as field history tracking. I'll once again show you how to enable field history tracking. For that, you can go to the object manager, go here, go to field and history relation, set up history tracking, and here you can simply check it. If it is not enabled, you need to check this thing. If it is enabled, you can simply select the fields, the ones which you want to track. So are you guys clear on the lead assignment rule? What is queue and what is history tracking?
Yes.
If anybody is still having any doubt, feel free to ask, because for me it is easy, for you it will be little complicated. But lead assignment rule structure works in a similar way, the way lead auto response rule works.
Rakesh, one question on queue, right? We have a group of people. Since you shown in your screen, there was 3 people. So by default, the lead will assign to all 3, or it will be assigned.
No. It will be assigned to that queue, and that once that lead is assigned to that queue as a owner, these 3 people will have visibility of that lead record, so that any one of them can go and change the owner from lead queue to their own name, and they can work on it.
Okay, correct. So that's what I was saying. So if required a manual action, it will assign to queue, and whosoever will take the first action, they can assign to themselves, and it will be moved from queue, and it will be assigned to that particular person.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're right. So now the way you have a collection of people and defined a queue, and a queue can own a record. And as I mentioned that we also have a similar concept called public group. Public group is also a collection of people. But the difference between queue and public group is that a queue can own a record, but a public group cannot own a record. Public group is only created when you want to use, when you need to share certain records, certain types of record with few people, with selected number of people, because when you are writing a sharing setting or a sharing rule, in the sharing rule, you define the criteria and you define with whom you are trying to share. And when you are trying to share something, you have an option to select role, subordinate, then you have an option called public group as well. Let me show you that. If you remember this screen, we can create a sharing rule. And when you create a sharing rule, this option says, select which record to be shared. Now the record can be owned by a public group, a role and internal subordinate, and portal subordinate. Now when I say that record which are owned by member of public group. So public group is used, suppose you have a situation, I'll give you one real-time situation that I need to share all the account record with 5 people, but all those 5 people having different profile, different team, different role. They are all from different department. Now in this case, when you are sharing with option, they are not in one single role, so this will not work. They are not under one another, so this will not work, and this will also not work. So in this kind of situation, when people are from different department, different role, so what we can do, we can simply create a public group of all those people and then try to send via public group. In the same way, if people from different group created a record and you want to share all those record with somebody, so in that case, you can use account owned by member of public group. So this is based on the owner, based on the criteria. You can type the criteria which record to be shared, and again with whom, public group, role and all. So now do you understand what is the difference between public group and queue? Both are having collection of people or a group of people, but Q can be owned. Q owns a record. Public group does not own a record. You can share data with the help of with the help of public group, but you cannot share data with the help of Q. Okay, so there are these two differences, major differences, and I hope it is clear to you all. Is it clear, or do you have any type of confusion on this?
We can share data with public group, but not with you. And
The sharing setting does not allow you any queue option, as I have
yeah,
shown you. So
it's only for
that's-
public group.
Yep, yep. Okay, so now we understood how a lead is being captured, how a response is welcome response or acknowledgement response is being sent out, and how it is assigned to that particular sales rep, and how we are notifying that sales rep. Now there's one more feature called lead scoring. Now what lead scoring means, that suppose you are in the industry from last 5 years and you know the customer behavior very well. Now imagine that we are doing marketing for our brand, for our product on the website. We promote it on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We also send emails to our customers. So now you can see that we are targeting our customer from multiple places. Okay. Now what happens that, suppose if a customer visit our website and they fill up a form, a lead will be created. Now they go to our website 5 times. They stay on the website for 10 minutes. They go to all our social connects and they show interest on those social connects. Now, all this data, what is happening or what the customer is doing, we can capture that data on a lead record. And when you capture these data on lead record, based on the customer behavior, now imagine that if I have to buy an AC and if I go to O General website and I show my interest, then wherever O General advertisements are there, I click on them and check that what is the offer they are offering, what is the feature they are offering. So if I am connecting with your product, with your services, with your marketing initiatives multiple times, that clearly indicates that I am very much interested in your product. So all these connects, all these footprints of the customers are being captured in the marketing. And based on these numbers that, okay, as the customer has connected to us with the 5 different initiatives, which means he is likely to be converted. So all these data are captured in different fields. So when we are scoring any lead, we check the value in all the fields that, okay, how many times he visited a website. If it is more than 2, that's a good number. As well as if he has clicked on our LinkedIn ad, then he also click on the link which we send on our email. So if these 3 things, 3 activities are being captured in different fields with these many number of incidences, then assign a score to that lead, say 80, 70, 50. Now, in the same way, the same mechanism, for assigning anything, we create a formula field. In the formula field, we write the criteria that, okay, if the website visit is greater than 2, which means website visit numbers are captured in one field. If it is greater than 2, okay. And if the social connect is greater than 1, if email link clicked is greater than 2, if all these numbers are true, then assign 80 in that field. So the formula is calculating based on the criteria you have given in the lead scoring field. Now every record will have different field number in all those fields, and based on that they have different scoring. And now your question, a valid question which may come to your mind, that why we are scoring the customers, why we are scoring the leads. Now, the reason why we are scoring the leads, because based on the customer behavior and the way they are connecting with us, we analyze that if we call these people, they can immediately buy our product. That is my experience in the industry from last 5 years. That is what it says. But I may be wrong, I may be right. So initially we create a formula field with all these criteria and we are assigning a number. And then at the end of the month or maybe at the end of the quarter, I will check that the way the formula, the logic which I applied to assign a number to this lead, if that works, which means if I'm assigning 80 to somebody or 90 to somebody, these leads are converting easily, which means my knowledge, my expertise, my understanding of the customer pattern is correct. Now, how it will help the sales team? Because they don't need to check which lead they need to click, they need to contact first, because the expert person has already given a logic and that logic is already assigning a number. So I can simply go to the lead list, which is assigned to me or which is owned by me. And I can simply sort the list with the scoring. And whichever leads has a higher scoring, I'll start calling from them because the likelihood of their conversion is high. So I will focus first on them and then the ones which are lower than that. So this way, it is easy for salesperson to know which lead they should call first and then second and then third and so on. Is it clear to all of you? This is a concept. You need to write a formula field by yourself. I will not write it. And I can simply show you one thing if I have written something. I'm not sure, but let me check. I have written a formula field and here I have given the numbers. Okay, scoring will be high, medium, and low. So if you go to the lead data, and suppose if I am a salesperson and I go to all open leads, and then the lead scoring, you can see for some it is high, for some it is medium and low and all that. So I can simply filter it and I can see which one is high, which one is medium and low. I can pick the high, then medium, then low. So that will make your salesperson life easy, that what should be the priority and which lead will have a higher priority so that they need to call them up first because their chances of conversion is higher as compared to others. As and when the lead is assigned to a particular sales rep, his job is to connect with the customer. Okay. And when he will connect with the customer, he will explain them about the features, about the functionalities, what we have in sales, in the product. Okay. And in case if they are selective product, then probably understand that what is the need of the customer. And I'll tell you one thing, guys, and always keep this thing in your mind. Okay. Whenever you're doing anything in your life, okay, that before responding to anything, first listen to the other person very, very carefully. And this applies everywhere. Suppose if you are working in a company and if your management comes to you asking for something, rather than interrupting them and jumping on the conclusion, the first thing is, that's what I was planning on, yeah. The first thing what you need to do is you need to listen to them, whatever points they are telling you. Just write down those points in the technical format because the business does not understand what are the technical terms. They will explain you the things in their business terminologies, that this is what they want. And you need to convert that conversation into the technical document. In the technical document, the first thing what you need to write is, what is the objective of this solution? What is the outcome you want from this solution? What are the various stages or various milestones in this entire process? What are the quality checks we need to ensure when we are moving from one milestone to other milestone? What all technical features we will use to implement this functionality? And then you need to design an algorithm, okay, a flow chart basically. The flow chart and the algorithm will give you step-by-step instruction that, okay, this is what you are going to do in order to perform this work. So once you have the flow chart, once you have all those things, then after that, what you need to check that, are the person who is requesting for these, they are giving you all sort of information what you need to design and develop. If you think that yes, there are certain questions which is not been answered, so create a list of questions while you are talking to them and ask them all those questions proactively. Remember when we talked about user creation, I asked you guys to have a list of questions, ask those questions. Once you have an answer of all of them, then start working on it. Because I saw this practice very often, that without knowing everything, okay, without analyzing the impact of this, without checking the limitation while implementing all these things, we start working on something and gradually we get to know that, okay, if I do this, this will go wrong. This is not correct. This is right. The process is not correct. And this tool has a limitation. We cannot do this. We cannot do that. So in that kind of situation, what happens? That your company or your client lose confidence on you, because they expect you as an expert.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a Salesforce certification course which will enable you to learn tech stack for both administrator and app builder. Through this course, you'll learn the Salesforce workflow, process builder, Apex, Java Swing, app development, and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth with the Salesforce tech stack.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary advantage of using plain text email templates over HTML email templates? Your options are A. Enhanced visual appealing, B. Faster loading times, C. Better support of multimedia, and option D. Advanced tracking and analytics. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's move back to our session.
In that particular application, and when they are asking or when they are requesting something, they know that, okay, you know how to do and how to convert those things into the technical terminologies, and you will deliver it. So once you commit that, okay, yes, I can deliver it, you need to be 100% sure that you have touched all these parts. And once you have everything with you, then start implementing anything. So now, in case of lead also, when a lead is being assigned, the assignment till assignment part, it was a job of Salesforce to do all these things automatically without any human intervention. So those all things are done. Now there is a human intervention in this, where a sales rep has to first understand the customer. Suppose if the customer is giving you the company name, go to the company, see what they are doing. What are the products they might be interested in? Are they facing any challenges? Is there any competitor threat which they are facing right now? So read about that company, read about the challenges, read about the opportunities, and see how you can address those challenges or how you can fulfill those opportunities by offering one or the other services or the product which you are selling. Okay. Once you work on it, once you have all the information about the company, about the prospect, then you need to go and talk to the customer and first let that customer speak. Once the customer will speak, he will give you a lot of pointers based on which you can easily crack the deals. So if you have enough pointers to crack the deal, good enough, start pitching and crack the deal. If you don't have enough pointers, you proactively ask questions and crack the deals. Now, when you talk to your customer on a lead record, at some point of time, you realize, being a salesperson, that this customer is very much interested in our product, and the likelihood that if we give them a good price or a discount, the probability of conversion is high. So at that point of time, you need to convert that lead into 3 records: account, contact, and opportunity. Account will be the company record, that with which company we are dealing. Contact is the employee of that company with whom we are interacting for this deal. And opportunity will hold all the information related to this deal, that what this deal all about, which product we are selling in this deal, what is the amount of that product, okay, what is the discount we can offer. So about that sale, about that deal, whatever the things are, that will remain in opportunity. And now once you convert your lead into account, contact, and opportunity, the rest of the conversation regarding the sale will happen on the opportunity record, because the opportunity you connect, you add all the product, a list of product which you are trying to sell. On the opportunity, you can create a quote and you can send it to your customer. And once the quote is signed, you can send an order. Okay. So all these things, all that conversation and all that remaining transaction will happen on opportunity. Now the point is, how do we convert the lead? So let me tell you that how exactly you can convert your lead. So I'll go to this lead, and on the lead here you have an option called convert. Now, before going to convert option, okay, you can see we also have an option called add notes. You can clone the same lead, which means you can create an exact replica record. Check for new data, you can check that. Delete. Sharing means you can do manual sharing by sharing this record with one person. Edit, you can make change. Change owner means you can change the owner of this lead. Now we are concerned about this convert thing. So we'll click on convert, and as soon as we click on convert, we get to know this screen. Now here is the name of the company which will be created. Now there are situations when you already have a customer and one of the employee of that customer is connecting with us from various our marketing channel, and that gets created as a lead in our Salesforce. And after the conversation, we get to know that, okay, this guy is an employee of this company, which is already our customer, which means we have already sold that one of the product to this company. So if that's the case, you don't need to create a new company. You can simply choose and you can search for the company name, that because this company is already there in Salesforce and they are already your customer or maybe prospect. So instead of creating duplicate account, you can search the existing account and you can use that. But in case if it is a new, then you can click on create. Here, create contact, which means the employee with which we are interacting. So here you can see account name is Startup India, company details. Rakesh Agarwal is the contact who is working. If you think that the contact already exists with this name, you can choose the existing one. Now the third one is opportunity. So now you need to create an opportunity, and this will be the name of the opportunity. So suppose here we have opportunity name where you have a company name, and then we type the name of the employee with whom we are dealing. And then suppose we are selling them AC. So this is just a naming convention which I am following. You may follow something else as well. Now, if you don't want to create an opportunity record, you can always check this box. Do not create an opportunity upon conversion. But in 99.5% cases, we do need to create an opportunity because the rest of the conversation about that deal will happen on the opportunity record. So we need to have that record. So once you have all this thing, okay, you will see that who will be the record owner. The Rakesh Agarwal will be the record owner. And what is the status? Close converted. This will be the status which will be pasted on lead record. Okay. Now we need to click on convert. As soon as you click on convert, it will give you this particular screen where you have this account, contact, and opportunity. If you want, you can click on them and you can open them on separate windows. So you see the phone number, the company name. Now, as the account record is created, you can fill up the remaining fields so that you'll have better understanding. Because when you are conversing with the prospect, you ask all these questions. What is your company? What they do? What is their market cap and all those things? What is your website address? So once you have all those things, as you have already created an account, fill up all the details. Same goes with the contact. On the contact, you can fill up the details about that employee. And this is an opportunity where you can go to product, and in the product, you can select the product which you are selling. Okay. And before selecting the product, you have to select the price book, because one single product can have multiple pricing. Suppose if I'm purchasing one AC, my price will be different. If I'll be purchasing 10 AC, my price will be different. If I'm a wholesaler, my price will be different. If I am a CNM, okay, or a very large distributor like Reliance, Tata, and all, the pricing which will be given to me will be different. So whatever product we are selling, okay, we may have multiple pricing for the same product depending on the business. Okay, so in the back end, you can create the price book and you can associate all the product with different pricing. That okay, this product can have this price if it is wholesaler. If it is retailer, this price. If it is a CNF, this price. If it is something else, then price is different. So you can go to the product and you can choose the price book. That okay, what price book do I need? I need a standard price book. Okay. Now, once I select the price book, that okay, the reason why we are selecting the price book, because we need to pick the amount or the price as per that price book for this product. Because as I mentioned, one product can have multiple prices depending on different conditions. So we have selected that, okay, this is a single customer. So I selected the standard price book, and now I'll go to add product, and I have say these two products. So I'm selecting these. You can filter the product here on a product code and all those things. So I can add a product here and I can click on next. Now, when you select the product, you need to mention the quantity. I'll mention quantity 1. Okay, here you can mention the date and a description and all those things. Click on save.
I have a question. Product.
Wait, hold your horses. Let me first explain the entire life cycle so that you get to know a lot of things. So once you selected the product, you can see the prices are here, okay, based on the quantity, and the amount is also the total of what product you are selecting. Okay, so this is how You selected the product, what you're trying to sell, and you selected the price, what price will be applicable. Then you can again have a conversation, then you can send a quote with a discount and all. And suppose if you are a low level sales representative, you may not have a higher authorization to give discounts. So in that case, you can also create an approval rule and send for approval for this record if the customer is demanding a very high discount, which is not under your scope of support. So that can be done. So rest of the activity will happen on this opportunity record. Okay, you can have all the okay, fair enough. So now things are clear. Now we understood that how exactly the entire process works. Okay, how the lead is captured, how the acknowledgement goes, how the assignment happens, how the sales people talking, and what is the scoring mechanism, how we can score it, then how we convert the lead, how account contact and opportunity gets created. Once the opportunity is created, how we adding the price book and then the product, what is the relation into it, and between product and price book, product and opportunity, you have a product line item. So now if you understand this entire sales cycle, after this sales cycle, once you define the product and everything, then the next thing is quotation. You can create a quote and send it to your customer for signing. And once it is signed, you can change the stage to close one once your payment is received. So this is how the entire sales cycle works. Now, in this entire sales cycle, if you have any confusion, you can ask me right now, because now I'm changing a bit direction. I'm moving from sales to support in my next feature. So if you have any questions,
how do we create a quote out of this opportunity? Is there a mechanism?
Yes, there is a mechanism. So right now in the layout, I have not added the quote part. Okay, so you can do one thing. You can go to edit object, and in the edit object, you have page layout. And on the page layout, you go to opportunity layout. In the opportunity layout, you go to related list. And in the related list, I think quote is not active right now. I can see order is there. Quote is not there. I don't see that the quote is enabled. So we'll talk about it later. Don't worry. I will show you how to create a quote. Quote is again a new standard object where you create a record. So quote will automatically pick up all the product and their pricing from the list which you have selected in the opportunity, and it will only use to send it to customer for signing, nothing else. Okay, so that can be done. And on the screen, the way you are getting product and all those, you will see that as well. So here you can type web to case. Now you need to first enable web to case as the way you were enabling the web to use. Again, the same thing. And what is the default case origin? All the cases which will be created with this particular form, they will have a case origin as web, so that we can classify them, that which cases are coming via direct call, which cases are coming from website and from other mechanism. So here I have selected web to clarify that yes, these cases are coming from website. Then default response template, that is the acknowledgement template. If you want to hide any record information, you can click here. If you want to show some signature, you can type signature here. I'll leave it as it is. I don't want to make any changes. And once you enable web to case, you go to web to case HTML generator. And here it is exactly same as web to lead, where you select the field, drop them this side by clicking on these buttons. Again, once the form is being filled up, where what will be the return URL. And if you need a captcha, you can do that, but I don't need any captcha and all. I can remove it. I can keep all these fields only. Click on generate. Now this again is generated. I'm copying it, clicking on finish. And now the way I have created the web page in the same way. Guys, please mute yourself. So now I'll go to this, I'll copy this, okay. And then I'll click on save as. I'm clicking on the desktop where I'm saving it. I'll select all file and here I will say web to case form dot HTML to make it a web page. Save. Now I have created the web page the way I have created web to lead. I'm closing it. Now here you can see web to case page is created. I can fill up the form like this. Suppose contact name, this, email ID, this, phone number as this, subject, installation request for my AC, and I am copying the same information and putting them in the description as well. Submit. Now it is redirecting me to nowhere because I have not given any URL, okay, where it is redirected. So I'm closing it and then I'll go to case object. On the case object, I'll go to all open cases. With the creation, if you can see on 27, installation request for AC. If I open this case, in the right hand side, you can see the details of this case which is being created. Case number automatically pop up. Electricity, case origin appears as web. Bill line issued, my email ID. This is a subject line and a description. So a case is automatically open for me. And if you go here and if you scroll it down, so here you can see here Rakesh Kumar Agarwal, thank you for submitting your question to us online. Your case number is this, has been created, and Start India Customer Advocate will get back to you within next 24 hours. So this is a auto response which I have set up. Case auto response. The way we have a lead auto response, we have a case auto response as well. Here I can show you. So we have lead, now we have case auto response. Exactly same how the lead auto response works. Order, condition, I have not given any condition. On all the cases, I want a same template to be sent out from this ID, and this will be the from name. No change. It is exactly same as your web. Yeah. So Hema, I can. Why are you so quiet today? I'm trying to allow you to talk, but I don't see there's a. I don't know, like there's some problem. You can chat if you have any question. Okay. So guys, as we have covered a lot of things, okay, let's go back to the presentation part and let me start from the same place where we left it. So we have understood the lead, web to lead, web to case, auto response, like lead auto response, case auto response, lead assignment rule, case assignment rule. lead scoring is something does not apply on cases because cases does not require any scoring that whom to address first and whom to address later, because all the cases are important to be addressed. So that's the reason there is no scoring mechanism in case. But if you want, you can do that as well. So we understood all these things: lead auto response, case auto response. Then we understood the lead scoring part. And then we also understood the assignment rule, lead assignment rule and case assignment rule. Okay. And now we have another topic called lead process and opportunity object. Now, when we say lead process are the different stages of the lead. So suppose if I go here and if I go to a lead, on the lead, you have a field called lead status. So these are different stages of lead. You can add more stages, and these stages are called as lead process. I'll show you. So when you say process, so this is called lead process, and in the lead process, you can see the stages are there. So any time when you have to define a stage in the lead, suppose you can define your lead process as new, in progress, qualified lead, then lead is good to convert. So depending on your business need, in the lead process, you can define that, okay, I want all these different stages through which a lead will pass. The way you have a lead process, we also have a sales process, which is dedicated to opportunity. So like in the lead, when you have multiple stages, in the same way, for opportunity also, you have different stages, and every stage is connected to a probability that, okay, if I converted a lead and I created an opportunity, and if the opportunity is in a prospecting stage, the probability of conversion of that lead is 10%. And likewise, you have percentage for every stage. And now when you say, why do we have a probability percentage with every stage? Because whatever opportunity you have, that opportunity data will be used for forecasting purpose. Now, you may have heard a lot of companies that they're forecasting their sales for next 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 year. How they can do that? They have opportunity where the close date on opportunity, there's a field called close date. So when they need to forecast that how much they will earn in the next quarter, they go in Salesforce, create a report, and they are creating a report on opportunity object where they are filtering data based on close date, that, okay, how many opportunities are such where the close date is in the next 3 months. So they will pick up that record first. Then they put second criteria, that their status or their sales process or their stage of the opportunity should be negotiation and review. Now, negotiation and review has a 90% probability of conversion. So what they do when they filter out their opportunity data based on these two parameters, they get to know that, okay, whatever the amount, accumulated amount of all those opportunity, that is the amount which they are expecting in the next quarter. This is how the company do the forecasting. And if you can see here that against every stage, there's a probability and there's a pipeline that, okay, till the time any opportunity is not close won, they are in pipeline, which means they are about to come. The sale is about to happen. Now, if anybody is part of the marketing in their company, or if they have heard that every company is sharing their pipeline. Now, what they are sharing that, okay, we have a very healthy pipeline where we have 5 big clients, which we are expecting in the next quarter, and the total revenue or the total contract which we are expecting in the next quarter is of $20,000. Now, how do they get to know all these things? They simply run a report on an opportunity where the close date in next quarter as well as their stage is negotiation, where the percentage of conversion is 90%. So based on that data, they inform their investor, their shareholders that, okay, in coming quarter, we have this in our plate. And if companies who are coming in their AGM or in their meetings, if they are saying that our pipelines for the next quarter is not strong, maybe for next quarter we are not strong, but the next to next quarter we have a very strong pipeline. How do they analyze this thing? Because the close date of all the opportunity which are in the negotiation stage, they are not in the first quarter, but their close date are in the second quarter. So that's the reason they are giving a commentary that, okay, in the next quarter, our pipeline is not very strong, but in the coming quarter, next to next quarter, we have a very strong pipeline. So now if anybody who tracking the share market, do you see that every quarter a company release their report, and in the report they give some kind of a visibility for the next quarter, and this is how they bring in the data from Salesforce, analyze it and give a number to their investors that, okay, in the next quarter we are expecting this much of revenue, but that is not a guarantee. Even after 90% probability, the deal cannot be done. Okay, cool. So now if we understand what is lead process, now I have already explained you what opportunity object is, but again, we will see in the PPT if there is anything new which we have missed out. So lead assigned, lead opened, lead closed. All these are what? Milestones. And that's the reason they are coming under lead process. It can be different for different companies. It is not something which is very fixed or common. It depends company to company. Now, the opportunity object is linked to account and to product. Now, you know that every opportunity record, I'll show you. This is an opportunity. Okay. And no, sorry, this is not an opportunity. Let me go and open an opportunity record. This one. So if I open this one, you can see that this opportunity is connected with an account. Now, if I edit this record, if you do not attach any account with it, at any point of time, if you have to understand that, okay, the sale is happening, but you are selling to which company? So account is important. And as account is also important, product is also important, because to whom you are selling and what you are selling, these two things are very important. It is not possible that you're selling something, but you don't know to whom you're selling. And second, you know that you're selling something to this person, but what exactly you are selling, you don't know. So in case of opportunity, you need to have both the things, the person or the company to whom you're selling and the product what you're selling. That's what it is trying to mention here in the PPT. Okay. And opportunity object is also linked to the stage and percentage field for forecasting. The field which I have shown you, this one, this is a stage, this is a percentage, and this is used for forecasting. And that is what it is mentioned here. Lead process and opportunity object I have already shown you. So now the next thing which is appearing here, that is campaign object. Now campaign object is also very, very important object from the marketing point of view. And before I explain you what campaign object is, I have a question for you all. Okay. There are 10 people with the same profile. 8 of them are able to access campaign object, and there are 2 people who are not able to access campaign object. What do you think will be the reason behind this? Just raise your hand, don't answer it. Please follow this practice. If you haven't done it, go check out the previous videos, pick those questions, keep a note, create a library of that, and use it when you are going for an interview or an exam. Okay?
Okay.
Fantastic. So now, as you know that when the campaign object will appear for any user, and I have also explained you about the campaign object, that the purpose of the campaign object is to create a record and track the outcome of any campaign. Suppose you're running an email campaign, but you don't have any record in Salesforce where you are tracking the progress. So campaign is the object where you can create a record and track the progress. Suppose if you are creating 4 different campaign under one larger campaign. Okay. In that case, you can create a parent campaign record, and under parent campaign, you can create 5 different child campaign records. And on that record, you can track what is the performance of your campaign, because suppose if you are running 10 campaigns in Chennai, and at the end of the month, if your boss will come and ask you, okay, you invested 10 lakhs rupees on these marketing effort. Can you tell me what is the response I got in these specific marketing attempts? Which one was more successful? And how much revenue we got from that campaign? Which one we should drop? And they can ask you multiple questions like this. Now, if you do not maintain that in your Salesforce, you won't be in a situation to answer these questions. And in order to do that, we have to have a campaign object. Now, if you go to campaign, I have created this campaign record. And in the detail, if you can see, this is the campaign name. I activated it. Which type of campaign it is? So this campaign is direct mail, which means I'm sending direct email to my customers, to my prospect, because you only have data, 2 data. Either you have a data in the lead, which is your prospect, or you have a contact data, which is employees of your existing customers. You don't have any other data. So these 2 data will come in campaign as a campaign member, because this is your target audience to whom you are sending the email. So if you can see on the related, under campaign member, I have not added any person, but you have 2 choices: add lead, add contact, because these are the 2 data you have. So you can decide, you can segment the data. Now, when I say segment the data, which means I have 10,000 leads, but I don't want, or the marketing which we are doing, this is only for the people who live in Chennai. So in this case, I need to do filtering of your data, and I need to pull up all those contacts which belongs to Chennai and all the prospect which belongs to Chennai. And I will only add them as part of this campaign as a campaign member, so that the email will be sent out to all of them. And after sending out an email, I need to check how many of them opened it, how many of them read it, how many of them come back to us, created an opportunity with us, and out of 100 opportunity, how many I won, how many I lose. So that is how you get to know that which campaign is successful and which campaign is not. So here you can see I selected the campaign name, I activated. Now this is a type. So there are multiple types you can do campaign. Whether the campaign is completed, in progress, what is the start, end date, expected revenue in the campaign, expected budget for this campaign. And now in the right hand side, you can see all the statistics which we are maintaining in the campaign object, that okay, how many leads were created, how many converted, how many contacts are created, how many responses on the campaign, how many opportunity we have created, what is the one number of opportunity which we won, and if we won certain opportunity, what is the one value, what is the total opportunity which we have created. So suppose if we have created 100 opportunity, 80 of them were won, so the total amount will appear here in the one, here it will appear 100 because 100 opportunity were created. So all these data will be tracked. Now here in the lower side, you can see that what is the actual cost. This is the expected revenue, this is a budget, but this is the actual cost. What is the expected response? What response you are expecting as a business? Okay. Then number sent to campaign, and then parent campaign. If you are running, if you are creating one master campaign and multiple child campaign, then in that case, parent campaign field should be filled. If this field is not filled, which means it is a parent campaign. So likewise, this you have to manage your marketing activity so that you can answer it to the business. Now you can go here, view campaign influence report. This report will tell you that how many people are influenced and all. So all these things can be done in campaign object. Okay. I hope it is very much clear to you. Now campaign is all about marketing. These are the email campaign, ebook download, survey campaign. Let's first understand what is service and support application. When we say service, which means suppose if you as a company, if you are selling any product or any kind of equipment, then once you sell that particular equipment or once you sell that particular product, your customer needs some kind of a help in case if they need to operate your product. They may need some information. If they have to while using the application or while using your product, they may come up with some problems. Okay. They may have some feedback for you that they want to share with you. So everything will be covered and interacted with our actual customers via the support or a service application. So in Salesforce, we have Sales Cloud, we have Service Cloud, and the options or the agenda for this entire module is based on what we have in the Service Cloud side of Salesforce. Okay, so if I drill it down, you can see that in the sales, we talked about lead, account, opportunity, and all those things. However, if we look into the service side, because every business who is selling some product, they have to support their customer after selling, because there are two types of companies who are selling but not supporting their customers properly. Customers are not happy with them. Some companies, they're selling very badly, but they are good at support. That will also not work. You need to make a balance between these two. You need to ensure that when you are selling, you are giving utmost importance to your customers and try to make them satisfied with what you're telling them, what you're offering them, and convince them that whatever you're offering is the best in the market and it has a best price as well, according to the quality of the product. Okay. Now, once you sell that product to your customer, you need to ensure that if the customer is facing any problem, okay, they have a way to reach out to you guys. Okay. And normally the way nowadays, every company is focusing on service part as well, because if you're providing better service, that customer will refer you to someone else. Like I am a very happy customer of one of the AC product that is called O General. The product is very good, but their after sales support is not that good. Though it's not very bad. Now, on the other hand, okay, I live in a society and the maintenance of the society is very good. So the apartment which I purchased, that was a sales part. That was done perfectly fine. And the maintenance of the society, which is kind of a service part. If you call them up that, okay, something is wrong, can you come and fix it, or can you send somebody to fix it? And if they're sending that person to you immediately and fixing your problem, that means they're providing the best service. Okay. So we need to make a balance between the sales and the support. And when we say support, suppose you need to open multiple channels. Okay. That from how many channels your customers can connect with you. First, you can give them an email address that, okay, if you face any problem, please write an email to this email address. Second, give them a number. Okay, by any chance, if you want to talk to somebody to explain about your problem or raise a complaint, you can call this number. Third, you have a WhatsApp number as well. You can reach out to the WhatsApp number as well. Fourth, you have a fax number. You can fax it and somebody from our team will connect with you. So all these medium through which our customers are interacting with you, okay, those interactions and those transactions will be recorded in an object called cases. And in cases, there are multiple record types. Now, when we say record types, means that a case can be a complaint, a case can be a feedback, a case can be information. So in one object, if we have multiple variety of cases or records which we are creating in these kind of situation, or suppose if one object is there and on that object, multiple teams are accessing that object and every team would require a different set of fields. Okay. So in these two conditions, we normally create record types. Okay. And one record type is associated with one page layout. Okay. Which means that suppose first example, if we have three different type of cases like complaint, information, or suggestion. So in cases, I need a description, detail. I need the part name. I need the product name. Okay. I need all other type of information to understand what is the problem, where is the problem, which part is faulty and what needs to be fixed. However, in case of suggestion or information, you made it very less information. That, okay, what is the suggestion? You need to give them a description. So in all these three types of case record, we need variety of different fields. So what we do, we create different record types, page.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a Salesforce certification course which will enable you to learn tech stack for both administrator and app builder. Through this course, you'll learn the Salesforce workflow, process builder, Apex, Java Swing, app development and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth with the Salesforce tech stack.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary function of the case object in Salesforce? Your options are managing opportunities, B, tracking customer interactions, C, sorting account information, and option D, creating custom reports. I hope by now you have commented your answers in the comment section. Now let's get back to our session.
And we create those record types as well. And every record type is associated with a particular page layout, which is designed for a particular type of a case. Okay. Now, when you create a record type, the first benefit what you're getting is that you can give a different lay out a different set of field to your end user according to their need or according to the type of record it will be created. Secondly, when you create a record type, you will also get an advantage that, okay, suppose if you have created a pick list field. Now in a pick list field, suppose you have 20 values. Okay, and in all the different record type, you don't need all those 20 values. You need 5 in one of them, you need 10 in one of them, and you may need all 20 in third type. So you can bifurcate that, okay, in which pick list, how many value should be visible to the end user who is using this record type. So these are the two master benefit what you can use when you are when a same object is used for multiple purpose. Okay, here the case object we are using, it is solving multiple purpose. Okay, so we can create multiple record type. Now the second part is knowledge. Now let's take an example that customer is complaining about a product and you need to support. You being an agent, you are the representative of the company, but being a representative, the customer thinks that you know everything about your product, which is practically not possible all the time. So in order to maintain that kind of a thought for your customer, what companies do, they create knowledge articles. And in those articles, they explain all the different features. And they also create articles where they pick up all the important issues which customers are facing and how we can fix them. Now, when you have a bunch of articles which talks about various things, feature, functionalities, error, and all those things, then if any customer comes to you complaining something, you create a case, you go to the knowledge articles, you find that article, and you follow that article and support your customer in order to fix their problem. Now, when you fix their problem, they don't know what you're doing, but they know that you fix the problem, which means you being a company representative, you know everything about it. And how did you do that? You were not aware of that issue, how to fix it, but you simply go through with that knowledge article, simply implement the same thing with your customer, and that will solve the problem. This is second element of support. The third element is community. Community means, suppose you sold a product and you have a support team, but that support team is very small, because imagine that when you're selling a product, you are making a profit of 20%. And out of 20%, you have to hire a team of people who can support your customer after the sale. Because once the sale is done, your profit is locked. You cannot generate more profit. But the support which you are giving to your customer, that is an additional cost for the company. So what they do, in order to reduce their cost, they create a community for their own customers. Now the community, they ask all their customers to join the community. Now, when all the 1,000, 10,000, or maybe more than that customers, if they are coming on one community, what they do, suppose if I need some kind of help, instead of going and calling the company for help, I can go to community, I can write that, does anybody encounter this problem? And if yes, how they fix it? So one or the other customer who does encounter the same thing will suggest the other customer that, okay, we found the same problem, we did it this way and it worked. So what is happening is that one customer is supporting the other customers, which means they are fixing their problem in their own. And that is what the expense of the company will go down. Why? Because they don't need to hire more support people to sit down and support the customers. The customers themselves helping each other on the community. So that's the reason we create a community. Community is a kind of a website, you can say, because any product you purchase nowadays, for every product you have a community. You go to the community, check with them. If you don't find answer, then go to the company and then file a case. And as I mentioned, that the case can be a query, an input, or a problem for a client. And you can build a case team to support group of individuals to work together to settle cases. Now you understand what is case. Case is an object where you are recording all these transactions. Now, what is case team? Case team means that there are certain situations or there are certain problems or there are certain companies where an individual person is not capable of solving their problem by himself. He need help from other members of your company. Suppose he need help from the finance side, he need help from the operation side, he may need help from the marketing side, because the customer's query can be anything. It can be a complaint, it can be a query. Suppose your marketing team has done some promotion and your customer come to you and they will ask you that what is the detail of that promotion and all those things. So in that case, you need to connect with your marketing person, because you being in support, you are not fully aware of all the marketing activity. Or suppose if your company sold a product, but there's a calculation mistake or there's a money back which is supposed to be given to the customer and they have not received it. So if they come to you with that kind of a complaint, you need somebody from the finance team to check that whether that refund has been processed or not, what is happening, why it is happening, and all those things. So any such situation wherein you yourself are not capable of supporting your or helping or fixing your customer problem, you need a team to do it. So that's the reason we create a case team. And in case team, we have different members and they have a different role. And based on the role, they have a different visibility, that whether they can view the case or edit the case and all that. So case team is something you need to create and you need to configure. And I'll take you to this. So here you can see we have a predefined case team. If you go here, so I've created a case support team where we have 2 members. Okay. And this is the right. What kind of right they have on the case where this team has been added. Now, when we go to case team role, we define that which all roles will be there in case team and what kind of access level they have. Okay, because it's not compulsory for everybody in the case team to have a read-write access. Somebody is there just to give you suggestion based on the case condition. So you can create a case team and you can assign the case team. How you can do that. So you can go to any cases like this. Go to related. You have a case team option. So either you add a member, you want to add a team, you can click on add team, select the team, click on save. So now the entire team is added, which means those 2 members are added and they have that kind of a visibility which is defined in this team. So I hope case team is clear to you and to everybody. Now the case can be created. Create an open case, you know what it is, creation of a new record, or open an existing case, update and respond to cases, that is pretty clear. Email customers, you can send an email, you can solve and close the case, that is the status. So suppose this is a case and you can change the status, working, escalated, or closed. Now we'll understand support process. What is support process? Basically in support process, what happens that when you design the support structure, there are few prerequisites and you want those prerequisite action to be happen automatically. You don't want to do those activities manually. Okay. So how do you do the support? So you go to the setup and in the setup, we have a support setting. And in the support setting, we have multiple options. That suppose if there is no case assignment rule, then who will be the owner of the case? So you selected the name of the person. So any case where the case assignment rule does not work, or the case does not qualify the assignment rule criteria, in that case, this guy will become the default owner of all the cases. Notify the default case owner. When to notify? When the case is assigned to him. Then automated case user. Who will be the automated case user? Now, if you can see that every option has a description in the right hand side. So I won't be able to explain all of them, but you can read them. In the right hand side, you will find the description. Okay, there are various situations when you need an automated email to be triggered and inform the right person. Like here, send case notification from system address. Send email notification to the case comment, case escalation, case assignment from your default no reply address first. So basically what we are trying to do, we are trying to send email when a new comment is there on the case. Suppose I am in the support team, and if I'm handling 100 cases, out of 100 cases, in any of the case, if the comment is given by any of the customer, how would I get to know? Because maintaining large number of cases are a bit difficult. Okay, so in this case, we set up a notification that, okay, if somebody is sending any comment on any of the case, you get an email notification. And by looking at your inbox, you can easily get to know that, okay, the case is been commented by the customer. Hence, I need to go check, read, and respond accordingly. So these are various settings. If you need to set survey, customer feedback survey, suppose if you want that, okay, as soon as your case is closed, you want to send an email survey to your customer that, okay, are you happy, not happy? Please share your feedback. So you can do that as well. So there are multiple options. You can read them one by one. And in case if you find any confusion, you can reach out to me as well. Now, if you can see the PPT here, it explains what do you need a support process. Sorry, it is saying support process, not support setting. So support setting is also that is we need to cover. When we say support process is basically the milestones. Okay, here you can see P1 flow. Now these are statuses. Now remember here we have status like new, working, escalated, and closed. The same things are here. So whatever different stages you want to set for your case, that can be set through support process. And when you use multiple record type, every record type can have a different set of statuses. Suppose for complaint, we have 5 stages. For information, we have 2 stages. For suggestion, we have 3 stages. So likewise, you can create multiple support process. And in every support process, in the left-hand side, you will see all the values. You can place the values which you want to display for that particular process in the right-hand side by clicking on this button. And you can make it a default one as well, whichever you want. Okay, that will automatically appear. So that is called support process. Here you can say process are created for streamlining the workflow of a support team and boost efficiency. Streamlining process of support team help increase productivity and customer satisfaction that are both high priority for any organization. Okay. And the well-defined workflow for support process help track new working close cases. So that's all. Now it comes to case escalation. Now, what is case escalation? Case escalation means suppose a customer made a complaint either via making a call or by sending an email or sending a fax or maybe via WhatsApp. Anyways, if the customer is raising a complaint, there is a dedicated time frame, which we call it a service level agreement, SLA. So we need to respond or we need to resolve the customer issue within a stipulated time frame. And imagine that you have 100 cases in your queue and you got a new case. You forgot to respond on that case, and the company to whom or the company for whom you're working. Suppose your company picked up a support process for Samsung fridge. That okay, if Samsung fridge customers, if they have any problem, they will call X number, and that call will come to my company, and my company support team will help the Samsung customers. Now, Samsung has set up a SLA, service level agreement with us, that okay, whenever their customer open a case with us, in that case within 24 hours, we need to respond to the customer. That is a minimum time frame. Now, take an example. I being in the support, I have more than 100 cases. And out of those 100 cases, I got a new one and I forgot to respond on that. So if I will not respond in 24 hours as per the service level agreement designed with the Samsung company, my company has to pay a hefty penalty if I am not responding within a given time. So in order to avoid such big penalties, what we do in Salesforce, we set up an escalation rule that, okay, I understand that you may have more cases, or maybe by any XYZ reason, you did not respond to the customer. But if you do not respond to your customer within 10 working hours from the case creation time, then that case will automatically be escalated to your manager, because your manager will have a less number of cases and the case will escalate to him, that okay, now it is your responsibility to ensure you respond to the customer, because if you don't do that and if we hit the SLA, then you have to pay a penalty. So in that case, the manager will respond to the customer, okay, and they will ensure that the agent should not have that much of work that they cannot respond to the cases on time. Now in Salesforce, we have case escalation rule, and this is an automatic process. Okay, when Salesforce.com trigger an escalation rule, its time dependent actions are placed in the case escalation queue. Use the criteria below to monitor the queue. I don't think that we have set up anything. Case to escalate, yes, no. Escalation rule. Let me check if I have any escalation rule. Here I've created one standard escalation rule. So here you can see there are two sections. One, where you create the escalation rule. Second, where you monitor. Because once you create an escalation rule, if any case qualifies that criteria, it will be in queue and it will be action on time. So I'll go to this case escalation rule. Here you can see that you've given a name, mark it active, and then the way we are creating lead assignment rule or a case assignment rule, in the same way we have rule order and then the criteria, that okay, if this criteria will fulfill, then escalate this case. Now if I open any one of them, you will see that this is a criteria which will be checked first, and the business hour settings are use business hours specify on the case. Remember guys, I told you that setting up a business hour is very important, because when you work on the cases, your SLA will be calculated based on the business hours. Suppose if you're working 9 to 5, then your SLA will be calculated for 9 to 5. Once 5 is done, once you cross the 5 o'clock time frame, the SLA will stop for that day. So here I can see that when the case is created, how escalation time are set when the case is created, where the business hours are being picked up from the standard one. This is the first one which will be checked, and what criteria we will check, this one. Now, once the criteria is fulfilled, what escalation action we will do? So if you can see here, that if the age over, which means if the age over is 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours 30 minutes, then auto reassign case to the user this and notify this person that okay, case is escalated. While sending any email to this person, use this particular template. If you want to notify somebody who is not a Salesforce user, you can do that as well. Here you can mention the email address for those people and you can separate them by comma. So this is how you can create an escalation rule. And in one escalation rule, there will be multiple criterias. And at a time, there is only one escalation rule which will be active, because here you can see I can create multiple, but at one time it will be one escalation rule which will be active. And under one escalation, we have multiple criterias and the order. According to the order, the criteria will be evaluated. And once it is evaluated, it will be actioned accordingly. Now we talked about console app. Console app is nothing but just a way of your user interface, how your user interface will look like. So right now we are in this sales app and you can see all the object names are listed here. All the tabs are listed in the top. And if you have to go to any record at one point of time, only one record will open on your screen. If you switch to another record like this, the previous record will be hide and it is not open. But I want my layout like my browser, that if I open multiple records, multiple tabs will open, so that instead of going back and searching for the record, I can simply jump into one tab to another to see all the records which I have opened. If you need that kind of a look and feel, then in the sales, we have this normal navigation, and we also have another sales app, which is a console app. So here, sales console. Now in the sales console, you can see that all the objects are not like this, they are like this. Suppose if I open any opportunity like this, so this is open as a single tab. Now, the account which is connected with this opportunity, if I want to open that, if I click on the account, you will see under this tab, two tabs are appear, one for the opportunity, one for the account. If I need to open the contact which are associated with this account, okay, then I can go to, is there any contact? Yes, this is a contact. So now you can see under one opportunity, you have opportunity record, you have account record, you have a contact record. Now, in case if you go back and if you open another opportunity, then a new tab will open. And same, if you go and open their account and contact, they will be open like this. So do you understand the difference that one is a normal navigation and this is a tab-based navigation? That is the only difference between normal app and console app. When a case is created, so we will calculate the number of hours when the case is created. You have option that when the case is created and disabled after case is first modified, or based on the last modified time. So we need to take a time field that from where exactly we are calculating. So I'm calculating from the case creation time. Okay, and once we select this, click on save. So we have given the condition right now. Now what will be the action? So the action will be that from the case 5 hours, 30 minutes, I need to assign it to a queue or maybe a person. I'm assigning it to this guy and I'm using some template to notify. Okay, so I'm just picking up any random template just to give you a kind of a exposure that how exactly we can do it. Now what will happen? I will save it. So likewise, I have one rule. I can have multiple rules by clicking on new. So what will happen that as soon as the case priority will be high and it will be calculated, the business hours will be calculated with the standard one which we have set up, and the time will be calculated from the time when the case is created. And after 5 hours, 30 minutes. Okay. So guys, now we understand what is case escalation, what is console app. I have already explained you what is support setting. And let's go through with the PPT as well. That support settings are helpful for automating the administration of the cases. And administration means that suppose a case have a comment, so notify the customer. If the case is assigned to somebody, notify the customer. If I am responding to my customer, notify the customer. If I have to send survey, I should be able to do it automatically by just setting it up at one place. So all these kind of things, miscellaneous tasks, which you don't want to do it manually, those all will be available in support setting. See, okay. Like business hours, support holidays, few of the support settings of for the case managements that help to improve customer service by customizing the support setting, business hours and holidays. The business hours and holidays are important when we calculate the service level agreement. I don't see any value in this. Now let's come to solution. Now we have what? Solutions, knowledge, article, and ideas. Okay. So let me explain you in a broader term. Okay. Suppose, as you know, that when you are handling a particular case, you have to give them a solution. Okay. And while giving them a solution, you need to be aware of that problem, or you need to be aware of that particular information which the customer is looking for. And as I mentioned in the beginning, that practically it is not possible for all your agents to remember everything at all the time. They may forget something because sometimes the products are too complex to remember all the time, or sometimes the processes are so stringent to remember all of them at one time. So in this kind of a case, you need to have something as a backup, and that backup will be knowledge. Under knowledge, we create articles, and those articles will be available in your Salesforce. And when you create the article, while dealing with your customers, you can search in the article and you can use them. You can respond to your customers. And in most of the company, if any article which is helping you to fix any problem, you attach that article with a case as well. So what will happen in that case? At some point of time, if you need to know that what kind of issues we are getting, what are the TCD, top call drivers, which means when you're selling a product, there are certain problems or there are certain information which every customer is asking. And how do you get to know this thing? When you go and prepare a report on the cases, case with attached article, you will see that one similar type of article is attached with multiple cases. Now you will check the article, and the article talks about particular problem or maybe information. So when you know that, okay, this is something which is troubling my customer all the time, because every company wants to grow, they wants to improve, they wants to be mature. And how a company gets mature, or how they improve their quality, how they improve their customer service, by looking into the cases that, okay, what exactly the customers are complaining for. Suppose if you are selling AC and customers are continuously calling or raising a case that your AC does not cool enough after 6 months, their condenser or their AC configuration device is not working. I am not able to set the right temperature of your AC. So when you regularly receive such kind of a complaint, you can easily understand that, okay, these are the pain areas why my customers are not happy. And guys, it is directly relational to your sales, because if your customers are not happy, suppose I live in a society, I bought a product, I'm not happy with about that product. So anytime and every time, whenever there's a conversation happens about that product or somebody is interested in buying some product, me as a customer, I will, if I'll be there in that gathering, I will suggest not to buy this AC or not to buy this refrigerator. Why? Because I have a bad experience. Now, imagine that the other customer is planning to buy, he does not have any idea about any product. But as you are the neighbor and you have already experienced something bad with a particular product or a service, then just by going with your feedback, they will not go to you, they will not buy your product. So what company does that they keep an eye on the cases which are opened by the customer, regularly run a report and check that where is the problem, what we need to fix, what is the kind of information which customer never get when they buy the product at the first stage. So what you will do, if it is a case of product faulty, you will try to fix the product so that the number of cases will be reduced and the customer satisfaction will go high. If there are certain information which customer is asking that, okay, I bought your refrigerator, but I don't know how the ice cube section works. Now, if this kind of question is being asked by multiple customers, which means you know that, okay, they are buying the product, they are happy with the product, but they get less information about us. So in that case, what you can do, as soon as the customer buy anything, you send them an email flyer wherein you will explain about all your features and include that feature in that as well. So that way, when the customer purchases any product, in the first hand, they will be aware of this information. And as they are aware of this information, they will not come and ask you. So that way, that is also a way of improving your customer satisfaction. The third way, if the customer is suggesting, like suppose if you are selling a AC and every customer is suggesting that why don't you have a system in the front gate of the AC, that I don't need to open the gate if I need to take out water, cold water, or ice cube, or maybe crushed ice. I should not open the fridge. It should be there on my front door itself, so that I can take it from there rather than opening the fridge and taking out all those things. So when multiple customers are giving you the suggestion, you will see that, okay, this is a customer demand, they need it. So why don't we include this particular thing in our product so that the sale of the product, the satisfaction of the customer will go high. And once they go high, more and more people will come and buy it. Even I also have a refrigerator where from the outside, you can take out all those things. So in order to help your customer, you have to create articles which falls under knowledge, and you have to create community for your customer if you want to reduce your support cost. That is the crux of the entire story. Now, this particular org does not have knowledge and does not have article, but I will open one of my clients org to show you that, but that will be for some time. So please pay full attention. I will not going to open it multiple times. So here you can see this article talks about the system requirement can be customized as follows. So likewise, you have multiple articles, you can read them and you can learn about them. So this is how we create the articles. And in Salesforce, if you go here and if you go to knowledge, in the knowledge, if you can see here, in the published article, I have multiple articles. And you can see in the description, they have added a YouTube video for this. You need to ensure that it is visible for customer, it is visible for apps and community. Otherwise, it will not be visible to them. The status is published. If you want to edit it, you can edit and create a new version. Every time you edit any article, it creates a new version. Now here you can see we have only one version. If you click on edit as draft, it will create a new version. And once the new version is completed, you can publish it to be available for the public. So I hope it is clear now. I'm ending this thing. So this is what we have covered. Now, when it comes to idea, we have an idea exchange where you can post your idea, the suggestion, the improvement, what you want in Salesforce or some other product. So here in the idea exchange, you can go to ideas and can see that there are multiple ideas which have already been given. And every idea have a certain number of points, which means certain number of people have said that, yes, they need this kind of new thing. So when you go to any idea, you will see upward and downward, which means if you also want this idea to be implemented, you can upward. And if you don't want this, you can downward. So in order to voting, you need to log in first so that Salesforce get to know that how many people are really interested in this. So you can see that people are commenting and they're upvoting that, okay, they need it. Somebody said they don't need it and all that. So you can place an idea here. You can also post, prioritize. You can prioritize your ideas as well. When you prioritize it, they will introduce in the new release. And I believe everybody is aware that Salesforce is coming with 3 different releases after every 4 months. Can somebody tell me who all those releases are? And if you remember in the first conversation, I told you that you need to, when you are capturing all the transaction between the business and the customer, okay, all those transactions, all those records can be further analyzed by creating a report and a dashboard. And with that report, you get multiple answers, what you need to understand where your business is going, whether you are profitable, non-profitable, what marketing effort works, what marketing effort does not work, which product sold the most, and all those things. So all those answers you will get when you start analyzing your data, which are present in your Salesforce system. And that analyzation of the data can be done by creating reports. Now, before generating any kind of a report, you need to have few questions which needs to be answered. That what exactly you want to see? What is your question? What kind of outcome you are expecting? And where is that data resides in Salesforce which are relevant for your information? Okay, suppose I'll give you a few examples. I need to know which product I sold the most. I need to know that what is my monthly sales. I want to know that that in which marketing activity I get more than expected. I need to know that how much revenue I can expect in next month. So these are some of the questions which the business will ask from you as admin. And being an admin, you should know how to get the answer. And the only way how you can get the answer is by running a report and fetching the data. Now, I guess you guys know what is list view. Who all knows what is list view? Please raise your hand. I go to accounts. These are list views. I go to any list view. This is the option. Sharing setting. New, clone, rename. Edit filter, which is here in this one. Edit filter. Select field. Display, non-display, delete. Sharing setting. Only for me, for all, for selected. So here you can create a group of those 5 people and use that group and share it with this. You can select the name of the group so that those people can only see it. Public group, I am selecting public group and I am selecting as sec1. So sec1, whoever is a member of this group, they can only see this list view, not all. For now, I'm keeping it to myself only, so I'm clicking on it. Now you know how to share your list views. So guys, now we understand that list view is just a way you can filter the data from an object. So suppose if your object has 10,000 records and you are only concerned about 2,000 records of specific type. So what do? whatever the type of account you want to see, you enter the filter criteria, and based on the filter criteria, those records are only pulled up and displayed in the list view. The same concept happens in the case of report as well. Report is also a mechanism where you can write a filter criteria, and based on the filter criteria, that record which qualifies the filter criteria, that will come and display in that report. But in the list view, you have very limitation. In report, you can do plenty of other things as well. List view can be filter on one object at a time. In a report, you can have cross object filtering as well. Suppose account with opportunity, account with case, and all that thing. So there are multiple things which you can do in case in reports, which you are not able to do it. But the concept of filtering the data is similar to list view. The way you are filtering data in list view, in the same way you will filter data in report as well. Now, one question I'll ask you, or one thing I would like to remind you. Remember when we created the custom object? If you remember that class, when we created the custom object, we had a checkbox, allow reporting. Do you remember that? So that allow reporting checkbox will allow you to run a report in an object. If you don't check that box, even if you have data, you will not be able to create report in that object. So that is one thing which is important from the report perspective. Now, when you check that box, allow reporting, what happens in the background? So when you click allow reporting, there is a report type, or there is a structure. Report type is basically a structure, a skeleton of a report. And a skeleton means that where you have a algorithm, where you have a flow chart that, okay, what data to be pulled up. It will not contain the actual data, but it will have all the required thing, what filter will be applied, whether it will be arranged based on column, based on row, and all the things. So basically, when you check the box, allow reporting, that will create a standard report type for those objects. And standard, you know what is the difference between standard and a custom report type. Any report type which you will create afterwards, that is called custom. And the ones which is created by Salesforce, when you check the box, allow reporting, those are called standard report type. Now, how do you identify standard report type? Standard report types are always positive report type. They don't have negative report type. When I say positive report type, what does it mean? Which means that account with case, account with opportunity, account with activity. It will never have a report type where it will say account without opportunity, account without activity, account without contact. No, you will only get positive report types. And where do you see these report types? So there are multiple ways you can see. Here you can type report type. So basically, report type is a skeleton which is required to create any report. And when we select allow reporting, a standard positive report types are already created for that object. And whatever relation you will create with that object, it will have all type of report with, suppose, account with this, account with hospital, account with student. So whether it is a custom or a standard, the with report will be automatically created for all of them. Now, if anybody, if you can look at this graph. Cool. So let's begin. So now, as you can see that we are in the report type section. So we can go to continue. And here you will see multiple custom report types we have here. And in order to create a report type, you can click on new report type, select the primary object. Now, primary object is the one with whom you will get the relation in the hierarchy going forward. So suppose if I need to create account and I want a report where I want to fetch all the records, account without activity. So here I'll take this and these are the folders where you want to keep this report type. So I'm keeping it as the other report. And there are two choices here, deployed or in development. So we'll always keep deployed. Otherwise you will not be able to use it. So I'll push next. And after pushing next, here is the primary object. Now the secondary object will be activity. So do we see activity here? Activities. Now you can see there are two choices here. Each A record must have at least one B record. Okay, which means account with opportunity. Those are the only records which will be visible. But I don't need that. I'm looking for second condition. A record may or may not have B record. So which means I'll get all the accounts regardless whether they have activity or not. We can go to third level as well, but that third level will be in relation to activity, not in relation to account. No matter whether you have a master detail relation or a lookup relation, if you have a relation between two objects, so what we are giving as a criteria here, that I only want those account record where we have activity record, which means the first option, each A record must have at least one related B record, which means I only want those accounts where at least one activity is being logged. But for our case, we don't need that. We need all the accounts, regardless whether they have activity or not. Now, this is just a report type. I'm just creating a skeleton to get all the accounts. Now, when I'll create a report, I'll filter the ones which has activity because I don't want them. I only want them which does not have activity. So I'm just creating a skeleton here. So I'm selecting the second option so that I'll get all the accounts regardless of B or not B. Now I'm clicking on save. Once you define this criteria, here in the bottom part, you have a field. Okay, you want to add fields. So these are the fields which are for account and these are the fields which are for activity. And here you can see there may be possibility that some of them might not be added here. So you can cross check this way. This is account field. This is activity field. So activity field account is not there. So I'm drag and dropping it here. And this way I am adding all the fields in my report type. Now, in case if you want to add more fields which are in relation to these objects. So in that case, suppose I want to add more field, I can click select account and I'll click on add field related via lookup. So account is related to DNB, to parent account, to operating hours, to account owner. So if I want to so account with or without activity, that is the data I'm pulling up. Right now I'm displaying you how you can add fields which are available in the report. So this part is for activity and this part is for account. They are the fields. Now suppose if you want field not from account, not from activity, but some other object which are related to this object. So in that case, I can go to the object and I can click on add field related via lookup. So with account, the owner is connected, the operating hours is connected, the DNB company is connected. So I want here one information. I want that whoever is the owner of the account, I want to know their profile, what profile they have in Salesforce. So in that case, I can go to account owner and I can traverse to profile. I'm traversing to profile and I'm adding this field here. So when we create a report, we can have this field, we can add it into the reports. So now when we finalize that, okay, these are the only fields I want. Okay, if you want to create a new section, you can do that as well. So I'll click on save. Now I have created the report type. I have defined the relation. I have defined the fields. Now this structure is ready. It is in the deployed state. And it is good to be used. How I can use this? I can go here and I can click on app launcher and I can type report.
Just one more question here. The layout that we created, where will that be visible?
Report type.
Yeah, the report type for the the layout for the report type. Where is this going to be visible? As in, where
I'll show you.
Page? Yeah.
So here you go to reports, and when you go to report, you click on new report. And when you click on new report, you will see all the report types, which is created by default by Salesforce, and the ones which you create, which means standard and custom. You can see both the ones. These are recently used one. You go to all, and these are other folders. So we saved it in other reports. Either you can go here or you can select all. And in all, you can type here account. Sorry. Account without activity. I'll click on start report. You will see all the fields which are listed here. You will see the details of the report type. Here you have, if you want to hide this report type, you can click here. But I don't want to hide this report type because this is something which will be used very frequently. So I'll click on start report. And as soon as you click on the start report, you will come to the report builder. This is a screen where you are building up the reports. And here you can understand the various sections. Here you will be defining the name. So I am defining the name as account without activity. That would be the name of the report. And this is your report type name, which we are using. Now in reports, we have multiple types of report: tabular report, summary report, matrix report, and joint report. And once again repeating, we have 4 types of report. One is tabular, second is summary, third is matrix, and fourth is joint report. I will explain you 3 reports, which is tabular, summary, and matrix. For joint report, I'll give you a basic idea, and you guys need to explore how to create joint report by your own. Tabular, summary, matrix, and joint reports. So all the 3 reports are coming under reports. Joint report is separate. So right now, in the fields, you can see all the fields which we have added in the report type here, as well as all the fields are appearing here as well. So either you can double click and add the field, or you can select the field and you can add the fields, whichever field you want to display in the reports. You can arrange their sequence as well. So here I am adding account owner. Now I am adding the profile, which I have added, you remember. Now on the account, I can add the status. I want to add whether they are active or not, whether they have a, what is the source, what is the revenue. Okay, all these things are available here, which industry it belongs to. I have all the details. So now this is your filter criteria, where you will define what type of data you want to pull up from account. Do you want to pull up only your account, or you want to pull up your team's account, all account, or filter by scope? So I'm picking up all accounts. Now the account creation date, I want to pick up all the account. So I'm creation date, I'm selecting all time. You have multiple options: current fiscal year, previous fiscal year, okay, current quarter, previous quarter. You have option like last month, this month, next month, yesterday, today, last 30 days, 70 days, 90 days, 120 days. So all the options are here. Plus all the date fields are also here. So you can filter on any field. Apply. And I have selected the fields, and I have selected the filter. Everything is done. Now I'll click on save and run. I'm giving a name. And here I'm selecting a folder, that which folder I want to keep it, because all the reports can be segmented based on different folder. So right now I'm keeping it in the public report so that everybody can see it. If I make it private report, it is only visible to me, then shared with me, then created by me and all folders. You want to keep it in any of the folder, you can save your report in the folder as well. So I can select public reports, save. Now the report is saved and it is running right now. And here you can see, I will see all the fields and I can see the profile of the person as well. So this particular report, the format of this report is called tabular report, which is presenting in the Excel format. That is called tabular report. Now, one interesting thing I would like to tell you, if you want to see what all filters you have applied, you click on filter and you will see these are the only 2 filters. I have not applied any other filter right now. Okay. If you want to refresh the page, you can do it. If you want to edit, save as, subscribe. Subscribe means if you subscribe for the report, you will get an email for the refresh data of this report on a particular interval. Like if you want to go to subscribe, you can select the frequency, the timing when it has to be run, whether you want to attach this file as a PDF and to whom you want to send it to. Then you want to run report as you or some other person, because every person has a different set of record visibility. And I'll tell you one thing, guys, that when you are filtering your data in report, and if you don't have visibility of the record, even if the filter criteria qualifies that report, you will not be able to see that record in your report, because as per sharing rule, you are not authorized to see that data. So sharing rule will be respected whenever the data will be pulled up for you. Now, if you want to add condition that, okay, I want to only get the email when the number of records in my report is more than 10 or 20 or something, you can also have that condition. You want report plus summary or you only want summary. So all these things can be done. So basically this is kind of a scheduler. You are scheduling the report so that you don't need to come to Salesforce all the time to see the data. You will get an email and where the data is already there. So if you remember, every company, they have their high level of people. They don't have time to come to Salesforce every day and check the data. They want their data to be visible on the email. This is how you can subscribe these reports and send it to them so that they will see the data as per their convenience without coming to Salesforce. Now, this is a tabular report. Now here there's one feature, enable field editing. This feature allows you to edit your record fields, not by going into the record, but by directly from report itself. So right now, if you can see in report, you have several fields. And if you want to update data of any of the field without going into that particular record or without opening that record separately, if you want to edit some value, you can do it here by clicking on enable field editing. Once you enable field editing, you will see the pencil icon. Whichever field has a pencil icon, you can update them. The ones which are locked, you cannot update them. So suppose I want to update this field active. So I can click on save. Now, as soon as you click on save, these records will be updated. Okay, and for updating these records, you don't need to practically go and open the records. You can update them from here itself. Now, this report is called tabular report. Now, if you go back, if you want to make any changes, click on edit. The other options are export, delete. Export means if you want to export data of this report, you can click on export. If you want to delete this report, you can click on delete. And if you want to add this report into the dashboard, which we will cover later, so you can do it here. Now I want to change this report. I can click on edit. I'll come back to the previous screen. Here, now I want to group it based on the profile. So here you can see that we have standard profile, system admin profile. I want to group it based on profile. So I'll select this profile name. Now the entire data, the data will be as it is because there's no filter change. And I'm just grouping this data by clicking on save and run. So now your data is based on the row we have grouped the data. That this record does not have any profile. But in standard profile, we have 13 records. In system admin profile, we have 32 records. So this how you are breaking this report based on row. We are grouping the data based on row. So whenever you group any report based on row, then that report is called summary report. So remember, when you are not grouping your report neither by row nor by column, then in that case, it is called tabular report. The moment you group your data based on row, then that report becomes summary report. And if you group the data based on row as well as on column, then that same report will be converted into matrix report. So suppose if I am grouping it based on the status, save and run. So now you can see that you have grouped the row based on the profile and you group the column based on status, active and blank. So
Hello.
this report is called matrix report. If you want to remove, like here you can see you have a total record. If you want to hide that, you can disable it. If you want to disable this detail row, the bottom part, you can do this. If you want to remove the grand total here, you can do this. If you want to stack summaries, remove it, you can do this. So all these things can be done from here. And if you want to add a chart, a graph, you can click on add chart. And in add chart, you have multiple types of chart. I'll show you. Here you can see that you have a bar chart. We have a column chart. We can see the data in this way, or stack bar like this. We have a donut type chart as well. So you have multiple types of chart, funnel chart, then line chart, then scattered chart. So whichever, because every type of report has a various type of data, and all chart type is not applicable to all type of data. Depending on what kind of data you have, you need to select a chart type. And when you're selecting the chart type, you have other properties as well. That what do you want to display in x-axis and y-axis? If you want to rename the detail here, you can add the status by color and the legends are appearing in the right side, this side. So you want to change all those things, whatever you want and whatever is feasible for you. So this way you can see the report and the chart all together. Yes, guys, you have questions? Based on row. So basically what we are doing here, removing the chart. I'm just removing the chart. So I'm classifying the entire data based on a column. That is called grouping. Okay, because suppose if you want to know, if you want to group based on industry, that in which industry, how many accounts I have. If your business will ask that, okay, in all the industries, how many customers do we have? So what will you do? You will add a filter that, okay, I want to only have account where the type is equal to customer direct, which means there are customers, okay, channel customers or maybe direct customers. Okay, this way you're filtering the data and you want to group it based on industry because your company wants to know that in which industry, how many customers do we have. So we are grouping based on industry. Save and run. So now you can see that there are 25 records where there is no industry mentioned. And if you go down, in banking, you have one, in biotechnical, you have one, you have in chemical. So this way, it is easy for you to understand that what kind of data you have based on marketing. So again, it is very subjective to what is the outcome which your company is looking out for. I am just telling you the various option, and then at the time when you have been asked for certain answers, then you need to use these features to get those answers. So suppose if you have been asked, like the way it is asked right now, that I need account based on annual revenue, that all the account where the annual revenue is more than 3 lakh.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a Salesforce certification course which will enable you to learn tech stack for both administrator and app builder. Through this course, you'll learn the Salesforce workflow, process builder, Apex, Java Swing, app development, and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth with the Salesforce tech stack.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. In Salesforce, what is the purpose of the before insert trigger event? Your options are A, to execute logic after a new record is inserted. Option B, to validate and modify records before they are inserted into the database. Option C, to handle exceptions that occur during record insertion. And option D, to trigger a workflow rule after record insertion. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's get back to our session.
Or 30 lakhs. So in that case, what will you do? You will go to filter and you will add more filters. So that is how you need to present your data. This is called grouping. Now you have done row level grouping, you can do the column level grouping as well. Suppose if you want to break it based on what? Based on street. Save and run. Basically, we are looking at specific data. Suppose if I want to do some marketing in one particular street of Netherlands, then I need to first know that, okay, how many customers do I have in that street in Netherlands? Because if I go and do marketing and if there's no customer, no prospect, then what is the fun of doing it? Or suppose if there is an area where you have a lot of customers and you want to sell them a new product, which may be relevant for them. So how do they get the data? By running a report like this. Now, second thing, when you are creating a report, you can add a chart. Chart is nothing but a pictorial representation of your data. Because if you go and work with a high level management team, they don't get into the data. They will only look into the report, and based on the report, they can understand where the business is, whether they are profitable, non-profitable. If you want to run that kind of report, you can do that as well. Are you getting my point, or do you still have doubts? So see, in the drop down, you have this sorting option. Then if you want to remove this column as a grouping, you can make it a detail column, or this is called bucketing. Bucket this column. Now I'll tell you what bucketing is. Suppose if you have 10,000 records and they have a value filled up in that particular amount field. Now, if your business comes to you and they will ask you that, Bhagya, I need a report where I need to check, okay, that how many customers are in premium category, how many customers are in high beta category, and how many customers are in low beta category. Then you will ask your business that, okay, how do we define high beta, low beta, and premium? So they will tell you that, okay, you need to use a formula like, okay, anybody, any opportunity where the revenue is less than 1 lakh rupees, they are low beta. Anything which is 1 to 20, it is high beta. And anything which is more than 20 lakhs is called premium. So you need to bucket them. So bucketing is used when you have plenty of values and your business is not concerned about unique values. They want some kind of a grouping of values. So in that case, we do bucketing. I'll show you how to create a bucketing. I'm removing this field. Okay. Now I'll click on add bucket column. Now, how the bucket column? I have created a bucket column. Suppose I want to create a bucket column based on amount, because that's where the revenue is. Oh, sorry. I'm running this report on this account. So my bad. I need to run this report on opportunity. So let's create a new report. Opportunity. Opportunity. I am taking all the data, created it, all time. Okay. And I only want to take opportunity where the stage is close one. Now here, I need to create a bucket field based on amount. Okay. Now, customer category. Okay. Anything less than equals to 1 lakh. Okay. Enter a name as low beta. Anything greater than 1 lakh. 2. This is called high beta. And anything greater than this is called premium. Now, apply. And I'm run this code. Now here you can see all these opportunities are close one. And if you scroll down towards the right, you will see there's a bucket field and it is classifying the customer based on the amount. Now, the company does not need to go into this revenue amount field. They will only concern about that, okay, how many beta customers I have, high beta, low beta, and premium customers. So now I have created a bucketing based on the amount and the criteria which is given to my given to me by my company. And now if the company wants to know, they don't want to go into one by one and look into who is what. They want to simply see the number that, okay, how many customers are high beta, low beta, and premium. So what we can do, how to address this and how to make it super easy so that people can easily get to know this thing. Then in this case, I can group it based on customer category. The bucket field, customer category. Run. Now, low beta I have 8, high beta I have it. I don't want to look into the description. If I don't want to do that, click on remove this detail. I can see low beta I have 8, high beta I have 8. I don't have any premium customers. So by looking at this, they can easily get their answer within 1 minute. And they don't need to create a separate field for it. It is a real-time categorization of the value of a field. It can be done on other fields as well. I'm just giving you one example, one use case. There are plenty of other use cases that you can try with the bucketing field. Is it clear to everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as we have done the bucketing, I can also tell you how we can create a formula field. Suppose in the opportunity, we have 2 fields. First is your implementation cost and second is your material cost. And I want to see what is the total project cost for every opportunity. I don't want to create any custom field. I want to see that calculation real time in the report itself. Now, before jumping into the formula field, I would like to clarify one more thing here, that reports are not holding any record. As and when you open a record, it runs the query based on the filter, whatever you have applied, and it will fetch the real-time data. So all the report will give you a real-time data. It runs as a query in the background. So ensure this thing. Now, I need to add those two fields so that I can give you an idea. So implementation cost and then material cost. I have these two fields. Done. Now here you can see these two fields are there. I need to total them for every record. That is called row level formula. We have two type of formula, row level, column level. Okay, so right now I'll give you an example of row level. For column level, you guys need to try and understand how to create a column level. And you need to come back to me tomorrow and let me know how to do that. So if I need to create a row level formula, I can go to edit, and in edit, I have row level formula. Add row level formula. The formula will be using, I'll give you the total name, total project cost. Okay. And it is a number output and decimal 2 points. Now what I'll do, I'll check implementation cost. Select insert. Now plus sign and then material cost. I'm adding this, apply. Okay, it is saying that report name cannot be null. So let me opportunity data analysis. I am saving this report. Again, I'm saving it in the public domain, public report folder. So it is easy. Now I'll go and create a row level formula once again. Row level, total project cost. Here I'm selecting material cost. Then I'm adding plus. And then you can do any kind of a mathematics here because we have all type of options here. I have added a row level formula. I'm clicking on save and run. Now when I'll click on save and run, go to every record, and at the end of the record, you will see implementation cost, material cost, and the total cost. It is adding both the numbers, so you can see it here. Is it clear to all that how we can create a row level formula, bucketing field? Okay.
Yes.
Cool. So guys, now I have shown you how to create a tabular report, how to filter your data, how to group as per row, as per column, and you can do multiple grouping. Like you can not only group your data at a row level on one field, you can group data on multiple layer, 2-3 fields, you can do that. Okay. And now one thing I would like to show you, which is the cross one, which we have talked in the very beginning. Okay. So I'm just running and closing it, and I'll go back to the account report which we were creating, account without opportunity, because now we need to also understand that how we can filter the data without portion, how we can filter the relational object. So for that, we can go here, filter, and here cross filter account without activity. So I can only see the account where there is no activity record, and I can show you the examples as well. Don't worry. So here you can see these are the accounts which are pulled up. Let me open any one of the account and see whether there is any activity or not. Where do we see activity, guys? Guys, where do we see activities? Can you hear me? Activity portion. Here you can see you don't have anything. No activity, no nothing. Relatives only for the relational object. Okay. The activity is this one. So you can see that I have opened one record. I can open another record just to show you. So we can validate our data as well. Now here you can see, and the activity, again, there is no activity. That means whatever data we have pulled up in the report is correct. So now, as you have applied the filter criteria based on the relation, you can also apply condition on the relational as well. That okay, if you want to have account with activity, and on the activity, you want only the subject should be call. So again, on the relational part, I'm also writing a query that I want account with the opportunity where the subject is equal to call, nothing else. Save and run. There are only two accounts. Okay. The subject is call. Let's open. See, call. So that means whatever data we are trying to filter, it is working as expected. So now you understand, I can remove this query. So now you understand that how we can apply filters, how we can create report types, how that report type is visible. Okay. What is the difference between standard and a custom report type, how to filter your data, how to group your data, how to create tabular, summary, and matrix report, how to create formula fields, how to create bucketing fields, how to do relational cross-filter queries and all that. So I have covered most of it. There are two things which I have not covered, which is joint report and summary level formula that you guys need to do, but I'll give you a glimpse of what exactly joint report is. Now what happens that when you are creating a report type, suppose you created, I have a situation. I want to have a report where I can see that with one particular account, how many contacts I have, how many cases I have, how many opportunity I have. Okay. And maybe some other data. So when your requirements are such, which is not possible in one report type. Okay. And the requirements are such where one particular object is primary among all the requirement, which is account or maybe some other object. So if you have that kind of situation where your data can be pulled up, but it can be pulled up using multiple report types. So in that case, we will create joint report, and joint report can have 5 blocks, and every blocks can have a filter. So you can use 5 report types. Okay. And in 5 report types, you need to ensure that your primary object is same. It should not be possible that you have different primary object in all the report type. No, The primary object should be same in all the report type. And in one report, you can have multiple blocks. Now, you need to read more about it and you need to explore more about it and let me know tomorrow that what it is, how to create it, as well as you will also explain me how to create summary formula fields. Before I jump into the PPT, if you have any question, you can go ahead and ask me right now. And you can give access of that folder to others. Like I'll go to this alt folder. These are the folders. If I want to share my reports of these folder with someone else, I can go here, I can click on share, and I can add the name of the person and click on share, and I can give them access. So that way that person can see all the reports which are there in this folder. So when you, as I mentioned, that folders can also be created to segment your type of report so that they will not be cluttered at one place. So if you want to see all the report related to sales, you can have one folder for marketing, other folder for finance, other folder for operation, other folder. So likewise, you can store your reports and you can share your report. You can rename, delete, and you can mark it as favorite as well.
Yes, sir. I have a question. What is Trailhead? We have to create any account on Trailhead?
Trailhead is a place where all the Salesforce contents, whatever I am teaching you, everything about Salesforce is available there. There are so many trailheads for different topics where they have explained you all these things where you can go learn, complete the challenges. So as I said in the very beginning, that don't stick to what I teach you. Go read trailheads, read multiple articles. There are multiple MVPs in the market. There are multiple content in the market. Go through with them as well, because I don't want you to only stick to what I am delivering to you. I may be able to deliver everything. I may be missing something because I'm also again a human being and I cannot recall everything all the time. If you ask question, something which I missed out, I can answer it. One more thing I would like to explain, if you want to search some data in this report, you can click here and you can search for the data. Okay, like suppose if I need to search for TX, this way I can search. So I think I've covered all of them. Yes. So again, I'm telling you that refer everything, every article, every YouTube channel, every trailheads, read about the topics which we are covering so that whatever I taught you, you get it. If there is anything extra which I missed out, you will get it there. At the end of the day, you should know everything. Okay. You're not listening when I'm teaching you all these things. That is called active listening. I covered this part. Okay, but again, there's no issue. You can ask me the same thing again and again, but it is very important. And guys, I kept on telling you that when I'm teaching you, every line, every sentence has a question and importance for you, because you may be asked in the interviews how many types of report we have. What is standard or custom report type? In report type, how many levels of relation I can cover? Okay, what is bucketing? What is cross filter? How we can apply it? All these questions will be asked in your interviews, in your exams and all. And mostly if you go for a certification exams, you will get multiple use. So Salesforce has a habit that if there's any new technology which is coming in the market, whoever is the leader of that industry, they go and buy that company directly without wasting money. And that is the reason they are topping the chart right now, because if you talk about blockchain technology, if you talk about artificial intelligence, anything, you name it, and that company is being purchased by Salesforce and they directly include the feature in their product so that customer does not need to wait for Salesforce to do R&D and then implement it. No, We don't waste our time in doing that. We directly purchase a company, ask the company to incorporate that feature in our product, and the product is ready to use. So the moment the technology is available in the market, the moment you have that feature in Salesforce, you don't need to wait and watch for that. And that's the reason Salesforce is so successful. Otherwise, if you look into SAP or other companies, what they do, they have a habit of, suppose if blockchain technology is coming in the market, they first hire people, they get expertise on blockchain, and then they implement that feature in their product. And by the time they are launching their features of blockchain in their product, the technology is too old in the market. And that's the reason they are struggling to survive in today's industry, because their working style and the working style of Salesforce is entirely different. Okay. So guys, let's move on to the PPT because we need to cover up the PPT as well. We have just covered the report type part. We need to also cover the dashboard as well. Okay, so first we'll complete whatever we have in the PPT so that we'll ensure that we do not leave anything untouched. We all know what is Salesforce report. It is displaying row and column. It has filter option, grouping option, graphical representation option. Okay, and it provides powerful reporting and generation tool on the data stored in the object. You can run your report as a running user as well. Okay, because if you're running a report as a running user or a dashboard, then based on the security, he or she will be able to see the data. I think we have covered all these things. Custom standard report, you know it. Custom report types give you access to custom objects in Salesforce or custom view of standard object, which your administrator can configure. Created by admin or a user with a manage custom report type permission. Now this is the permission which is required to the report type. So this is again a question that I don't have access to manage report type. How can I get it? So in order to manage or in order to create report type, you need to have a manage custom report type permission in your profile or in the permission set which is assigned to you in order to have that capacity. Custom reports are created in order to meet the specific requirement of the organization used to streamline. Okay, that's fine. A standard report, you all know that. Report generation, you know the process, how to do that. So don't need to do that. You know all these things. Tabular talks about tabular format is the most basic and a report type. It is the simplest and the fastest way to look at data. I don't think this theory part is required for you. Summary report, you know all that. Can somebody tell me how or when a report is called as summary report? Raise your hands. When do we say a report as summary report? Come on, guys, 21 people. 5 people are only knowing this answer. Just now I explained, which means you are not paying attention to my conversation. Guys, the way I am explaining, is it clear to all of you? Or do you find any difficulty in the way I am cascading the feature or I am explaining the feature? If there is any problem while understanding any of the feature with the way I am delivering it, feel free to stop me then and there or tell me upfront that I did not understood it, be it 10 times, 20 times. But please understand, without understanding these features, you won't be able to crack the interviews. So please ask question, stop me if I'm going fast, and ask me to explain the same thing multiple times. if it is a problem in understanding. Or if there is any suggestion from your end, let me know, because I don't want my people to understand anything or to struggle in understanding anything. So do you want me to repeat this feature? We went here, click on add bucket column. Okay. And when we reach out to the bucket column, here we have to select the field on which field we want to do bucketing. Here I have done bucketing on annual revenue. And in the annual revenue, what I did, I given the criteria that, okay, anything less than this will be low income group. Anything between this will be average income group. Anything above this will be high income group. So I have classified a range in this field. And that way, the management does not need to go and look into the annual revenue and then understand whether it is in a high, low, or average group. I can simply look into this field and I can get to know that, okay, in the low income, I have 4 customers, average 3, and high income 5. Because I'll tell you one hypothetical example. Suppose we are on the 25th of the month. Suppose if it is 25th of September, and now we are running short of our target by $50,000. Now, the sales team wants to complete the target, and they know that this target is not that easy, and they have multiple opportunity which are about to close. And out of opportunity, they want to know, or they are planning to only reach out to those customers or opportunity for those customers where the customer is a high income group customer. Now, if you go and calculate high income group customers by using your calculator, it will take a lot of time. So I can simply create a report on account with opportunity, and in the opportunity, I can create a split or a bucketing based on the amount. That, okay, if the amount fall under this, then this is a high-end customer. So instead of calling all the rest of the customer at the end of the month, I will only focus on the 5 customers who are in the high income group. Because if any one of them will say yes to our purchase, our target will be completed. So when you need to specifically target a segment, a particular segment of the customer, then in that case, if that field which is holding this data has numerous value, then bucketing them or segmenting them using bucketing column will help you a lot. 4 types where account is the primary object. Here is the example. If you have a joint report that contains the opportunity report type, you can add the case report type as well as, because both have a relation to account object. A joint report consists of up to 5 blocks, and you can add to the reports to create multiple views. And I gave you the example yesterday that you can create a report wherein you can fetch the data that, okay, with one particular account, how many contacts we have, how many cases we have, how many opportunity we have. So all these can be different report type, like account with contact, account with cases, account with opportunity, and so on. And in every block, you can access one report type that will give you some data. You can also add a chart to the joint report. We know that we can add a chart. Now we'll understand the dashboard part. Now we understood the report part, that how the reports are getting generated, how we filter the data, how we apply the cross-object relationship queries, how we can group the report based on a row, based on a column, how do we create various formula fields, bucketing fields. So now if you understood everything and you also understood how you can create a chart in the report itself. Now, what happens that when you're creating multiple reports, every report has an objective or an output because of which that report is created. Now, suppose if you are a sales manager and for you, you want to see that how many activity each individual is doing on a daily basis, how many sales you are making every day, what is the revenue which you are getting every day. And likewise, there are multiple parameters which are important for your sales manager. Now, for every parameter or for every output, we have created different reports to fulfill the objective. But for a sales manager, it is very difficult that he can go to every report one by one and see the output on a daily basis, or maybe on hourly basis, or maybe in half an hour, every half an hour he want to see that data. Now, practically going into every report one by one and looking at the data is very difficult. So dashboard is one graphical representation of report wherein we can include more than one report on one particular page. And by looking at one dashboard page, your sales manager will get information about various key parameters which he is following rather than going on every report one by one. So dashboard is a graphical representation of report. And once a report is generated, it goes to a dashboard like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there are multiple reports and that appears on a one single page. So instead of sending or sharing multiple reports, sharing one dashboard will get all the data. Dashboard is nothing but a replication or a representation of the report. Okay. And majorly in the dashboard, we try to represent data in the form of graph so that it is easy to understand. Because if you create a table or a tabular report, it is very difficult to read the tabular report because you have to go through with all the data. And any data can be best explained in the graphical format. So when we add any report, we have an option to convert that report into the graphical chart format in the dashboard so that just by looking at the chart, the manager can easily identify and get the answers what they need. Here are some characteristics. The dashboard is a business management tool that is used to track business matrices, identify key points relevant to the business department and specific processes. So let's jump into the practical part. And suppose yesterday we have created 2 reports. One for account, one for opportunity. Okay, account report, account without opportunity, opportunity data analysis. So if you want to view all these reports on one single page, you go to dashboard, and on the dashboard, I have created one, but I'm creating a new one. And the way you can create a folder for report to group and to collect a similar type of report in one folder. In the same way, you can create folder in dashboard as well, so that you can group all the dashboard which are of same type in one folder. So here I am just giving this dashboard name as data representation. Now again, the dashboard can be stored in any of the folder. Right now I'm keeping it in the public folder. Now, once you have the dashboard, you can see it has a lot of squares. Okay. And in every square, you can add one report. So now it depends on you how much bigger you want to represent any particular data. And now as this placeholder is created, you can go to component where you can see the list of all the reports which we have created. And you can select one of them like account without activity. Now, as soon as you select any data, as this is a tabular report, so there is no chart available for this report. Okay, because the charts can only be available if you group any report based on row or maybe column. If you don't group your data based on any particular column, the charts will not be available. So here we will pick up a different report. Let's say we pick up account report. Now you can see that as account report is grouped based on revenue bucket. So all the graphs and charts are available. This is your horizontal bar, vertical bar. This is your line chart, donut chart. This is your matrix chart. This is your gauge chart, then funnel chart, then scattered chart, and this is table. So you need to understand that how and which graph will represent your data in a much better way. So you can pick the graph according to that. So for me, this particular graph is good enough. If you want, you can use donut that okay, out of 100%, most of them are high income group customers. So depending on what kind of graph you want, you can pick them. And once you pick them, here it will tell you the value. The value is sum of annual revenue. And it is sliced by revenue bucket. Revenue bucket is a field which we have created, the bucketing field. And display units. Now these units which we are displaying, shorten number. If you want to see the full number, you can get full number. But I want to keep it as short number. That looks better. Show value. So when you click on show value, it displays the value on every pie. But if you remove it, it will gone. If you don't want to show value, if you want to show percentage, you can do that as well. Then combine a small group into others. So if there is any small value, it can be considered as other, total, if you want to show, or hide. In the same way, decimal places, if there is any, you can select whether you need two decimal places, one decimal places when it comes to numbers, because every chart has a different property. And depending on which chart you are selecting, the properties will change here. Now it is sort by revenue bucket. You can also sort by annual revenue. All these properties you can set for any report. Now the title is account report. If you want to change the name at the top, you can also mention income group analysis. You can have a subtitle, you can have a footer. Now legends are these which are in the right hand side. If you want, you can place them on the bottom. This is your light where you have a lighter background. This is your darker background. Whichever you want, you can use them. Okay, now one particular component of the dashboard is created with this report, account report. You can resize it as per your need. Whatever way you like it, it will appear like that. One particular component is added. You can apply a filter for all of them. Like whatever the filter you will apply, it will apply on all the reports. If you want to add more component, you can again go to this and then opportunity data analysis. Again here, if I want to see this report, here you can see that every pie is defined a number. So if I say, make it red, 100, 200, 500. I'm just setting the benchmarks. Okay. That if the segment is green, if it is greater than 500, or if I make it 50,000, 5 lakh. Now you can see the graph is now coming differently. Or if I make it say 9 and here, So it depends that how exactly you want to bifurcate this data. Up to you. Again, show percentage will show percentage. Show range will display you the range and all. You can change the name here as well. Opportunity analysis. I can make it opportunity analysis. So you can change the name as well. Again, a darker view if you want. You can drag and drop here. And you can resize it. Just to make sure that it looks good. So likewise, you can add multiple components based on the availability. Once you've done it, you can click on save and done. And here you can have a properties that what is the name of the dashboard, where it resides. Now view dashboard as, there are three choices here. Me, which means that anytime or anybody who will see this dashboard, the data will reflect as per the data which I can see. But if you don't want that, if you want to run this report as a different person, so you can select another person, you can choose the name of that person. The third option is the dashboard viewer, which means whoever is logging into Salesforce, depending on what data he is accessible, okay, then according to his security model, the data will be visible in the dashboard. Now the next option is let dashboard viewers choose whom they view the dashboard as, which means that suppose if I'm login and if I want to see the data as per my manager, so I should have that option. When we do that, we have to click on this, but I don't want to do that. So I'm leaving it as it is. Now again, 12 column recommendation, which means you have 12 column or 9 column. Number of these kind of squares. Again, the dashboard theme is light or dark. Right now we are in the light one, we can go into the dark one. So basically we can decide the platter, the designing and all those things as well. Save. Now once you're done with all the changes, you can click on save. Now you can save as, or you can delete, you can undo from this one and then done. Now remember guys, once you created any dashboard, the dashboard does not automatically refresh. It only refresh when you are subscribing to a dashboard. Suppose the way you are subscribing a report so that an email will be sent out to you every day or depending on the frequency you want. In the same way, you can subscribe to a dashboard as well. And when you're subscribing for a dashboard, the dashboard will be refreshed before sending an email to you. But in normal circumstances, if you go to the dashboard, it will not refresh automatically. In order to get the real data or a current data, you have to click on refresh. Edit will bring you back to the same builder. And here you have an option, download, save as, new dashboard and delete. So refresh can be done in after every 1 or 2 minutes. So by refreshing, you will get the fresh data from the report. Is it clear to everyone that these are the type of charts which are available? Visual Force page is again a way you can generate a chart, but that is related to your development part. So once you go through with the development training, it will be covered. Rest all of them we have already seen, so I don't think it is required to be explained. These are the same names, pie chart, funnel chart, donut chart, and all those things. We can skip the theoretical part because that's a complete waste of time.
Sorry, if you don't mind, can you scroll up? In the chat, I saw some other name. Yeah, one more time. Yeah, what is this one?
Gaze chat. I think you.
Oh, I saw it. I think you shown just recently the value 2000 or something, right? Opportunity. Yes.
This is the one.
Yeah, got it.
So now we'll discuss this particular page of the PPT, which talks about more on dashboard. The folder in which the dashboards are stored determines which user has access to running dashboard. And the dashboard data is based upon the report data. So when a user view the drill down reports for a dashboard component, then running user access permission determines what data is displayed on the drill down report. Dashboards are also support automatic refresh and email, that is for subscription. And then the refresh and email can also be scheduled at interval like daily, weekly, and monthly. So I think we have already covered all these points. We have already done the hands-on. Now we'll focus on the limitation part. There are certain limitations which is associated with reports and dashboard, and they are support for trend analysis in Salesforce is fairly limited. Now, when we say trend analysis, which means I want a report to see how the customer trending or what is a trend of a particular customer's buying trend or their trend of visiting our website. Suppose I want an answer that I want to know that any particular prospect, how many times they usually come and visit the website. I want to see the trend that how a particular customer is purchasing from us. Is there any trend? Like I gave you the example. I don't know whether I've given this example to you guys or not, but suppose there is a customer and I'm selling clothes. So there's a customer who comes every winter and purchase some blankets from us. And he only comes in the winter time for purchasing blanket. Now, by looking at the customer's buying behavior, you can see there's a trend that this customer only comes in winter time. Now, when you understand the term, once you understand the trend, there may be one customer like that, there may be 10,000 customers like that, because they only like winter product from your company or your shop. They don't like other products. Okay. So in that case, if suppose at the end of the summer or at the end of the winter, you know that there are 100 customers who will again come in winter time and buy the blankets from us, because this is a trend what I am getting. So in this case, what you can do at the end of the winter, when you left with some of the blanket and you don't want to keep them for the next year because nobody will purchase blanket in the summertime. So what you can do, you know the 100 customer, you create a list of those 100 customers and you can run a marketing wherein you can send them an email or maybe a WhatsApp or an SMS stating that, okay, if you purchase the blanket for next year, now you will get 20% straight discount on the blanket price. Now imagine if I know that the blanket of a particular shop is very good. I have already purchased a blanket for this year and the winter is about to end. And I know that next year again, I'll go and buy a blanket. Okay. And at that time, if you get to know that, okay, instead of buying next year at the winter time, if I buy it right now for the next year, okay, I need to pay 20% less. So as a human tendency, you will see 20% benefit in terms of revenue. So not maybe 100%, but at least 20, 30, some percentage of the customer will go back to the same shop and buy the blanket for the next year. So this way, what the business is doing, they are selling their last product, last blanket which are left. And next year before winter, they will purchase a new set of a blanket. So this way they will clear their sales and they clean their entire, what you can say, inventory of blanket. And now, as they know that these customers are only coming us for the blanket in a winter time, now you will target those customers for other type of products as well. Suppose if you are selling maybe a suit length or maybe a shirting at a dirt cheap price, and you have a very new set of a product or a new set of what you can say designs are arriving in one day, you may send an email to them that, okay, we have a new set of a suit length or t-shirts are coming. Would you like to come and have a look on those? And whoever is coming in the first week of this month will get 10% discount. And you can have some beautiful design, image of some beautiful design on that email. So that will attract your customer with the design and with the pricing discount. So now, when you understand the trend, you can use that trend to enhance your productivity, to enhance your sales. So that is what the trend analysis is talking about. User interface of Salesforce report and dashboard is fixed. Salesforce does not support pixel perfect report. So that's a UI thing that is not important. Salesforce report do not support importing data from other source. So somebody asked me that in the previous class that can we import CSV file and prepare a data? No, the answer by using a report feature, no, but you can do it through Tableau CRM, which is again a Salesforce company. When displaying objects and their children, Salesforce do not support reporting on objects that do not have any children. Oops. No, I think this line is incorrect. If an object has two different related lists, then Salesforce reporting do not support displaying both these related lists together. That's true. You can have one relation at one time. If you remember when we created the report types, under account, we can see activity, and under activity, whoever objects are connected with activity, those will fall in the third category. So at one point of time in report, you can only display data of one relation, not multiple. I don't think these are important. So that's all we have in terms of reporting. So I can see there are few people who raise hands. So if you have any question, please feel free to ask. Good. So now you can see we have account with contact, without contact, account without case, account without opportunity, account without activity, account with account team. Okay, so there are multiple, but in all of them, you can see that account is the common one. So let's say account without contact, because in this particular report, we can also have with and without both. So I'll create one. So here, account name, full name, and then we can have contact, or say we have first name of contact, last name of contact. Okay, and you want all account created date could be anything, and cross filter account with contacts. Now I have this, I've done it. This is account, full name, this is contact. So I don't think first name and last name is required because we already have a contact full name here. So I'll edit it and I'll remove it from here. So now if you can see that when we click here, it has an option show unique count. So it will tell you the number of unique values in this column. Move left, right will move the column here and there. Remove column will remove the column. If you want to switch this column for grouping, we can do that. You can arrange in ascending and descending. I don't need it, so I'll just leave it. So this is your one block. Now I will convert this into joint report. Apply. Now you can see there's one block created. Okay, now I need to add another block. Now this time I will take account without case. And this time for this block, account without case, I'll have I don't have account. I don't need that. I will only take case number. And in the filter for the second block, I'll take all account created date should be all time, and this, and then you can see now if I need to add another block, okay, where I need account with opportunity. There's a third block. And in the third block, again, I don't need account name because I already have account name and the opportunity part. Okay. So here you can see again, I need all account and a created date can be all time. So now you can see that this is your account, which has this contact, which has this case, which has this opportunity. So in one single report, you have all the data. You can add 2 more blocks as well. And here I can name it as joint report on account. Save and run. Make it public. Save. If you can see that this account has 3 contacts, no cases, 1 opportunity. This account has 2 cases, 2 contacts, these many cases, and these many opportunity. Is it clear? No?
Yes.
So you mean one block means one object? We can say.
Yeah.
Okay.
One
So
block, one
the
object.
okay, the same in the reports, we can say component. One object means components, right?
In the dashboard, we call it a component, not in a
Okay.
report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I guess for any new admin users, what your suggestion as the best practice to practice in real time for the dashboard features? See, as I mentioned previously also, that if you want to really learn on any of the features, for every feature, be it a dashboard, report, be it a formula field, be it a relationship, any feature, there is a dedicated group created for every feature. And there are people who are writing their queries, asking for help. Go to those groups, see what people are asking, try to help them. Because that way, you will get answers of so many questions which you have never thought of. Plus, you may get to know a lot of features which you might have not covered, which we might missed out. As well as when you start helping them in those particular features, you will get more and more expertise on it. So the best way to learn is go to that group and see what people are asking, how they're designing. So because a lot of people will design a lot of things which is very unique. So those things you will always learn from there. Otherwise, I don't think there's any other best way to learn Salesforce feature. I hope the questions are done. So let me make these guys talk. And guys, as you are frequently going in and out, so that's the reason it's very difficult for me to keep a watch on it, that who is coming, who is going, so that I can make them talk. So now, as we have covered the reporting part, now the next part which we will be covering, that is very interesting and very important part. Because being an admin, you should be expert in security. You should be expert in automation, and you should be expert in reporting as well as data manipulation part. These are three crucial areas where an admin expertise is really required. We have covered the security and the reporting part, and now we are going to cover the automation part. Now, automation, when we say automation, which means that any activity which has a defined action, any activity or any event happening in Salesforce has a defined action plan. In that kind of a case, you can write an automation. Suppose anytime when you're marking any opportunity as close one, so if you are selling any product to any prospect, then a default action for this is that you want to mark that prospect account record as customer, because that is how you get to know that how many customers you have. So this is a defined behavior and defined action. Suppose if you know that if you are applying a stage as close one, okay, then it should be creating an onboarding case where the onboarding team can help the customer to start using our service or maybe our product. So whenever you have a condition where you know that if this will happen, if this event will happen, then this action has to be done. So when you know the event and when you know the action, that what needs to be done, if this will happen, then in that case, you can write an automation. Automation is available in any application to remove the redundant work from the physical employees. If you know that this has to be done in this way, there is no if and but, then in that case, instead of doing it manually, we write an automation and we make it automatic so that whenever that event will happen, that respective action will automatically be done. There is no if and but about it. And the best part is with the automation is that when you write an automation, the accuracy of the work will go very high. The efficiency of the work will go high. I'll give you two hypothetical examples. Suppose if I was allotted a work, a redundant work, like every day, whenever the opportunity close one, I need to go to the respective account. I need to change the value of the type field from prospect to customer. Now, being a human, if you have to do one repetitive task, there's a high likelihood that you may make a mistake. You may take time to update that value. Like normally what happens that, okay, you have been given some work, but in the office, what do you do? Okay, let's have a tea first. Let's have a lunch first, and then we will do it. And there are occasions where you go to the lunch or the dinner and post that you forget that work. And if you forget that work is pending and it will not be done because you forget it. Now, as you are keep on doing one single work, so you think that I am the expert, even if I close my eyes and do that, it will be 100% correct. But confidence is good, but overconfidence is very bad. So due to overconfidence, sometimes you tend to make mistakes. Instead of selecting a value as customer, you are selecting a different value, maybe partner, maybe vendor or something. So wherever there is a manual work, the chances of error, the chances of the work is not getting done, or it is getting done after a delay, So in those kind of situation, your automation will help a lot because the automation will not go for a tea break, lunch break or anything. The automation will not be overconfident at any point of time that, okay, I am the best, whatever I do, even if with the closed eyes, I can do it best. So the automation will do the same task in the same way immediately the moment that event is happening. So the delay part is removed, the discrepancy part will be removed, and all the related human related possibilities of error that are also been removed by writing an automation. And by writing the automation, the objective is to reduce the human intervention in any of the activity, increase the accuracy and accuracy of that particular work. Okay. And the same human, instead of busy or instead of making that person busy in doing that redundant activity, now we can allot something productive work to that person, which may be interesting for him and it will not be redundant for them, so that the resource can be utilized for better work rather than for doing the redundant job. Now, whenever we are doing any automation, there are some steps or some proactive actions that you need to take before doing it. First, you should very clearly know that what is that event. Now, when we say event, the events are the DML actions. DML action, when we say, which means as we are talking about Salesforce and it is a kind of a database. So in data, what operations we normally do, what data manipulation languages, what we do, we insert anything, we update anything, we delete anything. These are the three major actions we perform. So suppose we are creating a new record and we want to perform some action. Okay. Suppose we want an action whenever we update any particular field with any particular value. Suppose you want to take some action when somebody is deleting any record. So whenever you are handling such kind of event, okay, that is your first part in the automation, that you need to understand which event or which is the trigger factor when this automation will trigger. So the automation will trigger when the record is created, when the record is updated, or before the record is deleted. Now, there are few automations which will work only on the event, but there are automation which works before and after of that event as well, which means before a record is created and after the record is created, before the record is updated and after the record is updated, and before the record is deleted, because after deletion nothing happens. So you need to understand what is the trigger factor. Now you know the event that what needs to be happen. Then the second thing you need to know that on which object these event should happen, because events can happen on all the objects, but for your automation, which object you are targeting. Suppose I am creating an automation where I go with the update event on opportunity object. Now I am giving a criteria that, okay, the event is happening. I know which event is there when we have to run this automation, as well as I know the object name. But in that object, the event can happen on all the records. But again, I don't want to execute that action on all the records. I need to be specific that, okay, I need to first check the update event. Second, I need to check that update event on opportunity. Third, I need to only execute the action on the opportunity where the update is happening on the stage field. And that too, if the stage is changed from any other value to close one. So what we are doing, we are filtering layer by layer. Update is the first step that, okay, update is happening. Very good. Then is the update happening on opportunity? Yes, it is happening on opportunity. Now, what is updating an opportunity? Is it a stage field? Yes, it is a stage field which is updating. Second, what the stage field is updated to? So a stage field is updated to a different value to close one. So once all these filters will be passed on any record, then that record will qualify for the action to be performed, which is written in the automation. So once the record is qualifying all the criteria, then comes to the action part. What action you have to take? Do you need to update something? Do you need to send email to somebody? Do you need to send some other thing? So then you need to write the action. The actions can be two type of action. Either you want to go with the immediate action, which means that, okay, as soon as this event happens on a record, and if the report and if the record qualify all the criteria, perform the action immediately, then and there. Don't wait. The second part is that if the record qualifies all the criteria, then don't perform the action then and there. Perform the action after 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, 1 year. That is called time-based action or scheduled action. So there are two types of action. One, which is immediate action. Second, which is time-based action. Now, in automation, we have 3 major automations which is available for Salesforce admin. The first one is workflow. Second is process builder. And the third is flow. Now, though we have workflow and process builder as well in our module, but I would like to tell you that very soon, Salesforce will retire workflow and process builder. So they are no longer be available to be created, because all the automations which can be performed through workflow and process builder are shifted to the automation which is called flow. So now flow automation is the automation for all the admin in future, and flow automation is robust automation as compared to workflow and process builder, because workflow and process builder has a limited capacity. If you compare flow with both of them, flow is far more capable and you can do wonders with flow. So we will cover all 3 of them, but you need to focus on flow more as compared to workflow and process builder, because at current point of time, they are in the system. You can create them, but going forward, they'll be retired. And in case if you are joining any company where they have a lot of process builder and flow, you should know how to handle them. So that's the reason I will address all 3 of them. So pay full attention and then understand how it works. So first of all, I will take one use case and I will apply that use case in all 3 of them one by one, so that you will get to know that how these automation works and how to implement this thing. So let's go to the first one, which is workflow. Go to workflow rule and click on continue. Now here you can see I have created multiple workflows, and in the right hand side you can see that some of them are active and some of them are inactive. So the ones which are active, those are the ones which are working. The ones which are inactive, those are the ones which will not do anything. Okay. So if you want, you can keep them. If you want, you can delete them as well. Now, whenever you create a new workflow rule, okay, you click on new workflow, and now you can see this message. Flow Builder is the future of low code automation. When I say low code, which means that you can write an automation without writing a code. So you can use it to create most of the automation found in workflow rule start using flow today. So what they are saying that you are trying to create a new workflow rule, but workflow rule is not the future of low code automation. The future is flow builder, and whatever automation you can design in workflow, that same automation can be designed in flow builder as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a Salesforce certification course which will enable you to learn tech stack for both administrator and app builder. Through this course, you'll learn the Salesforce workflow, process builder, Apex, Java Swing, app development, and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth with the Salesforce tech stack.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. What is the primary function of Salesforce Flow? Your options are A. Data storage, option B. User interface design, option C. Process automation, and option D. Email marketing. You can comment your answers in the comment section. Now let's get back to our session.
So don't use workflow, but start using flow. But to understand, we are continuing with workflow only. We will create workflow only. Now, the first thing in the workflow is you need to select the object, on which object you want to run it. So I'll run it on opportunity. Next, you need to write the name of the automation. So update customer type. Before I creating this one, let me check if we have any. Let's deactivate all of them. So now none of them is working. I'll go and I'll create one. Date, customer type. Now, before that, let me go to other automations as well to ensure that these automations which we have built in other training sessions, they should not be active. Otherwise, they all will run. On opportunity, these are the two. These are inactive. These are, see, this one is active. Auto approval, I'm deactivating it. And then I'll go to flow builder just to ensure that this flow is not active. Update account type is active, so I'll go here. I mark it deactive. Now once again go to workflow rule. Continue. Update customer type. Now there are three actions: create and update, which means every time whenever the record is created and every time if we are making any change in any of the field. And the third one is created and anytime it is editable to subsequently meet the criteria. Now what does this means? Suppose you given a criteria that any opportunity where the stage changed to close one, execute this action. Now, suppose I have selected the opportunity stage as close one. Now, after changing the stage, if I change value of some other field, then also we are editing something. So if we select second option, every time when you make any kind of change in that record, be it any field, if the stage is close one, it will execute. But that is a wrong practice. So we use this one, third one, where if the stage is marked as close one first time, it will execute the functionality. Next time, if you make change in any other field, any other value, even if the stage is close one, it will not execute the action. Why? Because it works like this. First, the condition is true. Now, till the time that condition does not become false and then again true, this functionality will not work. Suppose if right now, if the stage is marked as close one, the action will happen. If you change the stage from close one to some other value and save it, and then again, next time when you change it to close one, then only that automation will run. So true, false, true. If it is continuously true, it will not run. It will always run when the condition is true or maybe false in the beginning, and then it becomes true. And if it is true, and if it remains true, it will not run unless the value become false and then again true. I hope I'm clear. Are you guys clear on this? Yes, no?
Can you explain this part once again, please?
One. Suppose I have a X value, okay, and that value is close one in the stage. Now, after close one, again, I am changing the value as something else, maybe negotiation stage. Now, again, I am changing it to close one. So, if you select the third option, the action will happen on this one when this will happen. Then, after this, no action will happen. Again, when you again change the value to one, then the action will happen. However, if you select the second option, and if it is one and you're not changing it every time, if you're not changing any value, suppose it is still close one. Again, still the value is same. I'm not changing the value of the stage. So every time when the record is edited, any value, any field, you are changing in the record, which means the edit is happening on the record. So in that case, if the stage is close one, it will run every time. And that is incorrect. So we follow the third option where if the value is meeting the criteria first time, it will execute. Next time, till the time the criteria is not becoming false and then again true, till that time, the action will not happen. So here, suppose if I am marking stage equals to close one. So we have selected the object, we have selected the event, we have selected the criteria. Now, once you do all this thing, again, you can type multiple criteria and you can add filter logic and or not, because right now it is and, you can make it or not as well. Save and next. And now it is the time for action. This is your immediate action. This is your time-based action. So I need to take an immediate action because I need to update the account type to customer. So there are 4 actions which can be performed in any workflow. Either you can create a new task record. Either you can send an email alert to somebody. Either you can update a particular field value, or you can send an outbound message. So creating a task record, sending an email alert, updating any particular field, these are self-explanatory. I don't think there's any confusion in that. But when it comes to new outbound message, this action is used when you are connecting or when you are integrating your Salesforce org with some other application and you need to send data from Salesforce to some other third-party application when this event is happening. So in that case, you can use new outbound message. But for us, as per our use case, we need to update a field. So I'll select new field update. And in this, I will create an action, update account type. Account type customer direct. So here I have selected the field and there are three choices as it was a pick list. So I have three choices. Use the current one, use the one which is below the current one, or a specific value. So I need to be specific. So I selected customer direct. Save. So I have defined the action, immediate action. If you want, you can define the time-based action as well. That okay, do some activity after 2 days, 3 days, or something like that. Where you can see add time, you define the time, and based on the time, you can define the action. But for us in this use case, we don't need to define any time because we need an immediate action. So we click on done. Now you have written the entire workflow, but you have not yet activated it. So in order to make it function, you need to always make it active. That is the important thing. And now, as this automation is activated, it's time for us to test it, that whether it is working as expected or not. So in this case, I'll go to any opportunity. Suppose this is my opportunity. And on this opportunity, there's this account record. So let me check what is the type value of this account. There is no value in the type field. So now I'm going to this opportunity and I'm changing the stage from qualification to close one. But before that, we need to refresh the page because as it is a browser-based application, so all the old browsers should be refreshed once or twice so that whatever functionality we have developed here, that should be implemented. So I've refreshed it. I change it from this to this. Oops, we need to update the next step. Okay. I'm typing something for the customer. Say, oops. Type this and then call the customer. That's the next step. Save. Now I mark the opportunity as close one. Now let's go to this account here and see right now the type is blank. I'm refreshing this page. And as soon as I refresh the page, customer direct value is updated. So that means the automation is working fine. The work which we allotted, the action item which we want to perform, that is happening now. I can see somebody. So now you see how this automation works. And this is how the workflow will work. If you want to add more action, suppose if you want to create a task, you can click on new task and you can select all the values. Okay, here I'm selecting the values for the task record. Subject will be call to customer. Okay, whatever the due date will be, rule trigger date, not started, normal, everything is fine. Save. So I've created two actions, update the field and create a task. Done. Now it is already active. Now I'll change this value once again back to prospect. And I move it back to a different stage, need analysis. Now I have changed it back to need analysis and I have reverted this value. I have done two actions now. And right now there is no, there's only one email, but there is no task created. So I am changing this value again from need analysis to close one, save it. Now this time what happens that if you can see, call to customer task is created. Okay. And if I refresh this page, this is updated with customer direct as a value. So now you can see that multiple actions are happening. So you can perform all four actions on the automation, or you can perform 1, 2, you can perform immediate or time-based both. So this is how the workflow works. The limitation of the workflow is that it is only allow you to perform 4 actions: create a task, send an email alert, update a particular field, or send an outbound message. This is the limitation. This is only these are the only actions which you can perform if you're writing any automation through workflow. And due to this limitation, Salesforce come up with a process builder, which is a new automation, which will give you more actions. Right now, we only have 4 actions in workflow. Then process builder will give you more action. But again, those actions were also limited. So that's the reason they have come up with flow. And in flow, they are adding as many actions as you can, like they are blasting with a lot of actions. And every day they are adding more and more. And in this particular release also, they have come up with a lot of functionalities, a lot of new actions in flow. And going forward, every automation, every action will be only added in flow builder only. So I guess now you guys are clear how a workflow works. What are the important elements of the workflow? What are the important events? And what are the actions which you can perform in workflow? If you guys have any question, any doubt, feel free to ask. This is how the process builder looks like. Here you can see the object, the type of process, active, inactive, and the name of the process. And in the process builder, whenever you make any change in the current process builder, okay, it will create a new version of that same automation. So here you can see that I have created this one. Then I made the changes. As soon as you make a change in the existing process builder, it will create a new version of that process builder. And in workflow also, when you are creating a workflow and activating it, and after activation, if you are trying to make some changes, then it will allow you to make changes, but it will create a new version of that automation. So in order to create a process builder, you need to click on new. And as last time we saw the message, the same message is appearing here, that flow builder is a future of low code automation. You can use it to create most of the automation you built in process builder. So start using flow. But as we have to understand how process builder works, so we will continue with the process builder. And in the process builder, we'll define the name first. So I'm defining the name as update cost data. I'm just typing the short form. And the process builder executes on the event which are happening on the record, which is comes under a record change. Then one process builder can be called by another process builder. If you want to create an automation where one process builder can perform their work, and then for the remaining work, they call a different process builder. So in that case, we have to create an auto launch process builder. And for that, or we call it an invocable process builder. So for that, we need to select this option. And the second option, when you want to execute a process builder based on the platform event. But platform event is a part of your development, so we'll not cover it up in detail. So right now we'll go on record change. In the record change, you first define the object. I'm defining the object as opportunity. Whenever it is created and edited, save. Now criteria will be check the stage. I'm checking the stage. So what we are doing is I'm checking the stage. The stage equals to, all the operators are here as it's a pick list. So it is selecting the type as pick list and selecting the value, close one. Here we have and or a custom logic option. You can apply anything. Right now we have only one condition. So we are keeping it and. Now we selected the opportunity. We defined the event. We defined the criteria, and now it's a time for performing action. So in action, if you click on action, there are two types of action, immediate action, and you can also have a time-based action. But for time-based action, you need to select the options correctly, depending on when exactly you need work. So here you can see we have multiple actions. Like in workflow, you can only create a task record. But here you can create a record of any object, whether it is related, non-related, doesn't matter. You can create task record or record of any object. You can call the Apex class. Apex class is a development class. If you need to perform something which is not possible out of the box, so you write a code for it. And the file which is created by writing that code, that is called Apex class. So from the process builder, you can call the Apex class so that the class will be executed. You can send an email alert. You can call a workflow, a flow. If you create a flow and if you want to call that flow from the process builder, you can do it from here. You can post anything to the chatter. You can call another process builder using this action. You can also call some quick action. Quip is another product of Salesforce. So if you want to execute some action of that product, you can do that. You can send notification. You can also send any record for approval. There's a functionality in Salesforce called approval process. And if you want to automate that approval, that once the condition satisfied, the record should automatically go for an approval. So you can call an approval process as well and update a record. Update a record will allow you to update value in any of the field. So in our case, we have to use this. So I'm selecting update record. And here I am writing the name updating type value. Now, when you go here, you have two choices. Select the opportunity record that starts the process. If you want to update a field in the same object record where this automation is triggered, you can select first option. If you want to update a field which is not the same object record, but a related object record. So in that case, you can select second option. And here I will select account. Then Just give me 1 second. Sorry, guys. So now we have selected that we need to update the account record, which is related to opportunity. And I don't want to give any condition before updating. So I'll select the field of account, which is type, and I'm selecting the value as customer direct. Save. So now this action is listed. So what will happen? Whenever the opportunity record is created or edited, and if the stage of the opportunity is close 1, then the immediate action will update the account type to customer direct. This is how we will execute the same functionality which we have done in workflow. Okay. Now, this is one condition. If it is true, this will happen. If the condition will false, it will check another diamond for next condition. If there is a condition, it will check this one. Now here you have a stop option, which means that you can perform this action and then you can come out from the process. If you add another condition here, then in the stop, you have an option that either you want to stop the process builder and if you want the process builder to be come out from the record, either you can do it that, or if you want to check another condition, then you can select that. Right now, we don't have any condition. So that's the reason we don't get that choice. Now, once you done this, you can activate it, confirm. Now, I'll once again change the value to prospect, and I'm changing the opportunity record from close 1 to value proposition. Okay, I'm refreshing the page just to ensure that the automation is working. And now I'm changing the value to close 1. Going here, right now it is prospect. I'm refreshing the page. And as soon as I refresh the page, it changed to customer direct, which means the automation is working as expected. Once again, I'll take you back to the process builder. The first thing is it is designed as a flow chart or a flow chart where you have a start, you have an end, you have an object where you want to trigger, and this is the event when you need to trigger. This is a condition on the record which will be checked, and this is the action which will be performed. Is it clear? If you need to check the properties, you can go and check here. This is a version. This is the name of that process builder. Is it clear? Practice is the key. Okay, I can give you one example how the workflow works and how the process builder works or how the flow will work. And I can tell what all actions can be performed using this workflow. Now, you as an end user, you have to try and create different action. You need to think about different use case. Okay, and then you need to try and hit it. And as I mentioned previously also, that there are multiple Salesforce support groups for workflow, for process builder, for flow, where you will see n number of use case. So you can pick any one of them, try to do it yourself and see how it works. So that is how you will learn. Practice is the key to get success, guys. There is no shortcut. There is no easy way to get success. So you have to work hard. That's the reason in the very first class, I helped you to create your own developer org so that you have the playground to play with it. So that playground is not for
just holding it, but to practice all these things. So now, as we have covered the part which is like workflow and a process builder, then though flow is not part of this module, but as we are talking about the automation, so I am explaining the flow as well, so that it will go in the same way and you will understand it easily. So now, as we have created a process builder for this activity, let's see if we have to do the same thing in flow. And mind you guys, flow is not that easy to grasp. It is little difficult. So pay full attention to it. Now I am going into flow and I'll see if I have any active. So suppose if you are in flow and if you need to check that how many flow I have already written on an object. So go to Flow Trigger Explorer, and in the Explorer, you can select the object. I'm selecting the opportunity object, and you can see that on opportunity, update close date is one opportunity, which is before opportunity, before update, and this is after update. So there are one active one. These two are inactive. For record creation, these two are active. These two are inactive. So you can easily see that in which operations, how many flows are created on any particular object. This is a very new functionality introduced by Salesforce. And you can change the order in which the flow will run. If you want this flow to be executed first, this to second, this to third, or maybe you want to execute this one first. So you can always change order by clicking on edit order, and you can drag and drop the order that which flow will run in the sequence first, which will run second, and which will run third. So that kind of functionality is also available. And in case by living in the same page, if you want to create a new flow for any of the conditions, this is your before, this is your after. Now, if you remember in the beginning, I told you that in workflow, you don't have before and after concept. In process builder also, you don't have before and after concept. But in flow, you have a concept called before and after. So before that event happens and after the event happens. I'll take an example. Suppose I am talking about a new record creation, which is insert. So if I am creating a new record, okay, before that record gets saved in the database, perform this action that is called before create. Now, once the record is created and saved in the database, then perform another action that is called after create. Now, the same example in case of update. Suppose if you are making change in any of the field, before that change gets updated into the database, if you want to perform some action, that is called before update. If you want to perform some action, once that change gets saved in the database, and then you want to perform some action, that is called after update. In case of delete, there is only one thing that is called before delete, because after delete, nothing happens. So before delete means that you are trying to delete a record before it is erased from the database, perform this action. So have you understood the concept of before and after? Anything which is updated in the database or any action which ends to make a change in the database. So before the change happens in the database or after the change which happens in the database, that is called before and after. Now, when we say before and after, there is one more concept which we need to understand, that is called order of execution. Because whenever you create a new record, there are various features and functionalities which gets executed on that record. And Salesforce has given a specific order that, okay, on a creation of a record, if you created something or the other in all the features, then which feature will run first, which feature will run second and third and so on. So before trigger or before flow will run at the beginning of the transaction, and after flow will run at the later part of the transaction. So here you can see this is the updated one. It is little bit complex, but so here step 1, load and initiate record. Step 2, system validation will run. Step 3, before trigger will run. Step 4, custom validation rule, which we will write, that will work. But this is an old one. This order of execution is an old one, because in the new order of execution, before trigger execution, before flow will execute. So you need to search for the latest order of execution. So basically what I'm trying to explain you is that Salesforce has numerous features. And whenever you start creating a record has to go through with all these steps one by one. And at every step, a particular feature will execute. So if the record has something to do with any of these features, then at what stage that feature will run. And the last stage of any transaction is that the update or the insert will go to database and it will update the database. Before updation, all these features are coming at a particular number, and if there's anything associated or any action associated with any of the feature, that feature will execute at what step in the entire transaction. This is called one transaction. So whenever you use Salesforce, you need to ensure that whatever you are designing, whichever feature you are implementing, you should know that when that feature, at which stage that feature will run. Because you may presume that the feature will run as soon as the record is created, but that is not the actual case, because a record journey is too lengthy. And in this entire journey, there are multiple things which comes. So something may execute before your execution. So always remember that what you are writing, and according to the placement of the functionality, you need to understand that if I need to write this automation, should I write using a trigger? Should I write using a process builder? Should I write it using flow? Because with this particular flow, you will get to know that when your feature will execute, and is this the right place to execute that feature or not. So this is called order of execution. Very, very important when you grow and get expertise in your Salesforce ecosystem. This will be very, very important for you to understand. Now, coming back to flow, suppose if I have to create a flow, whenever a record is created, okay, and I want to make changes into. So now, as you understood the before and after concept, let me tell you one more concept, that when exactly you should use before and when exactly you should use after. Before, you need to always use in case if you are making change in the same record where the automation is triggered. Suppose you are creating a new record, and in the same record which you are creating, you have to add some value in some of the field. Then you need to always use before, because if you use that update in before flow, then it will not use a DML operation. Update DML operation will not run. And as you are part of Salesforce ecosystem,
You need to understand that everything has a governor limit. Even how many number of DML you can perform in one single transaction, that is also restricted. So we need to always ensure whenever we are writing any automation that try to use as less as possible the number of queries and as less as number of DMLs, because there is a limitation that you cannot run more than these many queries in one transactions and these many DMLs in one particular transaction. So you need to design everything by looking at the number of limitations you have concerning to that one transaction. Sometimes there is a record where you have written before trigger, after trigger, before flow, after flow. You also written process builder, escalation rule, assignment rule, lot of things you have done. So all the features and functionality at the end, either they query something or they perform some DML. And all those DMLs, all those queries will be counted in that transaction. And if the number of query or the DML goes higher than the limit assigned to one transaction, then you will get a CPU limit or a 101 error message. So these are some of the critical things which you need to remember as an admin, because if you do not see the governor limit and if you start building everything, then one point of time you will find governor limit error messages that you're trying to create more software, more DML, more than your limit. So either you pay to Salesforce and enhance the limit, or you optimize your process and reduce the number of software and DML. I have written a very good article on this on LinkedIn. When you use an update element in flow, that what is the best option to use it. So always try and refer. Lot of MVPs are there, lot of videos, lot of contents are available in the market. Read about it, understand how we can create a best automation. Okay. So now let's go back to the functionality which we need to discuss, that we need to write a flow where as soon as an opportunity is marked as close one, we need to update the related account and we need to update the customer type, account type of that object. So we'll go to new flow. And when you click on new flow, there are multiple ways you can execute a flow. And you can see there are 6 different ways you can execute a flow. You can have a screen flow where you have a screen and a customer can input something, and based on the input you are performing something. Record trigger flow, which means some DML are happening on the record and you want to run your automation based on the event. Then we have a scheduled trigger flow, wherein if you want a particular automation to execute after every hour, every day, every week, without any action, without any event, then you can go for scheduled trigger flow. Platform event, as you know, platform event is another object. And when the records are created on that object, you can also run an automation. Auto launch flows are flows which are called by another flow. They are not running by their own, but you can call a subflow within a flow. So all the subflows are called auto launch flow because they are not run by their own. They are called by some other flow to execute. Record trigger orchestrator is one of the new features which is introduced by Salesforce, wherein you can orchestrate your record trigger flows. Okay. We'll go with the record trigger flow. Create. Now we will select the object as opportunity. When the record is created and updated, my condition here is that if the stage of the stage is close 1. And as we have to update a different object, so we will not go with the before, we will go with the after update. This is a before update. This is a after, before and after. So I'm using after, done. Now, next action, we need to update the record. So update the trigger record, which means the record opportunity record, or do you want to update the related record, which means account? So I'll go with update related record and I will mention account type update. Now here, there are multiple choices. Use the opportunity record that triggers the flow to find a related record. Update record related to opportunity record that triggers the flow. So which object? I want to go for account. Okay. Let's do it differently. Let's do one thing. Let's search for the account record. So we'll go with the get record and find account record. We'll go with the account and which account we want to update. The account where it is related to opportunity account ID. So the ID of the account should be matching with the opportunity account ID. Find that account and store it in a object. Now, what needs to be done? Update record, update account type. Now, what we need to update? Use the opportunity record that triggers the flow. Update record related to opportunity record triggers the flow. Use the ID and all field values from a record or a collection. We'll use this. And then from this collection, account from find account record. Or we can do this as well. We will go with the account. And which account? Where the ID of the account is matching with the opportunity account ID. And which field we need to update? We need to update type field with the value. Create record will create a new record in any object. Update record will update any record. Get record will find any record based on the condition. Delete record will simply delete the record. These are 4 DMLs that can be performed in Flow. Now, there are 5 logics which you can apply. Assignment. Now, here you need to also understand one term called resource. Resource is nothing but a variable. Now, what is variable? Variable is a name of a memory location where we store data for temporary purpose. Suppose if you have some values and if you want to store that value in some place so that you can use that value later in some other elements of. So now understand this logic elements as well. Assignment will simply help assignment of a value in a field or assignment of one value in a variable, or we call it resource in Salesforce. Decision, suppose the way you have the diamond in the process builder where you are writing a condition, and if the condition is true, some action will happen. If the condition is false, some other action will happen. So if you want to add this kind of situation in your flow, then you can add decision element that, okay, if the marks or if the amount of the opportunity is more than $5,000, then update a field, update a value in the field that, okay,
he's a premium customer, or if it is less than 5,000, then mark it as a low customer or an average customer. So you can do that, but the decision element is required because the decision element will check what is the value, and accordingly it will give you two branches, one for yes, one for no. Again, loop. Loop is used when you have more than two records and you want to perform a similar action on multiple records, then we use loop. Then comes to collection sort. Suppose if you have a resource where you have collected 100 values, and if you want to arrange them, sort them, then you can use collection sort. If you want to sort them alphabetically or ascending order or descending order, so in that case you can use collection sort. Collection filter means if you want to filter some values out of 100 values, then in that case you can use collection filter. Then subflow. Subflow is used to call another flow. If you remember in the beginning, I told you that when you execute a flow, there are certain types of flow which are called auto launch flow. They are run by called, they are only run in a situation when these flows are called by some other flows. So that subflow can be called using this element. And the action element is very powerful because it performs lot of actions. So if I drag and drop here, you can see there are various types of action you can perform, and the limit is endless. You can perform, if you want to send an email, you can do that. If you want to create a record, you can do that. If you want to delete a record, you can do that. So there are a lot of functionality you can perform, and the functionality will list here. To see the number of actions you can perform using this, it is very, very large. Even you can send and receive data from the third-party system using this create HTTP callout. So there are a lot of things which you can do using this action. And this is very, very powerful elements. And if you have to create a resource, you can come here and you can click on create resource. And that will give you option whether you want to create a variable, a constant, a formula, a template, or a stage. Formula, you know, formula field. Constant means the variable which will hold unique value and it will not change. Variable is again a memory location where you can keep any value for a temporary purpose. Text template is for having a template like format. Okay. So this is how, suppose if I have to create any variable, I can click on, I can write any name. Suppose I'm writing test. I need to select the data type. The way we are creating fields, we can do this as well. And if you want to accept value in this variable outside the flow, or if you want to send value outside the flow, then you can check these boxes depending on your requirement. If you want to have a default value, you can add it here. If you want to store multiple values in this particular variable, then we need to check this box. Is it clear to all? I know it is complex. It requires a lot of practice. So guys, you need to practice a lot on these automations. I have given you one glimpse of one automation, one use case across all three automation option we have. So I would suggest all of you that coming week, devote as much time as possible and try to create automations, as many as possible. I can show you one more automation. Let me check.
Using loop.
Can you give us an example of subflow, like how subflow works?
See here.
suppose if you have created this update account type, and if you want to perform some other action means you want to create another record, but you don't want to do it here. So you can do one thing. You can just leave it as it is, and you can create a new subflow. I'm creating a new subflow, and the automation type is auto launch flow. And here I am creating a task record. Okay. In this, I am creating a new task record. Create a task. Okay. I need to create one. Use value, all value from a record, or use a separate resource for a literal value. So I'll go on task. And for every field, we have to define a value. So call type can be inbound. Then assigned to will be, who will be the assigned to? So assigned to will be user and user ID. Whoever is the logged in person will be the owner. Then I can set the status not started. Then I can set subject as call. Then I can set related to. I can select related to. Related to, we don't want to relate it to anything. Description, call the customer. Okay, then activity date, I can make it current date. Then you can have priority as high. Then who ID will be the done. So I've created this one and I'm saving the name as creator task. Save. Now I've activated this one. Now here I'm refreshing this page and I need to call that subflow. Go to freeform, go to subflow, create a task, set up a task. I just named it, done. I'm connecting these two. Save as, save, activate. Again, we will play with this. Update it to close one. I can see that we are running. We cannot save this record because mark account as customer process failed. And now as it is failed, the name ID, the error occur when the flow tries to create a record, which means the subflow is failing. And the field integrity exception, name ID value is incorrect, which means that here the name Is there a name field? I think it is talking about this. So let me do one thing. I need to pick the current that uh, work, okay. Wait a minute, guys. But no, this is also not going to work. Okay, and then yeah, it's not going to work.
Can we go ahead without this field?
No, we cannot. So let me do one thing. Let me create a custom label. And in this custom label, I will mention task owner. And in this task owner, I will store the ID of my user. Okay. Custom label is used to store any value. Now I'll go to this, refresh it, and in this element, I'll go for label, and in the label task owner. And then this one, I'll also take the same thing, label task owner. Done. Yeah. I hope this will fix the problem. Name ID value is incorrect type. This you can look up exception code value of so. Okay, so whenever the flow is failing, we can go to an option called pause and failed flow. And here you can see that the flow is failed. If I click here, and then it will take you to that same flow. And it will tell you that this is the problem area. You can see. And the activity date is fine. Call type description is fine. Here the owner ID is also fine. Priority not started subject, everything is fine. But let's go to my email. There I'll also receive the details. Okay. And the error says that name ID value of incorrect type. So the type of value, type of ID is incorrect. Okay. So let me check on the task field.
Is it for the user ID?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. So here, name ID is who ID. And in who ID, we can either have a
lead ID or a contact ID. So that is a problem. I have given the user ID. Okay. So here in the who ID, I should be using any contact ID. And as I cannot call the contact directly from here, so what I do, I'll create another custom label. So now see the benefit of custom label, that you can have a static value. And this is something which I'm trying to make the flow configurable. At any point of time, if I want to change the owner of the task to someone else, I can simply change the ID in this custom label, and that will automatically be applicable in the automation. We don't need to change the automation. Okay. So now here we are using task contact, and here we are picking up any contact record, any random record. We'll take the ID of that record and we'll store it in the custom label. Save. Now, in this, I'll once again refresh. And this time, I will use label dot task contact. Done. Save as, save, activate. I'll go once again, refresh it. We will reload the page. And here again, I'll mark it as close one. Save. And this time it has saved. So now the stage is close one. So the account, let me open the related account record. The related account should have a customer direct. It has a customer direct, and a task is also created that we need to check that whether the task is created or not. So for that, I will go to task. And in the task, you can see that there's a new task being created. Sunil Mishra is the contact and the owner is assigned to me. So now you can see that how a subflow can be called from an existing flow. And if the flow fails, you get an email where it explains where exactly it is failing. And you can also go to pause and failed flow, so that you will see that a flow is failed. And if you click on any of these, it will directly take you to the flow and it will give you a guideline that, okay, on which element it is failing, and it will give you the details here as well. So how you can debug any particular automation. This is what I am just displaying in this screen. It will tell you all the steps, what is happening in every element. And so debugging any flow will be easy for you if you look into this as a debugging perspective. I know it is little complex for you guys to digest, but the flow builder is something that you guys have to learn every bits and pieces. I've also created one flow where here you can see, if you want to create a contact, okay, I am typing, say, Bhagya Singh. Create contact. Now again, here you can see that it is saying required field missing, which means the automation which I have created, in that I'm not filling the last name, because on every contact, the last name is required. So now if I have to check that, okay, which flow is this? And if I need to correct, because this is a screen flow, so I can go here, go to edit page. And after going to the edit page, I can select this component And here I will get a name, fault path. Fault path is the name of the flow which is used here. So I'll go to flow. And in the flow, we need to search for fault path. This is a fault path. This is screen flow. It is not active right now. That's the reason it is failing. So let's go there and first check what it is doing. So there's a screen flow where I have added this text. These are the fields which you can add on the screen. So I have drag and drop a field, a text box. Okay. And in the text box, whatever we receive, we create a contact record where the first name is filled up with the name. Okay. That is incorrect because last name is the required field on the contact. So I'll change it to last name. Click on save. Now, after that, contact created successfully if the contact gets created. If the contact is not successful, then this screen will appear where it says the message flow.fault message. Okay. And that message was appearing when we saw the error. So now I'm saving it, activating it, again going to the home page. I'm refreshing it. Okay. And now this time I'm typing the same thing. Bhagya Singh. Create contact. Your contact created successfully. Finish. Now if I go to contact, I can see Bhagya Singh is added in the detail name. I'm not adding any other values. I'm just adding the name. So you can always have other values as well. Suppose if you want to fix a value like country, you want to make the country as India. All this can be possible. Okay. If you want to have phone number, something like this. So everything can be done. And whenever you are making any changes, it creates a new version of the flow and activate it. So now if I go back, once again, go to the home. And if I type this time, Suman Pandya. So finish. Now if I go to contact, Suman Pandya is created. If you go to detail, you can see that country is India and a phone number is 000, whatever we have done. So this is called screen flow. You can have a screen where you can take the input and based on the input, you can perform some action. So that can also be done. And if I go to account record, I think I've also created another flow where I can show you. Suppose if I want to show all the contracts related to the account in a table format. So I can do that as well. For that, you need to take the account ID, and in the account ID, you can search for all the contact and you can display that contact in the data table. So I would request all of you to go and try all the options, all the trigger methods which are available for Flow Builder. You can try a few basic on the workflow and process builder, but focus more on the Flow Builder. Try to learn every bits and pieces. The more you learn, the more better for you. Okay. And I would say that there are plenty of videos, articles available online. Go and see and listen to them. You will get a lot of things because flow is something which is very, very vast. And covering that in the training altogether would not be possible. I'm just giving you a glimpse. You need to explore more on it. Okay. So now, if you have any question, please go on and ask question. What happened, guys? Yeah, tell me.
As you mentioned that DML operations should be limited as much as possible. Suppose if I'm using a loop and I need to update contacts, multiple contacts, and it should be done using loop. So how can I make sure that I can minimize the operation there? So should I collect the data before I update them, or how
Yes,
can I
you
achieve
have to
this?
store all the data in a collection variable or a collection resource. And then once the loop is done, come outside of the loop and use that collection to update the record in one go, instead of performing the update within the loop. That is not advisable.
Okay.
So
Any other questions?
subflow is a reusable flow. We can use it as many main flows as we want, right?
Yeah. You can call that flow from multiple flows.
Multiple flows. But can we call one flow in another flow?
So let's start with Salesforce admin interview questions. And our first question is, what is Salesforce? The answer to the same question is, Salesforce is a company that makes cloud-based software designed to help businesses find more prospects, close more deals, and wow customers with amazing service. I hope so you got an answer for this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is CRM? CRM means Customer Relationship Management. CRM is an application used to automate sales and marketing functions by using a software called CRM software. That forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, which architecture does Salesforce depends upon? This is also one of the most important questions. Now, the perfect answer to this question is that Salesforce architecture is a multi-layer architecture and it follows the MVC architecture, which stands for Model View Controller. Model basically contains custom objects and standard objects. View contains page layouts, screen flows, visual force page, Lightning Web Component, and Aura, whereas controller contains standard and custom controllers. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are different editions of Salesforce? And the answer is, the first one, Essential Edition. Then we have Professional Edition. Moving ahead, we have Enterprise Edition. Then we have Unlimited Edition. And finally, we have the Developers Edition. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how many types of portals are available in Salesforce? And the answer is, the first one, Self-Service Portal. Then we have the Customer Portal. And finally, we have the Partner Portal. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is an object in Salesforce? Now this is also one of the most fundamental questions which can be asked by the interviewer. And the answer is that an object is represented as a database table which stores organization's data. Object consists of set of fields and we store data against the field. Common businesses objects like account, contact, lead, and opportunity are all standard objects. Custom objects are objects that you create to store information that's specific to your company or industry. That forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the different objects in Salesforce? And the answer is, the different objects in Salesforce are, the first one, we have the standard object. Second, we have the custom object. And finally, the third object is the external object. This is also one of the most important questions which can be asked. So keep a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are standard and custom objects? The answer is that standard objects provided by Salesforce.com are called standard objects. Examples of standard objects are accounts, contacts, opportunities, leads, products, campaigns, cases, users, contracts, reports, and dashboards. Whereas the custom objects are the objects which are created by us, which are called the custom objects. Custom objects stores information that is unique and important to your organization. Custom objects provide a structure for sharing the data. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is profile? The answer is that a profile is a group of settings and permissions that define what a user can do in Salesforce. Types of user profiles in Salesforce are the standard profiles and the custom profiles. While a standard profile is a profile already provided by the Salesforce, whereas a custom profile can be created by the users based on their specific requirements. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a role? The answer is that a role is a record level access in the Salesforce that defines the visibility access of a user. Roles determine what records a user can see relative to others in the organization's hierarchy. I hope so you got the answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are organization-wide default settings? And the answer is, it defines the default access level for an object's records with organizations' wide sharing settings. Organizational wide defaults are used to restrict access. Custom objects and many standard objects have separate organizational wide sharing settings. Internal, external, and guest users can all have different levels of access. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is sharing rule? Guys, this is also one of the most important questions which can be asked in the interview. So, the answer to the same question is, sharing rules in Salesforce is the rule that must be followed in order to grant access to the information and data to various clients in a certain company or group of areas. Users can use sharing rules to share records based on conditions. It is primarily intended for objects with organization-wide default sets to public, read-only, or private, as sharing rules can only extend access rather than restrict it. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is manual sharing? And the answer is, in Salesforce, the manual sharing records are shared individually with other users by using the shared button on the record. Manual sharing gives other users access to certain type of records including accounts, contacts, and leads. For example, if you grant another user access to an account, the user automatically has access to all the opportunities and cases associated with that account. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is permission set? And the answer is, a permission set is a collection of settings and various tools and functions. Permission sets extend users' functional access without changing their profiles. Users can only have one profile, but they can have multiple permission sets depending on the Salesforce edition. Regardless of their profiles, you can assign permission sets to different types of users. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are the different types of relationships in Salesforce? And the answer is, the first one, we have the master detail relationships. Moving ahead, we have the lookup relationships. Then we have the self relationships. Then we have the external lookup relationship. Moving ahead, we also have indirect lookup relationship. Then we look for many-to-many relationships. And finally, we have the hierarchical relationships. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so you can keep a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a master detail relationship? And the answer is, Master detail relationship is a strongly coupled relationship among Salesforce objects, which means that if a master records get deleted, then the child records associated with are also deleted. Data from these objects can be joined in one report using master detail relationships. The master object, the detail object, and the other lookup object. I hope so you are clear with it. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a lookup relationship? And the answer is, lookup relationship is a loosely coupled relationship among Salesforce objects, which means even if a parent records get deleted, the child records remain in the system. A lookup relationship links two objects so that you can look up one object from the related items on another. One-to-one or one-to-many lookup relationships are possible. Because a single account can have many related contacts, the account-to-contact relationship is one-to-many. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So the next question we have is, what is self-relationship? And the answer is that self-relationship is a lookup relationship to the same object. For example, we have a field on account, which is parent account, that allows us to choose any account for being a parent account of the existing one. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is roll-up summary? And the answer is, roll-up summary is a read-only field which is used to calculate the count of child records, sum, minimum, maximum of a field on the child object, and the total number of all the records listed in a related list. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a junction object? And the answer is, in Salesforce, you can create many-to-many relationships by establishing two master detail relationships on the same object. The object on which these two master detail relationships are created is known as the junction object. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is a flow? This is also a kind of intermediate question. So guys, the answer to the same question is, flow is a tool for automating the complex business processes, which is known as flow. Flow enables you to create complex business automation using clicks rather than the code. If you need to generate a new automated business process or user-guided experience that does not reach the complexity threshold for Apex code, then Flow is your go-to tool. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question we have is, what is Process Builder? And the answer is that Salesforce Process Builder is basically an automated tool that allows you to control the order of actions or evaluate the criteria for a record. Process Builder supports three types of processes for your automation needs. The first one is, we have a record change process which starts when a record is created or updated. Then we have an event process which starts when a platform event message is received. Finally, we have the invocable process which starts when something else like another process invokes it. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is workflow? And the answer is, workflow is a Salesforce which is basically container or business logic engine which automates certain action based on particular criteria. With the exception of the first and last steps, each step in a workflow has specific step before it and a specific step after it. In a linear workflow, the first step is usually initiated by the external event. I hope so you got answer to this question. You can also keep a mark on this question, which is most likely to be asked by an interviewer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is the maximum number of data records that can be shared? And the answer is, a file can be shared a maximum of 2000 times. This count includes shares with records, people, and groups. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So now let's start with the next question. Our next question is, how many fields can be created in one object? And the answer is that in an unlimited edition, we can create up to 500 fields per object. And in the professional edition, we can create up to 100 custom fields per object. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, how many workflows can be created in one object? And the answer is, by default, each object is limited to 50 workflows. I hope so you got answer to this question. This was pretty easy, and also you have to remember the numerical values involved in certain interview questions. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is mixed DML error? And the answer is that a mixed DML operation error comes when you try to perform the DML operations on setup and non-setup objects in a single transaction. To avoid this error, we should perform DML operation on standard or custom object records in different transactions. I hope so you are clear with this question. Our next question is, what is Schema Builder? And the answer is, Schema Builder is a tool that lets you visualize and edit your data model. Without having to move from page to page, the Schema Builder can retrieve all fields from object, perform basic impact analysis on changes to an object, and displays all dependencies on an object. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Now let's discuss some of the scenario-based questions. The first question is that what kind of relationships does account and contact have? The answer to the same question is the type of relationship which can exist between account and contact is cascade delete. You can create a contact without an account. It shows up there as a lookup relationship. If you have created contact with an account and if you delete the account, the contact will be deleted, and this shows the master detail relationship. I hope so you are clear with this. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so please have a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next scenario-based question. Our next question is, suppose if the interviewer asks you something like this, I wanted to delete 30,000 customer records but do not want anyone else to recover them. Then what can I do? This is also a very interesting question, and the answer to the same question is, Salesforce makes it easy to bulk delete records permanently using the hard delete option. The difference between delete and hard delete is that the former sends the deleted records to the Salesforce recycle bin, where it remains for 15 days. The hard delete erases all the records permanently from the Salesforce system with no way to recover it. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the kinds of reports? And the answer is, standard report is a first predefined report where the user chooses the parameter such as the time, actuality, and the company to make the report for, but the report's content is fixed. Custom report is a report that you design is known as a custom report. You specify how they should be shown and choose the dimension and metrics like sessions, page views, and bounce rate. I hope so you are clear with this answer. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the kinds of reports formats? And the answer to the same question is, the first one, we have the tabular report. Moving ahead, we have the summary report. The third one, we have the matrix report. And finally, we have the join report. This is also one of the most important questions, guys, so please have a mark on this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is bucket field? And the answer is that bucket field is a feature that allows you to rapidly categorize values for a field in a report without having to create a custom formula field at the object level. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is dashboard? And the answer is, a Salesforce dashboard is a quick way to view summary data from multiple reports at once. Dashboards allow you to select data from reports through the use of charts, tables, and metrics. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what are the different components of dashboard? And the answer is, the first one, we have table. Then we have chart. Third, we have gauge. And fourth, we have metric. I hope so you are clear with this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is lead? And the answer is, lead is a default object which is created when you receive new contact information in your database. Lead generation is a process that builds visibility, credibility, trust, and interest from a specific group of people. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. What is trigger? Guys, this is the most frequently asked question in the Salesforce admin interview. And the answer to the same question is, trigger is a piece of code that is executed either before or after an update or addition to a record is made. Triggers enable you to carry out the following tasks. First, apply the business rules, validate the data that has been entered, create one kind of a value for a newly inserted row in a different file. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, how many Salesforce editions are published annually? Guys, this is also a very interesting question, and the answer to the same question is, first one, we have the summer, then winter, and third, spring. I hope so you are clear with this one. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is a record type? And the answer to the same question is, the record type is a data type that you use to treat several different pieces of data as one unit. Record types allow you to classify data in contacts, accounts, deals, and custom modules, allowing users of various roles to consume and update data in the CRM in different ways. I hope so you got answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. Our next question is, what is the validation rule? And the answer is, a validation rule is one way to restrict input in a table field or control, such as text box on a form. A validation rule can contain a formula or expression that evaluates the data in one or more fields and returns a value of true or false. I hope so you got answer to this question. Guys, this is also one of the most important questions, so please have a mark on this one.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a Salesforce certification course which will enable you to learn tech stack for both administrator and app builder. Through this course, you'll learn the Salesforce workflow, process builder, Apex, Java Swing, app development and much more from the top industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out the testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth with the Salesforce tech stack.